Enables 6 Abe's confirmation as NUPRC chairman.
We also told you that Obi blames Nigeria's problem on leadership and not resources.
Adedeji insists new policy taxes only profit, not investment.
Also, Ondo magistrates and customary presidents begging strike over autonomy.
Nigeria ranked world's 29th best English-speaking country.
And fire guards Abulegba community.
On the foreign scene, Maduro pleads not guilty to narco-terrorism charge.
While in business news, NGX market capitalization hits 100 trillion naira.
In sport, Mahrez and others top Man United's coaching list.
While in entertainment news, Akindele's behind the scenes hits 1.77 billion naira at box office.
Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on other social media platforms, we air at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 08146064057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
And I am Vivian Uguche. Thank you for watching.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program, Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV. Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics,
It's a beautiful Tuesday morning, and we welcome you to Voice of the People Television. Now, the program is VOP this morning. Today is the 6th day of January 2026. We are gradually settling into the year 2026. The year has a lot of promises: politics, economy, security, human development index, and all of that. So we are just hopeful that, look, both the people and the government of Nigeria will do the needful to ensure that we move this country forward. Now, on the show today, we have lined up very interesting stories. And in the next 2 hours, these are the major stories and other interesting trending stories that we'll be discussing. Now, ADC blasts President Tinubu over silence on Venezuela situation, accuses him of being afraid to defy Donald Trump. Away from that, police detained Port Harcourt pastor over alleged plots to assassinate FCT Minister Yesufu, intensify manhunt for ex-Rivers SSG. EFCC declares Yaya Bello innocent of 80.2 billion naira fraud case. Now, what EFCC is saying that, look, he is innocent until proven guilty by a law court. The case is still in court. Now, these are the major topics of discussion, but we also have other interesting trending stories. I am Chukwuma Okoro, by the way, and thanks for joining us.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for joining the conversation this morning, and it promises to be insightful, interesting. All right. And I am Moses Humphrey. Now, talking about other conversations, let's dive into some other conversations that Nigerians are having. Now, a member of the House of Representatives, Honorable Bamidele Salam, has condemned the alleged harassment, unlawful detention, and public humiliation of a local government worker, Taiwo Adebayo, in Egbedore local government area of Osun State. Well, he described the role of the Nigeria police force in the incident as shameful, despicable, and a gross violation of the Constitution. Reacting to a viral video and photographs on social media, Salam, who represents Ede North, Ede South, Egbedore Ejigbo Federal Constituency of Osun State in the House of Representatives, accused certain politicians of allegedly acting with police backing, abusing power, and undermining the rule of law within local government administration in the state. He called for immediate corrective action by the Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Egbetokun, including the withdrawal of officers from what he described as illegal duties in local government secretariats in the state. So this feels more like a clampdown of local government officials. And this is coming on the heels of the local government autonomy and, things like that. And you start to wonder, is it that some individuals are trying to assert themselves on the local government officials, letting them know that, look, we have, and this also brings to fore the question of state police and the position of some individuals that, look, if this is done, politicians within the state will use it against certain other politicians. It just buttresses the fact. Now, the issue of there's a video I saw. I wish we could actually share this with us. We just might be able to share this one. It was sent to me by a colleague in Benin City. The video showed an individual who is physically challenged, and he was complaining about his vehicle being impounded. I mean, I'm speaking about police
brutality,
security agencies. Yes, police brutality, security agencies taking laws into their hands. I mean, these are people who ordinarily should be upholding law and order, but they take laws into their hands, taking basically protecting certain individuals, especially the political class, against other Nigerians who they perceive as downtrodden. Well, now this particular issue is that of an individual who is physically challenged. And, about the way some might see this as a little too much. Some might say, he probably shouldn't have branded his vehicle that way, but it's his vehicle. And then he wrote certain things on the vehicle. President Tinubu.
Yes, I would like you to read out certain things that he wrote.
We might need to see for ourselves, this particular one. It might be coming up on your screen very shortly. He said a lot of things. He branded his vehicle, in a funny way, rather. The president is the worst president in Nigeria. The judiciary, don't have interest in the people. Now, the issue is not about the branding. It's the fact that he complained on social media, and that video went viral, that while he was driving, or while his driver was driving, DSS officials blocked him, acted like I think they kind of brushed his car and came out, acted like they wanted to assist him or something, and they took the car keys and drove off. Isn't that stealing?
Of course it is.
You drove off with the individual's car to an unknown destination with no explanation. And he just like that. And now the individual is saying that, look, he will continue to speak up, against government. Now, do you think it was wrong? I mean, you've seen the video.
Yes, sir.
And we probably will have this one. It should be coming up on your screen very shortly. Do you think branding a vehicle like that is against the... I think it's something should be done?
No, it's not against the government. It's not against the government.
Yes, that's it on the screen. 365 days, Bati. Is that Bati or Rati?
Right.
Tinubu is the worst president. And then there's another. Nigerians are hungry, basically. And then the other side of the vehicle is a part where he wrote judiciary, something. Now, this is a vehicle that he said. Now, if we can, we would like to take a minute and listen to what the individual said. So we hear from the man himself, if we can. There's a video where he actually spoke up. So, but you see, is this justiciable? Can he be taken to court for this?
Well, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure
it's
defamation
actionable.
of some sort.
Is it defamation of character that is the worst president? I don't know the final points of the law, but as far as I'm concerned, it's But if you feel strongly, about what he has done, you just go and paint your own and say that Tinubu is the best president. So it becomes a form of contestation, between Nigerians to now decide, whether Tinubu is the worst president or the best president. But now this speaks to the clampdown we have in society. When people make certain statements against people that are serving in government, they are harassed, they are hounded, by security agencies. Meanwhile, you see other people praising the same people even without
inducement.
No, not without inducement. I mean, without when you see people that praise the president without, I'm looking for the appropriate word to use now. Without results or without validation.
Okay.
You get the point. Now, somebody says, "Oh, the president has done so well. Inflation has dropped from 33 to 12%." Yet you cannot verify it. You can't see it. So there's that gap between perception and reality. So I think the government is, and when you do this kind of thing, it's more like trying to bring up underdogs. They have made this man popular now. They have made him popular, and Nigerians have come to know, look, it is possible to brand. Very soon, they will start seeing T-shirts like Tinubu is the worst president, or Tinubu is the best president, and things like that. So it has generated controversy. It has generated discussion.
Is that bad publicity? All publicity is good publicity.
It has generated some kind of publicity. So you will see a level of contestation now between people on both sides of the divide. Oh, he's the best and he's the worst. Now, this speaks to what will happen in 2027, because the election will decide whether he's the best president or he's the worst president. So I think the clampdown is unnecessary, and given the fact that they even had to do it to somebody who is physically challenged.
That is my grouse in all of this. I mean, it worsens it, because
situation.
How do you expect this person to go from one place to another?
Without
if he was able to get the vehicle to move around. And he also said something like his generator is in the vehicle
boot,
because he takes it from a house to
office,
shop where he uses it. So
and
basically,
does his business. Now, business has been shut down temporarily, albeit, So, but who knows? Who knows?
Like
when he will
trampling
find
on the
his
rights of an
I'm
individual.
telling you, like I keep saying that. Look, you don't measure the strength and stability of a society by how it treats the rich and the wealthy, but by how it protects the vulnerable. And look at this person we are talking about. He's vulnerable, physically challenged.
Let's have that video for a minute or two.
Okay. Yes.
Let's have the video for a minute or two. That's the individual, and let's just take a listen to his complaints here.
Go back. Let me show where. You don't start on the video.
Are they starter?
You don't start on?
Yes.
Okay. So my people, as you can see, I'm a physically challenged person. So for my country, probably I say people don't feel they speak truth again for my country again. You all know me well. Say I get my own answer. But the things where they go on for this country, probably I say they call it frustrators. Probably I say people where they do small things. Government will always go call it try to frustrate the youth. When make the youth not feel they work, they do anything. I get one car when I buy. Just to express myself, I had a feel for inside body. Now brand. Now right now Tinubu is the worst president. Nigeria pastors have failed us. No judiciary in Nigeria. Nigerians are hungry. Right after that. Many people they know say this thing when I ride for this car. Now waiting I know say they pay me for body. Waiting people they go through to shock una. Last year, beginning of last year, I pay ransom for person where they go school. When we go school, kidnapper for roads. Come pay ransom for $1 outside. Now we go pay ransom. So it not reach anything now. DSS use trick, come carry the motor from my hands. They just come, hit the motor bike. Say they hit the motor. Before I know what they happen now, before they come out. I can't say me person want to try help me. Come on the car for road, because they cannot even get road. Una go invite me, say come, we need to question you. Now so I know say learned places they do things. You invite the person when you know say you see something wrong. You invite the person not will come. then you can take action. DSS don invite me, they just come, round the motor up, collect the key for the boy hands. If I know what they have, they just zoom the car away. Till now, I don't know where the car go. Whether at the office or whether anywhere the car go, I don't know. It's in an order from government. And before that thing happen, you know, when I say 30, because that place I'm not there long. My friend just stopped me. He make you say hi to them, buy me motor. I the greets, and I said I am surprised. I see governor motor pass. They go a Kenwa road. If I know what they happen, now that accident they happen. And they carry my motor till now. So it mean I say this country I know if you speak out for waiting that they go through. Not be say government they assist me. Not be say government they assist physically challenged. So if you speak out again for this country, na problem. Okay, now they start am. So waiting they start. And they say that they can't boil fire for my body. So now I want to start the fire.
There you have it. So now you heard the man's testimony, basically indicting the governor.
Yes, it speaks to the level of frustration, you know, the man has passed through before he was able to, you know,
express himself
in that manner. And a lot of Nigerians feel that way too. A lot of Nigerians feel that way. But beyond that, I think I'm more worried, you know, I'm equally worried about what Edo State is gradually turning to. Governor Monday Okpebholo. You know, Monday he runs the state like an emperor. Look at what happened to Obaseki. What's his name? What's his first name?
Don Pedro
Obaseki. Look at what happened to the other guy in the UK. You know, the person that they cornered somewhere, assaulted him and all of that. So it speaks to, and the governor says, look, I'm doing this for the president. I promised the president 2.5 million votes in 2027. If the president doesn't win Edo State, I'm going to resign. So Okpebholo is gradually running the state like an empire, where he is an emperor. And it speaks to, he is gradually, you know, the opposition space in Edo State is gradually shrinking. It shrinks every other day. Unfortunately, when these things spin out of control, Edo State might just, you know, be in conflagration. So he should watch it. People that listen to him or people that he listens to should give him advice. I think he's taking it a notch more than necessary, you know, to ensure that, look, that he delivers for the president in 2027. But for police brutality, unfortunately, that is what we see. Now, these same police will come back after, I heard you the other day say you don't pity them when they are old and when they are gassed and all of that. And because that is what the society feels about the Nigeria police. Look at what happened during NSAS, you know. Nigerians were even protesting for better welfare for them. They were the very people that came and killed people. I recall I told you a story about one young man who was killed then in Enugu. The guy ran into an enclosure. Unfortunately, they got close to him, shot him, and he died on the spot. My parishioner, choir master in my parish. And that was how that young man, in his early 20s, I think 23, 24, that was how he died.
If you have encountered them, you will not pity them.
Honestly.
I don't know if I've told you, there was a time, there was terrible traffic in Lagos. And fortunately for me, I was driving around Obalende axis, heading towards Yaba. And then I saw some policemen on the road. And I felt, okay, these are serving the nation. These men are serving the nation. Let me help them. You know, they flagged me down and pleaded. And I said, okay, yeah, come inside. So I had about 3 of them at the back, 1 in front. Basically, my car was filled up with policemen. And I took them all the way to Yaba. And we were gisting and laughing. Oh, you're a press man. You know, we talked and everything. Got to Banti. You know, they alighted. And then I had not moved 3 feet from where they alighted. I was flagged down by another policeman. And he said, oh, you have tinted glasses. That was a long time ago. That was, I think, 2011 or thereabout. Okay. Oh, you have tinted glasses. You're not supposed to have tinted glasses. I'm like, oh, apologies, but this was how I got the car. And then those I picked up came there, looked at me, and walked away. And I said, sorry, talk to your guy. At least allow me. They say, okay, Yesufu, you're not supposed to get tinted glasses now. And they walked away. And they impounded the vehicle. It took me calling someone from the office of the PPRO for them to let me go. And before I could get through to this individual, it took a while. So I was there for over an hour And they were like, oh, you have to remove. I'm like, this is how I got it. And then finally, I got through to the office of the PPRO, and then I was let off the hook. And I told myself I would never assist them again.
Yes. I think I've experienced that too. I once give two policemen leave, Record City. And at the end of the day, you know what happened? In the middle of the journey, they said, I hope your particulars are in order. Unfortunately, they had expired. I ended up paying. I ended up bribing them to let me go after dropping them at the police station. So, and Nigerians have this kind of experiences, with the Nigerian police.
And then you hear the police is your friend.
And you hear police is your friend, bail is free and all of that. Quite unfortunate. Well, I hope that they're able to recover this young man's car and give it back to him. I mean, if they think that if they feel strongly that he has offended the president, probably they'll just ask him to rebrand the vehicle and all of that, instead of having to seize the vehicle, scramble his business, and even his movement, because it's physically challenged. Now let's move away from that story. The presidency has denied using an AI-generated image to depict a meeting between President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Rwanda's President Paul Kagame. Well, further controversy has erupted over viral images purporting to show Tinubu in a meeting with Kagame in Paris, after observers flagged the pictures were likely generated by artificial intelligence. The photographs, which were widely circulated on social media on Sunday, bore a visible watermark from Grok, a generative AI chatbot developed by Elon Musk's company, XAI. Well, this has raised questions about the authenticity of the reported meeting. The meeting was first disclosed by President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononoga, who posted about it on Facebook. Reacting swiftly in a statement on Monday, Senior Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, Temitope Ajayi, said the image was not AI generated. Well, he stated that the photographer only used Grok to improve the picture quality, as it had been taken with a mobile phone and was blurry. I think all these explanations are quite unnecessary. I don't know why is he meeting with Paul Kagame, and we raised this issue on the political lens yesterday, whether it was with Paul Kagame or whether it was with Yoweri Museveni of Uganda in Paris, where they met. And now, before now, we didn't know that our president was even in Paris. We were told that he went to Europe, and from there he would drop by at UAE for the sustainability summit, and come back to Nigeria. Nigerians are asking, in the middle of this crisis, we have a president that is absent. We have a president that Nigerians are second guessing, hazarding guesses. Oh, he might be in UK. Oh, the president might be in Paris. And we see him with Paul Kagame. To what end? What were they discussing? Are they discussing? I understand that, yes, Paul Kagame is someone who's stayed in power for a while after he routed out it's a long story.
Hutus
and Tutsi genocide and all of that. He was culpable too, because he also killed some Hutus, in that very incident. But that is not the issue. So, but over time, he's been able to reinvent Rwandan economy. But people that understand Rwanda closely,
is it democracy they are practicing now?
It's their own brand of democracy.
Their own brand of
democracy. Like we have the Chinese brand.
Kagame has stayed in power for way too long.
That's what I'm saying. He's been there, and I think this is about the 5th or 6th term.
So is President Bola Ahmed Tinubu trying to learn how to stay in
that
power
was the
for
question
longer?
I asked yesterday. So whether it is with him or with Yoweri Museveni, and you know that Museveni has been in power for a very long time too. The son is the chief of defense staff, the daughter is the minister of this, the other son is this and all of that. So is he trying to understudy their models? That was the question I asked. I'm not saying, I'm just asking, and so in all of this, I don't think that it helps the average Nigerian to know that, look, our president held a meeting with Paul Kagame. So what is he learning from him? Is he going to learn? I understand that Rwanda now, they are very well in IT, but give it to him. He has been able to scale the Rwandan economy. Coming from a war situation, there are theories who believe that war is a good thing. But we won't get into all of that. That war actually scales development and all of that. But in this case, what is our president doing? We wish to see him discuss with Donald Trump. Let him go to the Oval Office, and discuss with Donald Trump about how to, solve the problem. In Nigeria, insecurity, build up our economy. We expect him to go to countries that are doing well. Sweden, Denmark, Norway. These are countries that on the first state index, they have remained on that sustainable category for over 10, 15 years. So what are you going to learn from Paul Kagame or from Yoweri Museveni? Whether the picture is AI generated or what, and they are making all these defenses. Now, if you go and look at that picture, it will be able to tell you. If you use a particular app, it will tell you whether it was AI generated.
Do they use Grook to
edit pictures?
There are other things you can use.
There are other apps that you can use to do that.
I mean,
so
without mentioning apps here, there are a million other apps that you can use, you know. But and then what phone? When you ask yourself this, what kind of phone would you use?
I'm telling you that sometimes the people who defend the president don't even do a good job of it. They don't do a good job of it. They think of us as fools or idiots.
And why the need to even prove yourself?
Why?
Why the need to prove that, no, it's not this, it's that, if you haven't done anything shady in the first instance? And yes, you made a valid point when you said, what is the president doing having breakfast? Or is it lunch or dinner in faraway Paris, where Nigerians are being kidnapped back home? It's the beginning of a new year, and Nigerians are complaining. I mean, it's just the 6th day in the year, and there are killings going on. Banditry and ransom taking has not ceased. It's still happening.
They have even doubled down.
Yes, and the president is having breakfast, lunch, dinner.
He's absent. Nobody knows where he is.
And you're trying to defend. I mean, I think the president's handlers can do better.
No, they have.
And the president should make it easy for them. I don't think he's making it easy for them.
No, I think they are making things difficult for themselves.
He puts himself in a position where they will have no choice but to start being defensive.
No, I think they make it difficult for themselves. If president has gone to
you don't need to put out the pictures.
No, if the president has gone probably for a vacation, for Medicare, to school or whatever.
Just say it.
Just say it. Nigerians will understand. People fall sick. I've been under the weather for a few days now. Exactly. Look, Condoleezza Rice, Secretary of State, went a procedure for fibroid. Americans knew about it. It didn't take away her humanity from her. It didn't make her
Is it the African in us that makes us shy away from talking about our health? Because even the president of the Senate was alleged to have been sick and flown out of the country, and he denied it. But whoever put it out was speaking assuredly that, look, this is valid information. I'm not going to name my source, but yes, I did put out this information.
The person that...
If you're sick, go get treated.
Moses, about the Senate president, if you had watched him when even alighting from the aircraft, you know that the man is sick. He's added a lot of weight. He finds it difficult to, put steps here and there. The man is sick. It's as simple. Anybody can fall sick.
Anybody can
fall sick. Joe Biden underwent surgery, and within those few minutes, he transmitted power to Kamala Harris. And she became acting president for like just 10, 15, 20 minutes. What is wrong in that? Probably it's the African in us, like you asked. It could be the African in us. Everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die.
King Charles also
had cancer.
Treated. And then, it was all in the news. Oh, how he prefers herbs to orthodox medicine and the rest. It was all in the news. But in Africa, in Nigeria, we would always, deny that, no, you're not sick. You're not superhuman. The body can be frail. You can fall sick. And when you
fall sick, and if the president has gone to acquire further education, what is wrong in that? When Gowon was overthrown, he went to UK. Came back. He said, I don't like small letters beside my name, FSI, PSI, and all of them. And he came back with a PhD. Dr. Yakubu Gowon. So what is wrong in that? And if he's vacationing, he's entitled to it. Let Nigerians know. A company could be crumbling and the CEO decides to go on vacation. Well, the staff will judge him. So Nigerians will judge him depending on what he has gone to do in Europe. Oh. I don't get it, honestly.
Oh, I can even see the group by the side of the picture there. Oh well, let's move away from these conversations. Let's run to the papers now. Let's tell you about stories that have been published. The Punch has a few of these headlines. 2027 battle. Rivers crisis escalates as top APC governors back Fubara. APC secretary, FCT minister clash over Rivers governor. How Igbo politics sparked Wike APC rift. All right. And then some of the headlines here. Nigerians cut household spending by 14 trillion naira as inflation bites hard. Insurgency, AU extends Nigeria, others joint military operation. Sahara Group eyes 7,000 megawatts in major power sector push. Joshua may quit boxing after car crash. That's unfortunate. Maduro, Maduro arraigned in U.S. court amid protests. He pleaded not guilty anyway. Well, those are the headlines from the Punch newspaper.
Now let's quickly run through the Daily Independent. Afenifere laments kidnappings in Ondo, Kwara, Ogun, Osun, others. NGX market caps hit 100 trillion naira, signals investor confidence. I'll take that again for clarity. NGX market cap hits 100 trillion naira, signals investor confidence. Now the big story, resign as minister to face Rivers politics. APC scribe tells Wike, now the harder they come. And with the riders, warns him not to destabilize Rivers APC. Says support for Tinubu doesn't make him APC member. Cheap blackmail has become Wike's stock in trade. Minister cannot bring the spirit of PDP into APC. Now, this is huge. Court denies Bauchi commissioner, others bail in $9.7 million terror financing case. Harassment of governors, assault on federalist structure, Bode George. I'll check that again for clarity. Harassment of governors, assault on federalist structure. That's coming from elder statesman, Pat Bode George. Magistrate, customary courts in Ondo short over poor remuneration. Maduro tells U.S. court, I'm not guilty, I'm a decent man. Return to confront emergencies facing Nigerians, article tells Tinubu. Nigeria's 2026 agri-growth hinges on policy, technology, orders. And the bottom strip headline, Tinubu names 21 board members for NUPRC, NMDPRA. That's all from the Daily Independent.
And that's pretty much how far we could go right now on newspaper headlines. Much later, we'll dive into the papers proper. That's a newspaper review. But in the meantime, let's get into the conversation now. ADC blasts President Tinubu over silence on Venezuela's situation, accuses him of being afraid to defy Donald Trump. You're taking a jab at the president. Well, let's extract all of this conversation. What's going on in Venezuela, the stance of Nigeria, and the stories around it. Let's dissect all of this in a minute. Stay with us. From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Good morning! It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secret. facts, we're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP This Morning. African Democratic Congress, ADC, has submitted that President Bola Tinubu may be nursing a personal fear over the developments in Venezuela, occasioned by the invasion of the country by the United States President Donald Trump. In a statement on Monday by its National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, the party added that it is embarrassing that the Nigerian government has not reacted to the happenings in Venezuela. Well, he argued that Nigerian government's choice of silence over happenings in Venezuela has nothing to do with neutrality. The party said it viewed the action taken by the President of the United States, Donald Trump, to arrest and bring to trial the President of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife as a timely warning and lessons to the Nigerian government in many respects. Abdullahi added that while the ADC supports the principles of sovereignty and non-interference in the internal affairs of other nations, the party believes that a government that holds its national laws in contempt and tramples on rights of its citizens opens itself up to external interference. According to him, recent developments in Venezuela is a caution to all dictators and election riggers, signaling that the world will no longer watch and be silent over such developments. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from, by Mr. Elvis Elimihele. Mr. Elvis is a political and national affairs analyst. Good morning, Elvis, and thanks for joining us.
Okay. Good morning to you.
Beside him, we have Prince Francis Chilaka. Prince Chilaka is a public affairs and political affairs analyst. He is welcome to the studio. He's a member of the family. We appreciate your presence. Thank you.
Thank you.
And from our outstation in Benin City, we've been joined by Williams Edea. He's a public affairs and political analyst. He's also a member of the advisory committee, Obedient Movement in Edo State. And from Oka, we've been joined by Honorable Ejiofor Egbuato. He's one-time chairman, House Committee on Information, Anambra State House of Assembly. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. We appreciate your presence on VOP this morning. Okay, beautiful. Let's come to the studio and take it off from here. Elvis, ADC is saying that the president is silent on events in Venezuela. I mean, Venezuela is not even in Africa, it's not even in West Africa. It doesn't have contiguous borders with Nigeria. It's not our next door neighbor. And if you look at our foreign policy, the concentric circles, it radiates from the inner to the outwards. So why should it be ADC's concern that the president takes, seriously something that happens in faraway Venezuela? Latin America, as a matter of fact, South America. Why should ADC bother about whether the president speaks or not?
I think they are bothered because they believe that the world is a global village and our president is supposed to at least make a statement. But I just pray that ADC will not draw us into what we cannot manage. It will not draw President Tinubu into a bigger problem, bigger than what we already have on our hands. ADC is not doing anything good to Tinubu for asking him to speak in Venezuela matter, because we know where we are at the moment and we won't know where we are coming from. So please, they should leave Tinubu alone.
Briefly, tell us where we were and where we are coming from.
Do you know what led to this Venezuela? Now, part of those things that the U.S. released, electoral falsification, one of them, and the people are not enjoying the government. People have complained about the government. And look at, if you put those two, let's just, stay with those two. If
no, are there more?
There are more.
Like,
there are more. You know, I don't want to go to the other area. Maybe we'll get there later.
Okay.
But you know, if the drug matter now, you know the drug, international terrorism, narcotic drug matter that they laid against the president. If you put all these on CITO parameter, Mr. Koro, is there anyone that we are free from in this nation?
Okay.
We are not free from any of them.
Okay.
So if you are not telling President Tinubu to go and be mediating in a matter, or go and speak in a matter that is bigger than what he can manage, you are inviting more trouble for him. These same people that went to pick a president from his sleeping bed, and before he knew, a president is already in detention in another country entirely, are people that are mediating our affair in our own matter now because we cannot manage our crisis internally. They are the one that came in and said, okay, we want to assist you to fight this terrorism. Then these same people have our dossier so much during the 2023 general election. They knew where we are coming from. With all the shenanigans that went through 2023 general election, with all the accusation of our president's involvement when he was in the US before now, then you are now calling that same president now to go and talk in these same people's matter. I think you are pushing him somewhere. ADC should leave our president alone, because what we are managing at the moment now is enough. It's enough for us. Yes, it's enough for us. We have our house. Let us manage this one we have on our hands. On our hands, then, so that we not invite more trouble.
All right. Thank you, Elvis. The Prince, you've been giggling. Do you think that? Let's have your reaction.
Well, even me, I'm shocked. I'm shocked that the Nigerian government has not responded. I remember in June, when Israel attacked Iran, Nigeria didn't waste time to condemn it. They came out, strongly to condemn the attack. So I'm surprised that something worse than what happened in Iran has happened. You go to his country and you pick up the president and in handcuffs and all of that, and the Nigerian government is pretending as if nothing has happened. So it's worrisome, and that's why everybody's asking, where do we stand? Where does Nigeria stand? Considering the fact that right now we're having a collaboration with the American government. Are we going to support them or are we going to kick them out? These are issues.
Okay, doesn't it look like our silence means that we are in tacit support of what the United States has done?
No, we're too way.
Because I'm sorry, when we spoke out, against the Israeli attack on Iran, apparently we were trying to take sides with Iran. No, you don't hit another country. Now we have a situation when United States has hit Venezuela and we are silent. Doesn't that portray the fact that, look, we are in tacit support of what United States has done?
Are you also aware that in some parts of Nigeria, people have been holding protests in support of Venezuela? Nigerians have been holding protests. So if that is happening, where do we start as a country? Where does Nigeria start?
Okay, now, what is if Nigeria hasn't spoken as a nation, but then ECOWAS, the Economic Community of West African States, and Nigeria, of course, the president is basically the leader of ECOWAS, as it were, speaks up.
For me, ECOWAS is moribund. ECOWAS has never...
No, but ECOWAS
let me finish, please. ECOWAS has not done anything good to help Africa, to help its member states. ECOWAS has continued to support the impunity exhibited by member states. And so when ECOWAS speaks, they are speaking out of nowhere. Nobody takes ECOWAS serious anymore.
The question now is, if ECOWAS is speaking, is it not the same as Nigeria speaking?
It's not the same as Nigeria speaking.
Why so?
It's not the same.
ECOWAS is a regional bloc. It's a regional bloc. Nigeria is just one of them. So it's not the same thing. Let me tell you, like Prince has said, ECOWAS, what happened is Venezuela. If ECOWAS does not don't check the ECOWAS countries in this West Africa country, more of this will also happen in Africa. What are they doing? What are they doing in ECOWAS? What all this coup that took place in West Africa this year and last year. Are they not part of what led to what we see in Venezuela this 2 days ago? Okay. What has ECOWAS done? If Ghana made statement, Ghana can make statement. Ghana did the election in December. Nobody went to court. Everybody accepted the election. It was credible. If Ghana is making statement, they have right to make this statement because they have been able to sanitize their system to some extent, especially when it comes to electoral matters.
Okay, so apparently Nigeria is not speaking because it's caught in the web. You know that.
Absolutely.
No,
Yes.
Nigeria is carrying a lot of baggage.
So much baggage.
So they're being very careful.
They are being very careful. Now let's bring in our virtual guest into this conversation. Good morning to you once again, Honorable Ejiofor Egwuatu. Hello, Honorable Ejiofor, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Beautiful, beautiful. I got your audio feed. Now, I would like for you to, what's your reaction to the fact that ECOWAS has made a statement about what went down in Venezuela, and we have a situation where our own president in faraway Europe, we don't even know where he is at the moment, has not said anything. And ADC is saying, look, Mr. President, you need to, why the silence? Do you think that the president, as a matter of fact, to weigh in on what is going on in far away South America? What's the area? What do you think?
I think the ADC should try and concentrate on building very strong political blocks around the whole country and get ready to be a stronger opposition in 2027. They should look inwards and find ways to build their capacity to become a stronger opposition. Maybe statements are more political than anything. A Nigeria that is swimming in very dark waters, a Nigeria that is having a plethora of issues surrounding it, including a very bad security situation. How do we expect them to, rush into something that Trump is doing? You know what Trump has been to Nigeria in the past few months. So I think it will not be fair for us to think that President Tinubu, who is calculating the actions of America, will want to jump into issues concerning America and Venezuela without thinking well, without consulting well, without being very careful. So I think the ADC is trying to push the president into another crisis. So Nigeria has seen quite a lot of crises in the past few months.
Okay, and, so apparently you are of the view that, look, it is good that the president stays out of commenting on Venezuela. Does it look like that's what you're saying?
Yes, something very close to that. I think Nigeria has a lot of problems for the president to really concentrate on.
Okay.
And try to bring out of these problems.
Now, a lot of people, Honorable, a lot of people believe that Nigeria and Venezuela have similarities. If you look at the real issues why America went to take out Maduro, that Nigeria shares, those issues, shared issues like we have a situation of electoral fraud. Our economy is tanking like that of Venezuela. And they say that, well, Maduro had turned the place into a narcotics hub, for South America. And that they were doing a lot of damage to the American government. And if Nigeria shares those similarities, should it be a source of concern to people in government or to the presidency that America might, as a matter of fact, also be angling for some form of regime change in Nigeria, one way or the other? Should it be a source of concern to these people in government and the president, as a matter of fact?
I think the president should concentrate on dealing with a whole lot of economic issues. There are so many economic issues bothering Nigeria, and I cannot really say for sure that you can compare it directly with what is happening in Venezuela. Nigeria today is not a narcotics hub. It hasn't been rated that. that way. Nigeria has very deep and frightening security issues. And recently, the American government have stepped in and collaborating with the Nigerian government, and a lot has been changing, a lot has been seen. And then there was an election in Anambra State recently, and it was free, fair, and credible. So I don't think Nigeria is in very close comparison with Venezuela. There are elections coming up in, I think, Osun and all the rest of the states that are coming up before the general election.
All right, then. Well, it's basically talking about the broader picture, not state elections, not talking about the federal elections.
So we're trying to compare Venezuela with Nigeria.
Yes, there's a lot of comparisons that we can draw.
Yes, there are, but it is not a very close comparison.
Okay.
It's not really very close.
All right,
if Nigeria, let me finish this one. If Nigeria stands on the type of election that was conducted in Anambra, where results were immediately transmitted and not very clearly transmitted, and the INEC was very good, I think no country will challenge Nigeria.
Oh well, some would actually say it's a little too early to compare Nigeria and Maduro in Venezuela based on electioneering, because Maduro had been there or has been there since 2013 basically, and I think their election cycle is 5-year cycle. So even if he had done 2 terms, he should have been out by 2023. But anyway, let's bring Williams Ediaye into this conversation now. Williams, good to have you join us. Let's establish communication with you. Great. Now, quickly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Is this a fair? Is it fair that the president of Nigeria is being, Nigerian government is being asked to comment on issues going on in Venezuela between the United States and Venezuela right now? Now, I want to get your view on that before I get on with my next question.
Politics aside, is not fair, because according to Nigerian foreign policies, the key areas, we are a non-aligned government, non-aligned state. So I can't see Nigerian governments being as a non-aligned state. They are not aligning or trying to pitch tent with any of these nations who are in these disputes. You can stick to your foreign policy and say, okay, you're neutral. You don't need to support. You don't need to make any statement that want to put you in between or want to put you at the mercy of any of these nations. You understand? Because first of all, I think what is happening, it's supposed to be as an example to these third world nations that are being referred to as third world nations. Many years back, China, Singapore, even India, and then Brazil, they were nowhere they are today. They were referred to as third world country. And now the so-called superpower cannot just invade any of this country and do whatever that was done in Venezuela. So it is a call to all these nations that you need to fix your country if you will not want to see these kind of things happen. You need to fix your country so you can have a seat in the table with these superpowers. If France, for example, China even responded, and America didn't do anything.
China is in business.
Yes, America didn't make it. So you can't expect a country. Yes, you can't expect a country. You can't expect a country that is trying to fix its own problem so that it can be in a very better place as referred to in the world power to be meddling with these kind of affairs. They will come for you one way or the other. So it is better that the Nigerian government
Williams, we had a guest in the studio here who pointed out that when Israel hit Iran, Nigeria said something. When we had a situation where Israel and Hamas in Gaza had squabbles, Nigeria said something. So where went our neutrality at that point?
If you look at the issues, there are different issues. The peculiar nature of when Israel hits Gaza and Pakistan, as you said, there are different issues. Then if you discover, if you look critically how they responded, it's one as if they were taking sides. And then coming to Venezuela, this is a very different situation. This is like you are saying, do you want to make a statement to supporting a dictator? Or do you want to make a statement to malign or to blame Trump for invading the integrity of another country, the sovereignty of another country. I think will suit you. Whatever side you are going to pitch tent is not going to favor you. I think it's the best friend to remain neutral and be silent on it.
All right, interesting that he mentioned China in all of this. Let's bring this conversation back to the studio now. China's involvement in all of this cannot be overlooked because China is basically in bed with Venezuela, with giving them loans for their oil and all of that. And we seem to have a similar situation in Nigeria. China's involvement here. Should Nigerians be concerned? Should the president?
The president should be concerned. Concerned in the sense that when you look at the things that have played out, like I said, Venezuela president from day one knew something was going to happen. Don't forget that a court in the U.S. had actually, passed a judgment on him, and there was a bounty. Don't forget, a bounty has been placed on him.
Prince, sorry, are you sure he knew it was going to come?
No.
Because he was the one beckoning on Trump.
Let me tell you, this is the thing with leaders. They feel they are untouchable. They feel they're untouchable. And this whole English of sovereignty, people don't know where to draw the line. If you look at what happened in Venezuela, first and foremost, you'll find out that the people are happy. The Venezuelans are happy that their president, that shows you that they had a monster as a president. Now, if you look at, you're talking about relationship between China, Nigeria, China, Venezuela. What China gives you one loaf of bread and collects 50 back from you. You cannot estimate the amount of minerals moved out of this country on a daily basis to China. So, as far as Venezuela is concerned, China has lost its investment, it has lost its funds, it has lost everything.
The fact that the people are happy does not justify anything, because if you want to let's look at the issue of
I'm not justifying what I'm saying, that it's a wake-up call for leaders.
Okay.
To know that yes, they need to know that the people have given up their sovereignty to you.
Okay.
As the leader. The people expect you to protect their lives, care for them, provide food for them, provide good health for them, provide good roads for them. When you are not giving them these things, do you expect that those same people will support you?
There were multiple protests in New York yesterday. Those for the arrest and those against it. They were reacting right before Maduro and his wife were taken to court, where they pleaded not guilty. Now, let's also look at, in other cases, like the Panama incident and Gaddafi's incident as well. America's involvement, yes, people were happy at the initial state, but they did leave those countries better. Let's do this.
It never leaves any country better.
It never leaves any
country better. You know why?
Better.
Because now there have been too many agitations. Too many. Everybody now wants to be in charge. Even though they said they've sworn in, what's her name?
Rodriguez.
Yes. But there'll be too many agitations. And for how long, the person that has been sworn in, for how long will America protect her?
Well, she can be there for 90 days, and then the
So the problem is nobody in his right mind would want his sovereignty to be tampered with. But when you open your doors, open your bands, what do you expect? And when it happens, there's going to be too many agitations. And those agitations, most times, leads to the decimation of the country.
Okay, Elvis, let's bring you back into this conversation. With what we see now, the way Nigerians are making this comparison between Venezuela and Nigeria, do you think that it will get to a point, looking at 2027, where America might just try to prompt a regime change, either through the ballots like they did in 2015? We are told that, look, America played very strategic roles in removing Goodluck Jonathan, like they did in Gambia when Yahya Jammeh won the election.
And Jammeh wanted to leave.
And at a point, he had to recant. And when the USS Navy set sail, in the Atlantic, he quickly had to run away. Do you think that Nigeria will get to a point around 2027 where we either see this form of regime change either by taking out someone or by ensuring that, look, elections are free, fair, and credible? Can America pull that off?
Yeah, with what is happening in Nigeria at the moment now, I think it's a good formula. It's a good situation that we are going to experience in 2027 general election.
Good.
Yes, because America is watching Nigeria now. That pronouncement that was made by Yakub Mahmoud that there was a glitch, something of that nature will not happen in 2027.
And if it does,
heads will roll. Something will happen. What happened in Venezuela now might likely happen. I see that.
I want to.
Yes.
I'd like us to, compare this a little more, and look at the U.S. position in all of this. Nigerians have been saying, "Oh, U.S., come help us, come save us. We have insecurity. We have this issue, that issue," and then we saw what happened on December 25, 2025. That bombing. Whether or not it was in conjunction with the government of Nigeria, that can be, that can be argued. But U.S. involvement in all of this now. Let's look at Venezuela. The person being sworn in now is the vice. The cabinet members that Maduro puts there are still there. The Minister of Defense is his man Friday. He's very much still there. All right. Supporters of Maduro are very much still there. And does that mean that the United States is interested in the welfare of the people of Venezuela? Should Nigerians, borrowing a cue from that, be excited if the United States say, look, we want to come and fight genocide on whatever level against whoever? Should Nigerians be excited, saying that if the U.S. cares about its own benefits and what is going to make America great, not what's going to make any other country better, should Nigerians just find a way to fix their problem rather than wait on the United States to come save them?
We should have found a way to fix our problem before it became a global matter. We failed in that. It's because the war got cracked. That's why the lizard find a way in and find a hole.
Is this the salvation that we are looking for?
The salvation we are looking for now is not really the salvation, but because of the situation we find ourselves, we are seeing it as salvation now. Look at what is going on in this nation. In 2023, everybody, in 2022, the slogan in Nigeria was, go and get your PVC. Go and get your PVC. You see the number of people that are registered within a short period of time. Everybody was rushing to get PVC because we were told in that 2023 general election was going to be a game changer. That IREV has been introduced in, that we are going to be seeing what happens in other civilized world in terms of election. That's what's going to happen in Nigeria. So Nigerians were happy that this was going to be a change. With the beavers, with the IREV, with the bringing in the technology to the election, we're going to see change. Even when Mahmoud went to Chatham House, he still told the whole world that, yes, there was going to be change. And then, on that election day, we saw that the National Assembly election were actually transmitted, and Nigerians were happy. What now happened to the presidential election?
There was a glitch.
A glitch just came. Accidentally, just came. And that is the only explanation we got. There was a glitch. Nobody could tell us more than that. Then we just swallowed it. Then how long can we continue in that manner? If we cannot fix our home from what we are facing now, then when another person now interfere, then we must not complain.
You're going too far. When you say interfere, we have failed as a country to secure the lives and properties of Nigerians, and that is why you now see America and Israel saying, "Oh, we're not happy with it." It's because of the failure of government, failure of those you have given the responsibility. Look at the carnage that has happened over the weekend till yesterday. How many lives have been lost? How many people have been kidnapped? So these are issues that when you allow it to fester, you're opening yourself up.
Now, Prince, I like the fact that you brought us to this point. The issue that the fact that these terrorists, since the bomb blast, have doubled down. Does it look like America will clearly take these people out, how many of them recall too that certain apologists, of these terrorists have said that for every 10 you kill, we have 100 that are ready to join?
No, this is where the mistake came in. When America carried out the bombing, apparently in collaboration with the Nigerian government, where were your Nigerian military men? Are they not supposed to be on ground? They're supposed to have been placed at strategic points across the country to ensure that the ones who are fleeing, between the four of us here, none of us knew Sokoto was the headquarters for Lukarawa and all of that. None of us. After all, when Sokoto was attacked, they told us, it's an open field. They just went to waste their bomb. But later on, we started seeing footages and pictures and all of that. So when that happened, we had expected that the Nigerian military would have been on ground.
So is it going to be a one-off?
It's not going to be a one-off.
That brings us to the big question of they were in collaboration with Nigeria Armed Forces. That's a big question. Mr. Okoro, if we plan to go to Oshodi together and want to use my car, and eventually my car had issues, we are still going to look for a way to push my car aside and move together to get to our destination. If Nigeria was involved after that strike, Nigeria should have been able to place their military at strategic locations, knowing fully well that these people are in disarray and they might be moving. We still saw that even after the Israeli army has finished Hamas, bombed Hamas, some of them that were still in their trenches, after they moved in, when they were talking about, we are now, peace process has started, they were still there. So we are now hungry in their respective trenches in the hole, trying to come out. Israeli soldiers were not picking them because they were at strategic locations right there in Gaza. What happened to Nigeria Armed Forces if we actually in collaboration with the US?
You also heard that after that strike, a few days after the strike, that the Nigerian army came out to say, look, we have neutralized about 40-45 of these terrorists in the north.
It should be a continuous thing. They should not allow those. We have seen now that 39 were arrested in Ondo. Those ones moved all the way from the far north down to Ondo by Amotekun. Amotekun is not an armed force. Not an armed forces. It's just a civilian organized body. So if Amotekun can do that, what happened to our armed forces? If really they were part of that strike, the America strike. So at this time, we needed them to double up their operations to be at strategic positions. Since these people are going to be moving, even because they even know some of their routes in that northeast and in that northwest, they know some of their routes.
Let me quickly bring something. When Nigeria said that they are the ones who provided the information. Why are they not using that same information in other states? Since America started the bombing, why didn't the Nigerian Air Force apply the same information to other areas? Why are they folding their hands?
They did say that they are monitoring the movements of the those that are escaping, the bandits that are escaping. Well, in continuation of this interview, this discussion, conversation, let's go back to Honorable Ejiofor now. Honorable, yes, let's come back to you. In all of this, China's involvement with Nigeria, loans given for oil and the rest, it's basically the same thing we are seeing in Venezuela, where loans were given. And America, Trump has made it clear that he will fix the issues of oil in Venezuela. And we know Venezuela is sitting on the largest deposit. It's on record. They are sitting on the largest deposit of crude oil in the world. Going by what we also have in Nigeria, do we see a gradual involvement, a gradual interference of American government? We've seen some people being released. One of them is Sunday Jackson, who was sentenced to jail. He was released. And a lot of people are saying it's because of America's involvement. Now, America, compare Venezuela, America has also asked the new leader in Venezuela to release those that were detained unlawfully. And we hear that that will happen in the coming days. Are we seeing a similar incident? Should Nigerians be happy at this, I ask you again? Or should we be troubled at the overall intention of America that may not be beneficial to the ordinary Nigerian at the end of the day? Although I understand that we've lost connection to Honorable Ejiofor. There's been a glitch there. Oh well. Let's go to Benin City now. William Sejaye, if you got the question, please respond. Do we have a glitch with you, Williams?
Yes, I'm back to hear you completely. There's been this distortion. I'm trying to complete everything I was.
While we wait for our technicians to fix that and get the network provider also to rectify that, let's bring back the conversation to the studio. Prince Francis, if you can, please react to the question asked.
Which of them?
The last one, should we be troubled at this? If you look at basically this clamor for oil.
Well, when people say clamor for minerals, clamor for minerals, clamor for this, I ask the question, and it's very, very humble, simple question. Nigerians today, are we benefiting from the natural resources we have?
So should we allow somebody else to come and take it?
Are we benefiting? Are Nigerians benefiting?
We benefit if somebody else takes it over.
Are Nigerians benefiting?
Takes it over.
No, are Nigerians benefiting?
I'm asking the question. We now benefit.
The point is, we are seeking for help to curb certain issues that is beyond us.
Okay.
So that help you're seeking for is not given free.
Okay.
After all, we're told that.
So something has to give.
It's not a la carte. You need to work for it. You need to pay for it. But the thing is, if in paying for it, we will have peace of mind, I'm in support of that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Mr. Elvis Elimehele, let's get your concluding thoughts on this. Also, I mean, we can't avoid what's going on in Caracas and America. Yeah. America has said, look, Venezuela is a hub. From Venezuela, drugs have moved into America. But we know that, really, the drugs that get into America from Colombia more, yeah. And Mexico. More than they get into America from Venezuela. If you want to relate it to what we have in Nigeria, is America using the guise of wanting to protect a particular religion to, go for Nigeria's jugular and grab what it can from Nigeria, like what it seems like they're doing right now in Venezuela?
You see, something will always happen that will lead to something. This Venezuela matter did not just start with Nicolas Maduro. It started with his principal that died in office, Hugo Chavez. And we know Hugo Chavez was very close to the Iranian government. And there were issues. And then, Iran was also trying to, Iran had been on the issue of nuclear weapon of bomb building ever since. And since that time till now, Venezuela is the radar of America watching it. Coming to this drug matter, coming to this, what had just happened to Nicolas Maduro was, again, he now started fraternizing with the BRICS. And it became very close to the Chinese government that even they are using yuan to buy his oil for them to survive. And you know what that means to America and its economy? Petrodollar economy is still what is in vogue in the world when it comes to anything that has to do with crude oil, sales and sales. So ever since then, they've been stepping on toes. So if you just talk about drugs, it's not really the drug. The protection of America is that no country must push America out of petrodollar economy. That if you must buy oil in the world, it has to do with dollars. So that's one of the major offenses that Maduro mistakenly played into. But, you know, he was also thinking that the BRICS could support him and protect him. Unfortunately, I saw a photo yesterday where the president of China gave him one telephone that you could use to monitor some whatever, you know. And at the end of the day, the presidential guard said they didn't even know that the person they were guarding was already in detention in the U.S. That night they came to pick him, which means all the technology he was relying from China failed when they came to pick him. So if we must have to, for now that we are still a member of OPEC and our petrol is still bought in dollars, not we are not.
But we've also taken loans in yen.
We're taking loan in yen, but we are going to settle that. That's loan. We are not deviated from this petrodollar economy that America will say no, it must not happen. I think that's the only respect a little bit we have now, and that's even why they are still interested in our matters. Okay, let us come and help them to fight insecurity so that things can work out well, because we have not actually gone out of radar in terms of those things that will offend them in total. But I tell you, if we go beyond that, we might also be marked down, because every other parameter that made them to go into Venezuela, we are already guilty of them. Yes, we are already guilty of them. But the only thing is that we still respect that petrodollar economy that America should protect so much. That's the only thing that is still keeping us.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Now let's get into our second topic of discussion here. And we'll come back to Nigeria. We'll go to Rivers State, where police have detained Port Harcourt pastor over alleged plot to assassinate FCT Minister Yesufu and have intensified manhunt for ex-Rivers SSG. Join us again, we'll be right back.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. Now, the political feud between the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Yesufu, and Rivers State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, has taken a dramatic turn following the arrest of a Port Harcourt-based medical doctor and pastor over an alleged plot to assassinate the former Rivers governor. Security sources told journalists that operatives of the Inspector General of Police Intelligence Response Team, IRT, arrested Dr. Tombari Joseph Benoil, a medical doctor and founder of Life Forte Chapel Church in Port Harcourt. According to the sources, Benoil's arrest followed the interception of a telephone conversation between him and the immediate past secretary to the Rivers State government, Dr. Tammy Danagogo. In the intercepted call, the suspects allegedly discussed plans to bring in Israeli nationals to carry out the assassination of Wike. The conversation reportedly ended with plans to approach Governor Fubara for funding to execute the operation. A senior security source described the content of the call as a grave national security threat, adding that it triggered the immediate intervention of the IRT. Now, following the intelligence report, operatives of the IRT, led by Commissioner of Police Ahmed Mohammed Sanusi, moved in and arrested Benoit. He has reportedly been in detention for about 2 weeks now. Security sources further disclosed that efforts are ongoing to arrest Danagogo, who is said to have gone underground since the matter came to light. Confirming the development, the Nigeria police said the suspect is currently in custody. Oh well. We still have with us Elvis Alimehele, Prince Francis Chilaka, and from our Benin station, William Zediaye, and from Orca, Honorable Ejiofor Igwatu. But let me start off with you, Prince, the Prince himself. The Prince himself. This is grave. This is a serious allegation.
My first intuition is, said the telephone conversation. How was it intercepted? Were these two persons bugged? Or was it that during the conversation, there was a third party that got a wind of it? We need to, it's not clear. The information put out there is not clear. It's not clear enough to say somebody should be arrested. But then, if somebody has been arrested, I believe that the doctor knows his rights, and the police will allow him to have his day in court. But looking at it politically, from all perspectives, one will be asking, what is it that Wike wants in Rivers State? He wants to be an FCT minister. He wants to be a de facto governor. What does he want?
He says he wants to maintain his structure.
What structure? Did he bring that structure from his father's house? Did he build the structure?
According to him, he built the structure.
What structure did he build? What resources did he use in building the structure? It is this structure that has kept Nigeria where it is today. And that is why people are ready to do anything to get into politics. Politics has become the norm. For you to get rich in Nigeria today, politics. For you to be powerful in Nigeria today, politics. Can't we have a peaceful country?
Prince,
why is it that the political class are the ones hitting up this polity and are the ones demarketing this country?
Prince, I'd like for us to do a little bit of history now. In 2015, Amechi was governor of Rivers State. Yeah. He reported to the APC. And so when he was leaving, he practically moved with the structure to APC. And that was how Goodluck Jonathan lost that election. Now, fast forward, that time, there was also this problem between Amechi and Wike, whom he sent to Abuja to go serve as Minister of State because he didn't want him to become the governor. So he pushed him out from position of Chief of Staff, he pushed him out. Now, when Amechi left with that structure to the APC, Wike became governor and he built his own structure. I'm not speaking for him. I'm just saying, Wike says, look, I cannot build a structure. Another person will come and take that structure. I think that is the center.
Okay, I think when we talk about this whole thing about structure and we talk about Wike, the structure Wike claims to have built is PDP.
Okay.
And PDP has been decimated. By who? By Wike. You cannot be in PDP as a man who owns PDP structure and you're attacking APC. The way it is right now, let's be honest with ourselves. The way it is right now, APC has come out to tell Wike, this is where your position is. I said it here before and I'll say it again. The leader of a party in any state is the highest ranking elected official of that party. If PDP, for any reason, if Efubara was still in PDP, and you now have a senator in APC, that senator automatically becomes the leader of the party in APC.
Prince, don't you think that the position you are stating is a position in principle? Where you have a leader in the party at the level of the governor, and you have another person who is not a leader, but the person is in practical control of the structure.
What structure is he controlling?
27 local government, 23 local government chairmen, 27 House of Assembly members.
Wike is living in an illusion.
Are you conversant with what went down last week, within the week?
Wike is
because of people in the APC have been practically endorsing Wike. You are our leader.
They are politicians. Okay. They are hungry people. They will do anything. They will endorse even a dog. If a dog gives them 1 million, they will endorse the dog.
And that's the structure. These are the people who will go out and root for the president, for the minister.
Wait.
In 2020.
Let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you the gospel truth. In APC today, in Rivers State, governor is APC. Wike has no say. By the time, go and write it down. By the time the party uses internal mechanism to give a second term ticket to Fubara, the Speaker of the Speaker of the State House of Assembly will kneel down in front of Fubara to get a return ticket. Go and write it down.
All right then, Mr. Elimihile.
Yeah, I think in all this, the Rivers people, I blame them so much.
I would also like you to, because we seem to have moved a bit from the main issue that someone wants to kill Wike.
Yes.
I would like for you to talk about that. Now, does it look like, well, they have the former SSG, they have this pastor, and now they are headed towards somewhere to link it with, at a point, we intended to bring in the governor to provide the funding. Do you think that they are actually aiming at, roping the governor into this problem?
Mr. Koro, we saw this type of thing at the beginning of last year. What happened was that they said the House of Assembly that was burned down was Fubara that sent them to go and burn it down.
Okay. So at the end of the day,
at the end of the day, today, have you heard of that case again? So whatever is coming up now is just to heat up the polity of Rivers State again. Probably he wants to orchestrate another evil,
state of emergency,
another evil on the Rivers people. That's why I went to Rivers people.
Okay.
The Rivers people have given Wike too much time to ride on them. Wike is just one person out of a population of almost about 6 million. And now that one person is telling the Rivers people, I have a structure. Did he bring the structure into this government house? People voted him before he had a structure. So that structure he managed for 8 years. He can't leave that structure for another person to also have the structure.
People voted him to have the structure, or he built the structure for people?
No. He never built any structure. He was voted.
So how did he win the election?
He won the election with the help of even the people. That's why
the help of the people. He won the election with the help of the former president.
And the former president. Remember, the former president's wife is from Rivers State. So he got that structure through the people. So the people have not just given the whole of Rivers State into the hand of one person to just be maneuvering them and manipulating them.
Are we trying to build something with nothing?
No.
There is no way he could have become governor if he didn't have the base.
What was the base? Don't forget that the wife of the president,
the governor was the one that took him to Odili. We still have those videos and said, this is your man. From there, Odili picked him up. Remember, Odili was the first governor, 1999 to 2007. So Odili still have the pedigree in that state.
Now people have just stated the structure that he's talking about.
Is he the owner of the structure?
If there is anybody to claim structure, it's Odili to be talking of structure. Who started it?
Okay, maybe Odili handed over the structure to him. Let's bring in our virtual guest. Let's reconnect with Williams there. Williams, can you hear me?
I can hear you very clearly.
Oh, okay. Now, beautiful. We have gone to Rivers State where we are discussing the issue of an assassination attempt, a plot to assassinate the FCT minister, and people have been roped in. Well, they also say that at a point we intend, I'm sure you have followed the conversation. Now, let's have your reaction. Do you think that this is make-believe, or is it a make-up? Is it aiming at, do you think it is real, or they are trying to orchestrate something, to cause another problem in Rivers State? What will it be for you?
Yes, it's as simple as that. The man Wike is already afraid, being that he was able to put the young man Fubara in a very tight corner, as you would say, and then discovering that, okay, since he went into that negotiation with the president and he got the suspension lifted and also became the member of the ruling party as per the negotiation also. Because I know that a magnitude of suspension cannot be lifted if there's nothing as serious as being decamping to APC happened. And now he's not favoring the governor. And if you put both of them side to side, he's no longer in the side of Wike. He can't favor Wike anymore. So the best thing for him to do is to make sure that he returns back to how it was before. So there will be issues. You want to make sure that he distracts him totally to make sure that he doesn't have the time and the power to also take that structure for him. Now, talking about structure, you remember that he was also introduced to a former governor, Peter Odili, then trying to unseat Amechi, who was the then sitting governor, who also fought. You know, this issue has been with Rivers over the time, who also fought to seize that same structure for Peter Odili. And then when Wike came in, also did the same thing, fought Wike, took land and sink out. In fact, used everything possible to make sure that he frustrated Amechi, and he did, collected it from Amechi, and became the owner of the structure, as he would say.
I'm sorry, Williams. When we talk about Odili handing over the structure, Odili handed over the structure to Amechi when Amechi became governor, isn't it? Now, when Amechi was leaving the PDP to the APC, he walked away. Wike had to practically build his own. That is the point that Wike is making, not me. Wike himself.
You will say, see, there's something you must understand. No matter how you are going to put it, when you talk of structure, talk of godfathers, talk of people who had to say, who you will go and meet to say, okay, it is Nigerian politics, it is the politics of Africa. People that will go and meet to make sure that, okay, this is the person that should take that we have anointed to be the next governor. These people were there. They also supported the Odilis, they also supported Amechi. Of those people, it means that you have already won them over, and they are the structures. They are the one who command the people. They are the one who be in the street to make sure that they have their voice and whatever is the money and whatever it is to make sure that the people are on their side. Amechi did the same thing. He did the same thing to Amechi. Collected it. These same people were also on his side. It got to a point that he could never allow the first lady to enter the state, Rivers. Then Jonathan was for far away China. He had to make call to say, okay, please allow this woman to enter the state. It was so serious at them. So now you are now in the same position. Why are you so afraid? Why is it becoming an issue? Why you don't want to face the same thing that you cause other people to face? Now the young man is in APC. Definitely he is the most ranking, the senior ranking officer in that state, in the party, ruling party. He's the governor, so I don't see how you are going to defeat him. I don't see how you are going to make sure or frustrate him not to get the second term ticket. And if he did, succeed again, it means the governor does not even know his onions, does not even know the kind of favor that he's in right now.
All right, let me ask you this. And then
so now, being that, okay, now what is he doing? What is he still doing in Rivers? He is the minister of FCT. Insulting people, making statements, inciting the issue, causing the same House of Assembly members to not see the governor in the bad light.
He's from
then
that state, so he can be interested in the politics going on there. Is there anything wrong in that?
The time frame is the issue. He said you are playing politics, and now you remember there is this other issue trying to come up, whereby he's also trying to prepare his son to be a member of House of Assembly, House of Representative of Obia Park. So a lot of things are playing on to make sure that this man wants to make sure that he just be there, he just wants to sit there, whatever it is of River State. And it's not possible. You give that to people. Allow these people to also rule yourself without interference, much interference. You have an office to run as the Minister of FCT. You are supposed to be there doing that. Now, it's not so difficult and worse for him that the APC have declared that you are not a member of APC. The PDP, they denied him. The fact they suspended.
Does that
so
mean,
where is he now?
You know, some have said that Wike is finished politically. Do you share that same view?
Politically irrelevant anymore. His relevance has been whatever it is in Rivers and in the federal level is gone totally. Because now the PDP are in the winning side. He's no longer a member of the PDP, expelled. APC, you are not there as an APC member. They've also declared that you're not a member of APC. So who are you now?
He's
You see, it's not becoming so difficult for him.
He remains yes or Wike. All right. Yes, please.
Does not belong to the birds, and it cannot be counted as an animal on the ground.
And he's in support of bats.
So let me tell you, at the moment, he is not in PDP. PDP has expelled him. And APC have just told him, you only invited him into our executive leadership. You are not a member of APC. And that is a big question for him to answer. Look at that statement from the secretary of APC. When I read it, he finished everything he wrote there. He spoke the truth. This man was in Rivers about 3 weeks ago to commission some projects. And he saw what Fubara was doing on ground. and he said, you deserve a second tenure because the people are happy with you and you are giving them the dividend of democracy. This man was just restored back on the 18th of September after the 6 months emergency rule. And since then, throughout December till this moment, he's commissioning projects. Just because he heard of that, he hurriedly, on a panic mood, left Abuja and ran to Rivers and now begin to do a thank you visit. Is it now we'll be talking of thank you for election of 2 years and 6 months gone? Is it now he just woke up to now that he wants to go and start thanking the Rivers people? So Wike, at this moment, should even tell Nigerians that this is the party I belong. He has no political party. And I want to see whether APC will trade Wike, I will trade the Fubara for Wike.
Impossible.
If they do that, which means they also have malign their own arrangement of their constitution that says the governor of the state is the leader of that state. And again, an incumbent, for that matter, every other person you are seeing that's seen around him, seen around Wike, like Prince said, it's just a politics of so much infrastructure. Especially this period. We all know what January and December and January is. Everybody that you see in those rally, they must have been tipped.
Well, he's always saying, he said something about agreements.
What is the agreement?
What is the agreement?
What is the agreement?
Agreement is agreement. What is the agreement?
What is the agreement?
No, you see,
the agreement to pass. The agreement Fubara have with the people of Rivers State is to give them dividend of democracy. Any other agreement that is outside that is null and void.
No, but you also remember that there's this news that Wike wanted them to approve some money for the supplementary budget, which was sometime in December last year. And the governor said no. And that is the heat of all this thing. The governor said no, that I already have money that I'm spending. I do not need a supplementary budget. How can you leave FCT as a minister and you come to the state, you want to dictate, you want to be the one to sign the check, you want to be the one to tell the governor who to appoint? See, I'll say this again. By March this year, you will see that a Wike will become completely irrelevant.
Prince, I want to ask this question. You see, a lot of people believe that, look, both the pot and the kettle, that they are the same thing. We all know the history of Sim Fubara, how he got to the position of accountant general, how he helped the governor do certain underhand tables, under table hands and all of that. How the governor also hid him when EFCC came in the government house for a period of time, and now he rewarded him for the position with the position of governor. Now, between Wike and Fubara, in all that happened in the past 10 years, 11 years in Rivers State, who is the sense between the two?
Please, point of order. You say he rewarded him. He didn't reward him.
No, he did.
No, please. This is where this is what is making Wike's head to be big. He didn't reward him.
Prince, he did.
He didn't reward him.
Prince.
Okay, so what do you mean? How?
He supported him to be a governor. It's not a reward.
That's a reward.
It's not a reward.
Wike said, without me, nobody. He said, without me, nobody from your area,
that is
you will not be governor.
That is where the problem has always been. When you allow people to take accolade for everything, that's where the problem lies. For the fact that you helped your campaign for him to become... See, I'll give you a typical example. I remember when the governor of Zamfara then, Sani, Yerima, when Yerima was leaving office, I'm privy to this. Yerima did not want his deputy to take over.
Shinkafi,
Mahmoud Shinkafi. Yerima wanted Abdulaziz, who was then the party chairman, to become governor. Shinkafi comes from the Caliphate. He went to the Sultan, they called Yerima, settled, and Yerima campaigned for him to be governor. Those 4 years, Mahmoud Shinkafi was governor. Yerima did not interfere. Let us be honest with ourselves. Yerima did not bother himself with what was happening in the state. Even though Yerima is the one who made him governor. So why would Wike also be different?
So you now admit that someone can make another person
Why would Wike's own be different?
Prince, you now admit, okay, how will Wike's own be different? So you have just admitted that, look, Wike made Fubara governor.
No, he campaigned for him.
So between the both of them, between two of them, who is the saint?
None of them is a saint. None of them. Because Fubara has not come out openly to Rivers people to say, this is the agreement for Wike is talking about. Wike has not come out to tell Rivers people, this is the agreement I entered with Fubara.
But we've learned that one of it is that he will not contest for a second term.
Is it God?
Is it the people?
Is it the people?
I think that's the later day agreement. The agreement we are talking about is the initial agreement, right?
Well, let's bring Honorable Ejiofor Egwa into the conversation. I understand that we've rectified the issue with your audio. Honorable,
I can hear you well.
The politics in Rivers State, yes, Rivers State politics. We've been talking about this since 2023, and it feels like we'll talk about it up until 2027. Well, what's your reaction to what's going on right now? Wike's influence, as it were.
You can see that Wike is getting frustrated. His influence is dwindling fast. So he's getting frustrated. That's why he's attacking everybody. Imagine warning a national secretary of a party. The national secretary of a party is the administrative head of the party.
What if he officially moves to the APC before March 2026? Would that give him,
APC, he comes under the governor who is already the number one citizen of the state and the number one APC member in Rivers State. He is under the governor. The minister is not against the governor when it comes to party.
Now, those that have supported Wike all along, that have moved to the APC already, are saying that, look, yes, the governor is the governor, but it is Wike we will follow. Wike is still our leader. Now, though they are in the APC,
in an illusion.
Pardon?
They are living in a land of Fantasia Magoria, a fantasy island, because the governor of the state is the leader of the party in that state. Who line and saying, can nobody change this that?
Thank you.
When the chiefs are down, all of them will come to that same fact. Now,
wasn't the governor the leader of the party before the state assembly decided to impeach him? Before they started having issues?
Today, the state assembly can no longer cough because all of them are in the same APC.
They were all in the same PDP at that time.
No, they had left.
Yeah.
No, at that time.
They had left.
No, the constitution said they didn't.
Sorry,
they didn't leave.
Now they are all in APC. So if there is any rift between them, the national leadership of the party intervenes and hands down instructions. If you are a part of this party, this is what you will do. And there won't be any issues again. And you can hear what Fubara said. He said some people know how to dance in public, but when they go inside the house, they cry. You understand what he's saying very well. It is not about dancing in the public. Fubara is delivering. Anybody that visits the state looks at the infrastructure development he's doing, the project that he's commissioning. He's delivering what the people need. Now, once he's delivering what these people need, it will take a lot of things for anybody to dislodge him. Now, the fact that Fubara has not been playing the hard part of politics openly like that doesn't mean that he cannot do it. The governor of the state has enormous political influence. Enormous political influence to wield. I mean, the minister cannot overwhelm the governor unless the governor decides to. The minister cannot overwhelm governor.
Now, one last question before we wrap up this conversation. Do you think if Wike doesn't get what he's gunning for, do you think he will make things difficult for President Bola Tinubu in Rivers State? Does he have the capacity to make things difficult for the president in 2027? Do you think the president will allow that if he does have the capacity?
I don't think there is a President Tinubu, being a former governor, who understands what a governor can do. I don't think he will ever want to trade a governor for a minister. Not at all. Not in an election as critical as the 2027 election that seems to be very,
You think he will allow Wike to sing? Because Wike,
of course,
knows how to sing and call names.
And you could see the alignments and realignments that are happening in Rivers State today. From the Odele is a big political law in Rivers State. And with all of them coming together, A senator, one of the former senators was appointed, was given an NNPC appointment recently too. So there are forces gathering to make sure that.
Oh my goodness, we just lost connection to virtual guest, Honorable Ejiofor Igwatu. Unfortunately, well, this is where we wrap up this conversation, but we will continue this conversation in about 10 minutes where we get into newspaper review. We'll also be talking about Yahya Bello, being said to be innocent until proven guilty. So this is for the 80.2 billion naira fraud case against Yahya Bello. That's another issue that we will visit during newspaper review. I must say very big thank you to Honorable Ejiofor Igwatu for being part of the program. William Tajaye, thank you very much. We expect that you will stay with us into newspaper review. Prince Francis Chalaka, thank you for your contribution. And also Elvis Elime Hele. Well, we'll get into newspaper review in about 10 minutes, and then we'll look at some of these stories. Yahya Bello declares, EFCC declares Yahya Bello innocent of 80.2 billion naira fraud case until proven guilty. That's what it is. Well, we'll get into all of this 10 o'clock during newspaper review. I'm Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10.
And I'm Chukuma Koro. See you again. Bye for now.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Aisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Odumegu Ojukwu, born November 4th, 1933 in Zungeru, Nigeria, died November 26, 2011 in London, England. The Nigerian military leader and politician who was head of the secessionist state of Biafra during the Nigerian Civil War. Ojukwu was the son of a successful Igbo businessman. After graduating from the University of Oxford in 1955, he returned to Nigeria to serve as an administrative officer. After 2 years, however, he joined the army and was rapidly promoted thereafter. In January 1966, a group of largely Igbo junior army officers overthrew Nigeria's civil government, but they were forced to hand power to the highest-ranking military officer, Major General T.U. Johnson Aguiyi Ronson, also an Igbo. He appointed Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu as military governor of the mostly Igbo Eastern region. However, Hausa and Yoruba army officers from the northern and western regions feared a government dominated by the Igbo, and in July 1966, northern officers staged a successful counter-coup in which Lieutenant Colonel, later General Yakubu Gowon, was installed as the new head of state. Under Gowon's rule, Ojukwu retained his command of the eastern region. Meanwhile, the rising tide of feeling against the Igbo and the northern region led to a large-scale massacre of Igbos by northerners in May to September 1966. Ojukwu responded in March to April 1967 by separating the Eastern Regional Government administration and revenues from those of the federal government. Mounting secessionist pressures from his fellow Igbo finally compelled Ojukwu on May 30th, 1967 to declare the Eastern region an independent sovereign state as the Republic of Biafra. Federal troops soon afterward invaded Biafra. The Civil War broke out in July 1967. Ojukwu led Biafra's unsuccessful struggle to survive as an independent state throughout the Civil War, and on the eve of Biafra's surrender in 1970, he fled to Cote d'Ivoire, where he was granted asylum. Ojukwu remained in exile until 1982, when he was pardoned and returned to Nigeria. He joined the National Party of Nigeria (NPN) in January 1983 and subsequently attempted to re-enter politics. His bid for the Senate representing the state of Anambra was unsuccessful. He was detained for 10 months following a coup that brought Muhammadu Buhari to power at the end of 1983. In 1993, he once again joined a political party, this time the Social Democratic Party, but he was disqualified from running for president. A member of constitutional conferences in 1993 and again in 1994 and 1995, he, along with other former Nigerian leaders, was consulted in 1998 by Abdulsalam Abubakar, the military head of state, as Nigeria once again began the process of converting from military to civilian rule. In 2003, Ojukwu, representing a new political party that he helped form, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, unsuccessfully ran for president. He ran again in 2007 but was defeated by the ruling party's candidate, Umaru Yar'Adua, in an election that was strongly criticized by international observers as being marred by voting irregularities. Ojukwu had several honors and titles bestowed upon him during his life, including the honorary chieftaincy title Ikemba of Nnewi.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation,
maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Sometimes on your channel, I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osariti is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Aisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how it's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay. towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television. True.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, this is Newspaper Review, and of course, it's a full house. I am Moses Humphrey, if you're just tuning in, and Chukwuma Okoro with me. Together, we'll be going into the papers, looking at the headlines. And we have Prince Francis Chilaka. He stays back. Thank you very much. We do appreciate you staying back. And Elvis Elimehele as well. You can see him on your screen. He stays back as well.
Thank you, Moses.
Thank you very much. William Senjaye stays back also. He's joining us from Benin City. Well, thank you very much, Williams, for staying back. Now, let's dive into this conversation. You know, there's the story around Yahaya Bello. That's one of the stories that we will be talking about. And you know, the EFCC saying that, look, he's innocent until proven guilty. You know, yeah. So that's basically. Well, let's just. There's an excerpt from this story, so I'm just going to read it, and then we'll take reactions. Now, this is it. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has reacted to public debate surrounding the ongoing 80.2 billion naira case involving former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello. And according to the anti-graft agency, Yahaya Bello remains innocent in the eyes of the law until a court delivers a final verdict. It stressed that the matter is still before the Federal High Court and has not been concluded. The EFCC made this clarification following growing criticism over Bello's reported plan to contest the Kogi Central Senatorial seat in 2027. The development had triggered fresh public attention on his trial. Bello is currently facing prosecution over allegations linked to the diversion and mismanagement of Kogi State funds while he served as governor. The charge is before Justice Emeka Nwite of the Federal High Court sitting in Maitama, Abuja. And speaking during an interview yesterday, EFCC Director of Public Affairs, Wilson Uwajere, said the commission does not determine guilt. He explained that criminal trials take time and follow due process. And according to him, the EFCC is only responsible for presenting evidence and witnesses before the court. He added that judgment rests solely with the judiciary. Uwajere stated that the commission is actively prosecuting the case and following all legal procedures. He noted that nothing unusual has occurred in the handling of the trial so far. He also pointed to constitutional provisions that protect individuals standing trial. He said, Bello's political ambitions or standing within his party has no bearing on the case before the court. So basically, the man is innocent. Well, we know part of the monies in question was said to be used to pay school fees was returned. Isn't that some sort of admittance of guilt already?
Moses, Nigeria is a very funny country. And that's why we keep saying that we must be very careful how we handle issues in this country so that we do not have a Venezuela in our hands. I find it rather very, very sad, very, very upsetting that at a time like this, EFCC would come out to say such a thing to Nigerians. EFCC would have done better if they had kept mute, if they had kept quiet. It would have been better than what they're saying. I remember the chairman of the EFCC saying that if he does not get Yahaya Bello, he will resign. He's still there. It's still there. So where is his Where is his integrity? Where is his integrity? Prince. We know what happened. You know, the back and forth that happened between Yahaya Bello, EFCC, the governor of Kogi State. Even at the point where Yahaya Bello himself walked to EFCC, and only for him to leave, then EFCC now declared him wanted. You see, this whole thing, this statement that EFCC has posted simply gives the impression that, yes, we have what we call selective prosecution of corrupt individuals.
No,
Prince,
okay,
Prince. I think I watched that interview yesterday. Everything Wisin Ujaren said in that interview was to defend his office, EFCC.
Okay.
And after defending his office, he left it at the doorpost of the judiciary, which is actually the next stage we are now. Yes, EFCC did their job. They declared him wanted. Eventually, they picked him and arraigned him in court. Yeah, they have all their evidences, before the court. Well, and also, what he said is the law of Nigeria says that until you are proven guilty. Yes, which is also true. The big question here is, if APC goes ahead to give him ticket for that senatorial seat, that's what we should be talking about. If APC is actually talking of fighting corruption, and they go ahead and said, okay, you may reach that ticket and give it to him, Nigerians should be talking. Let's leave judiciary to do their case in this matter, because the matter is before the court. This is facing trial. Let's see whether the judgment is going to favor him.
When did APC in this administration tell you that they are here to fight
corruption?
Yes. When?
No. It's a carryover.
This administration.
No. When
was Buhari fighting corruption?
When he was sworn in.
Buhari said they will fight corruption.
Moses, when Buhari came on the matter of corruption agency, they are not a judgment agency. They don't make pronouncement on judgment. That was what they said yesterday. Okay, let's now watch what is going to be.
As we watch, let me ask you. Assuming the primaries for the senatorial elections comes up sometime in July, and the case has not been dispersed with the judiciary, and Yaya Bello goes ahead to the primaries to win the senatorial ticket, will you say that the APC has acted in bad faith for giving him the ticket? If the case is still in
why would they even allow him to be part of those?
Why not? APC is just saying,
no.
Which you affirm that look, until proven guilty.
No, I'm talking of APC as a party.
So why not?
If they know too well that they actually telling Nigerians that they came to fight corruption, people with that have been fingered in this type of
just fingered.
Yes, that be fingered.
Not convicted.
Should not be given that such opportunity.
Just fingered, not convicted.
There are also persons in that same senatorial district which are not fingered.
APC be judgmental in saying, oh, okay, because you served as governor.
Yes,
and we have questions
if they are coming to ask for vote from the people, if they are coming to ask for vote for the people, they should also align with the people and do the bidding of the people.
Who are the people? What are the people saying?
The people are saying that we want to read.
He served as governor for 8 years.
Yes.
He came out, bought a vehicle of about 1 billion naira,
very
very well guarded, and came out, with the protection of the people. His people were protecting him. In fact, when EFCC came for him, his people went after EFCC. So is it the same people that will say, look, we don't want him to be senator?
No. I think we're getting it wrong. When you say his people, we need to define who the people are. Because I'm going to take you on a journey now. You see the governor of Edo State, Mondo Kobola. He comes and he tells you he's going to give you 3.5 million votes. He throws it. Another governor has also followed suit. I'm going to give you 3 million votes. And then you ask, if these governors are going to give this number of votes, does it mean that the whole people in the state believe in what APC is doing? So what they're simply telling us is that whether you vote, you don't vote, they are actually preparing the minds of Nigerians for the rigging they want to carry out.
But we have a headmaster now who will help us to checkmate that when the time comes. Let's leave that for me. I know my governor have been saying that, and everybody, I know too well that many people in Edo State are not supporting what he's saying about 3 million votes. But whoever goes against the law, the headmaster, as we have it now.
You mean the man with the big stick?
He will wake up before he wakes up on his bed, he's somewhere else and saying good morning in another language.
Well, we have Williams Ajayi. Williams, please. You have the microphone now. Go ahead. Williams Ajayi joins us from Benin. Yes, Williams.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Okay, well, I've followed the conversation, and then I'm going to start from it in two aspects: the APC and then EFCC. Making such statements at this time, seeing that he is on the news of wanting to run as a senatorial candidate, he is very, very deadly. I will tell you why I'm saying this. First of all, you are the one that went after this man in a very rigorous manner. We saw how they battled even the sitting governor. I said he was the one hiding him, aiding him to still remain in government house. How they fought and they were able to make sure that they cracked him and get him to submit to them. And then you've gathered evidence, even declare in public the amount of money that he embezzled and all that. Now you're not telling us now that, are you trying to say you don't have concrete evidence, and when this matter eventually go to court, that they are going to declare him not guilty? Because making such statement is putting you in between. How? Why will you make such statement? Because for you to even go after this man, it means you have sufficient evidence that no matter what it takes, you are sure and confident that he is going to be tried and found guilty. So why are you not making such statement that until he is found guilty, he is allowed to do whatever it is? You know, some time ago on this our program, we once said that they need to amend the constitution to the point that once a politician is being fingered in any corrupt case, he should not be allowed to take up any political party ticket. In fact, not even allowed to be nominated to move around to seek for votes. To become a candidate for that political party, because your image is already there in public as a corrupt politician. Then you're supposed to be set aside in one whatever it is, whatever period is going to take for you to get your name cleared. You should be there. You're not supposed to involve in political activities. Now, if actually it is true that this man is guilty of 80-something billion or 80 billion naira, then if you become a senator, how are you sure that you are going to prosecute this man? How are you sure it will not be more difficult to prosecute him? We've seen that happen in this country in different cases. Then you will not say he's immunity, this, that. You can't. Then coming back to APC, if they should give him the ticket, it means they are publicly telling us that they are encouraging corruption, that they don't care. If you found guilty, whatever it is, you are corrupt, just come to us. We welcome you, give you the platform to run. We even go ahead to clean your image. You will not be corrupt anymore. Anyway, I'm not surprised because we've heard them, most of their party members make such statement that when you become an APC member, all your sins are forgiven. You are automatically a born-again politician. The law cannot go after you. It is very, very disgraceful, and it is not even acceptable. Not even a common man in the street will accept that. Once you are found guilty, once the law is after you for what it is, then it should be that. We don't want to say anything otherwise. That is why this country is struggling with corruption issues. The money that are supposed to be used to develop the country is in the hands of politicians. Why? Because they want to use it to also secure their selfish interests. To contest election, throw money around, buy votes, induce electoral personnel, and all that. It is very, very dangerous for our democracy and the development of this country. Thank you.
All right, very dangerous indeed. Oh, well, let's look at a few headlines from the papers now. Let's go to the Punch newspaper. The Punch has these headlines. 2027 battle, Rivers crisis escalates as top APC governors back Fubara. APC Secretary, FCT Minister clash over Rivers Governor. How Imo politics sparked Wike APC rift. Nigerians cut household spending by 14 trillion naira as inflation bites hard. And then the window headlines, AU extends Nigeria, others joint military operation. Sahara Group eyes 7,000 megawatts in major power sector push. Joshua may quit boxing after car crash. And some of the headlines here. Venezuela, Maduro arraigned in court, in U.S. court amid protests. And yes, those are the headlines there on the cover page of the Punch. Now, I think we've reacted to most of those headlines, but if we have anything to add, let's just, drop it and then move on to another headline.
I just want to quickly APC governors
yes.
supports Fubara, I was wanting to actually know their own response in this matter. And I think, you know, Fubara never got this kind of support from PDP governors when this crisis started last year. PDP just left him like an orphan. But at least with this support that we are seeing from the APC governors now, since he has come into their fold, it's a good one. We can also remember that every governor that is in APC also want to have their own person as Minister of FCT. You should note that Rivers got it from even a platform that is not even an APC platform, was just like it was just a favor of the president. So this time around, it is not going to be business as usual.
No, but his work is done.
For me, I would say that at no time would any governor of APC take sides with Wike. I mean, we need to understand the dynamics at play here. The first thing first is that Wike is not a card-carrying member of APC. He's not a party member. He's just an interloper.
Before you continue, let me just read out the headlines because from Daily Independent, because it speaks to the same issue. We might just take out points from this one as we continue the conversation. Resign as minister to face Rivers politics, APC scribe tells Wike. Warns him not to destabilize Rivers APC. Says support for Tinubu doesn't make him APC member. Cheap blackmail has become Wike's stock in trade. Minister cannot bring the spirit of PDP into APC. Those are the riders.
You see, we're saying the same thing. Suddenly,
he has summarized
they have told him the reality.
On ground.
That he doesn't want to accept.
Yes.
The reality is that, come, I invite you to come chop, no me say me carry the food wrong.
At all.
Now, all these people that are speaking, like the scribe, Dr. What's his name that is speaking?
Bashir.
He said he's from Osun State.
Yes.
So that his own Bashir is Basiru. Basiru, you know, I heard him say that. Now, first off, Elvis, I wouldn't be surprised that PDP governors didn't give Fubara the kind of support. Because as at that time, Wike was the one funding the party. Wike had also, according to him, helped most of those people become governors. And he had also made threats that, look,
I would destabilize
your state. And so he's tried it. I think he's tried it with Bala Muhammad. Now, Bala Muhammad is complaining. Now, that said, in all of this, Wike must have lost some value of political capital. But I still feel that the president, that he has at one point or the other done the president's bidding for the president, which is practically destroying the PDP. And that the president will not leave him an orphan.
No,
so all these people that are speaking, like Basiru that is speaking, might not actually be opening a window into the president's heart for us. He might be speaking as a party man.
No, I think we need to understand the dynamics of party politics.
Okay.
The president is the overall leader of the party. But when issues like this, issues of discipline, issues of sabotage, issues of anti-party comes in, the president tries not to get involved. He leaves it
directly.
He leaves it for the party chairman.
Directly, yes.
But the
party chairman is also measured. What he says that does not affect the relationship that the president has built over time.
You see, APC have learned the hard way. They have learned the hard way with what has happened to PDP. Only one man decimated PDP.
And it's the same plan now that is also building up now.
Tell me, what is the assurance that if you allow him an in-way into APC, he will not do the same thing?
He might he might not have the capacity. One, because he had the capacity to do that because when everybody abandoned the PDP, you know, when people were not willing to touch PDP with a long pole, former presidents, Olusegun Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, Atiku Abubakar, he was the one that came in and gave it a lifeline. So at that point,
don't forget that he was the one that brought, what's his name? He brought, I think, 3 chairmen.
Yeah.
And he fell off with them. He regretted it.
No, but that doesn't change the fact that he was the one that gave the party a lifeline.
The question we should be asking ourselves is that
and look at
when you make somebody a chairman of a party and you regret making the person a chairman of the party, what were your intentions?
No, his intention, at that point, Wike wanted to be president. And so So it's politics. It's all within the realm of politics. He said, Secondus, go there, become the chairman. And Secondus did. When he discovered that, oh, I have simply suddenly lost presidential ambition, and both of us from the same state, cannot be national chairman and presidential candidate at the same time. He started angling for his removal, which he did. Brought in Aisha, the same thing happened. So Wike is, he's a run-of-the-mill politician. He's thoroughbred from the grassroots. In everything, he might have made mistakes along the way, but I still believe that, look, somehow he still has a little capital left for him because of what he has done for the president, and that the president is not going to leave.
No, but you see, there's something Wike, sorry. There's something Wike is saying that you're not a party member, and you're talking as if you are the chairman of the party. It's totally wrong, unacceptable for Wike to say that Fubara cannot get a second term.
No, I don't agree with Wike.
Yes, it's totally wrong. And that is what he has done. And that is the grounds of annoyance for the party.
You know why he's annoyed? He's annoyed because the guy betrayed him.
What is this betrayal you're talking about now?
Prince, he admitted that he made him governor.
What is the betrayal?
He admitted that he gave him support to become governor.
And somebody supported him to become governor as well. There is one tree can make a forest. There is no single politician that will come up in a state and say I want to become governor without getting the support from elders, political elders in that state.
So we are talking about elders. We were looking at one man who said I single-handedly made you governor. And Fubara has not disputed that.
But you should also
know
before he made it.
What Rivers people are contending with, look, it is wrong for one man to make another one governor. And that is what they are fighting. But for the fact that, look, Wike made Fubara governor, that is it. Nobody can dispute that.
But before he made him governor, remember he was heading a sensitive position in that state.
Now you have brought us back to where I asked the question between the two of them. Who is the said?
No, none of them is a said. None of them is a said.
They were doing favor for themselves. Don't forget that Fubara covered Wike
so much.
And how did he cover him? Rivers money.
It's Rivers money. Yeah, to pay him back.
To pay him back, use Rivers money again. So the people are the ones who are suffering.
Exactly. I was coming to that. So the Rivers people should take this opportunity, use this opportunity. If possible for them, they should take out both of those gladiators. Can they do that?
That is the word you said, if possible. But you remember when we began this discussion today, I told you that the problem that Wike is overriding Rivers people is that Rivers people gave him that opportunity. That was where I began today. Because if you look at the two persons that are in the trenches in this matter, Wike and Fubara, they are actually, revolving around Rivers' words.
That is it. And Wike has said it. It is
the humongous Rivers' words that led to this fight.
But you know that in all of
the issue at stake here is the 600
billion
naira.
Well, you know that in all of
who will be in control of it? That's at the moment. The governor is in control.
He's in control, and it is his right at the moment to be in control of it. If he's voted out of office, it's a different ball game.
You know that with the utterances of Wike today, he has challenged the status quo of APC. He has challenged the authority. He has challenged the powers of the party, and that is why they are upset.
And what statement is that?
The statement that if all the party members support Fubara, that Fubara will not get a ticket to run a second term. By saying that,
did you hear what the national chairman said?
Wait, by saying that, he has challenged the authority of the chairman, challenged the authority of the National Working Committee, and also challenged the authority of Mr. President.
Did you hear what the chairman said? Did you hear what
did he say?
He said, look, Wike is the national, Fubara is the leader of the party in the state. But we also encourage him to run an inclusive party structure. Wait, listen. He says, if Fubara wins the Goba ticket, I'll support him. If another person wins it, I'll still support that person. Open-ended, very clear statement.
That is political.
That's
a political statement.
It's political. So he is telling Fubara, see, whatever you do, understand that Wike still has a level.
No. Wike does not come into this one. No. Wike does not come until Wike becomes a party member, card-carrying party member of APC. He has no say.
That statement from the APC chairman.
It's political, highly.
It's not a statement that anybody should recognize as a sitting chairman. He's not speaking like a chairman. He should speak the truth to issues.
Look at the way the secretary spoke.
He's trying to dodge some issues, and it will not be too well.
If he's trying to dodge issues, don't you think there's a reason?
There's a reason. There's a reason. Because he himself too got into that office with he was handpicked because he got into that office just because of the single privilege he got from the president. That's why he's speaking in that manner.
He's trying to read the mind of. He doesn't understand the mind of the president.
Exactly my point. That was the point I meant.
But the truth of the matter is that the national secretary is the one who was custodian of the secretariat. And he has spoken the mind of the party.
That one that they can remove at any minute.
So you think?
In that NWC, who cannot be removed? And it's not
the way it is, you cannot remove a national secretary today because of a weakest issue. The party will
especially when this weekend we are talking about it's not even a member of the party.
Forget about the issue. See, I like somehow I'm sorry to say it, but I'm not your normal Democrat. I don't like democracy, whatever you call it. I don't like it. So I like the fact that we have a person like in the APC now who is in control of the party, talking about the president. I like what Mao Zedong did, in China. I like what the person that succeeded him. On top of my head, I can't recall his name and all of that. I like this structure, centralized system of cohesion.
People who use dictatorship to hold party together.
I mean, if you are a dictator and the economy moves,
is Nigeria economy moving?
No, but I'm saying if you are.
Is Nigeria economy moving?
We don't have a dictator yet.
What do we have? Kwasi.
I don't know. You are the one saying that phrase. So in all of this, I recognize the fact that the national chairman of the APC, Nentawe, recognizes that, look, someone has value somewhere in Rivers State, and that value must not be wished away, whether we like it or not.
No, say, nobody is wishing it away, but when you become overbearing, people will put you in.
I also admit that, look, Wike might have overstepped his bounds.
He has overstepped.
But, he could have been negotiated.
He has
been negotiated.
There are certain things you don't.
Okay,
how will you wake up?
At 1:30, I first of all start with 60. And at the end of the day, I end up getting 35. I mean,
you are attacking governors of the party. You are attacking ministers, other ministers like you of the party. You are attacking the national secretariat of the party. Who are you?
That is even a party that has not even been admitted.
You are not a member of the party.
That's a playbook. That's always remain relevant, for good or bad. That is the Trump type of politics.
And who says that the next person is going to introduce in
will
not suffer the same fate Fubara is suffering at the detriment of the Rivers people again? That same structure and that same agreement. If the person shifts a little.
Rivers State people, Rivers
people, they must liberate themselves.
Take out the two of them.
Take them out.
Rivers people, liberate yourselves.
Liberate yourselves.
Allow Fubara to go a second term.
Apparently, the Rivers people.
Fubara have not disappointed Rivers people.
They don't even know. You've left them more confused.
Fubara has not disappointed.
They have not disappointed Rivers people.
Well,
so far.
Okay, in my opinion, I think they should allow Sim to continue.
Yes.
He has
done well
my
for this
opinion.
2.5 years.
Well, let's go through the Guardian newspaper. There are a few things that we can also pick out from the Guardian. The window headlines. These are the window headlines. Let's have the paper up on the screen. Venezuela treatment, lessons to Nigeria. ADC warns Tinubu. Maduro pleads not guilty in U.S. court, says, I'm still president. Osun APC accuses state government of inducing LG crisis, seeks NJC intervention. Tax reform risks sluggish. Uncertain execution timelines over tardy NSW. Equities break 100 trillion naira barrier as 14 firms control 50% of market. Odo, courts shut down as judiciary workers begin indefinite strike. APC draws battle line with Wike over Rivers' political control. Let's avoid this one because we touched on it already. FG introduces new measures to curb WAEC NECO exam malpractices. Obi chides FG on killing spree over 40 slain in Niger. Southeast Southwest Alliance Shortest route to Igbo presidency, says Kalu. Gentlemen, these are the headlines.
I'd like to start with that of Kalu.
Go ahead.
It's so painful and so sad that when you have an elder in the house and the children are going amok, then that elder is not useful as an elder. When Senator Ojuta Kalu talks, and he says he's a leader of the Igbo people, I laugh. And why do I laugh? I like somebody to, have, if the late Simon Bakwe was to be alive and he's talking today, a lot of Igbos will align with him. Because we know what he has done. We see it. His legacy lives on. If the late Jack Onde wakes up today and begins to talk, people will align with him. Because his legacies are there. If the late Ajasi wakes up tomorrow and begins to talk.
Professor Ambrosali.
Ambrosali, good. Abubakareni. These are people, when they talk, you reason with them. Not somebody like Senator Ojus Okalo, who spent 8 years in Abia State. Not one legacy. Nothing to show. Not even a borehole. And he walks up and he said that he designed the blueprint for what Oti is doing today. Is it not a slap?
Why did Theodore not follow his blueprint?
Exactly.
If there was a blueprint.
You understand? And then, if every time between him and the Minister for Works, Dave Umahi, you want to be a president. Look, you don't need to drag the Igbo race into your personal agenda. Speak for yourself. Stop telling us if you vote for this, if you form an alliance, we don't need it. Speak for yourself. As Senator come out and say, I, Senator Ojusu, I have done this for the Southeast. And because of these things that I have done, let the Southeast join. He has been a senator for how many years now? Is it not 2 terms? Or 3?
3 terms.
You are from Abia State?
Not just from Abia, he's the one representing.
What has he done for you?
Your constituency.
Okay, now I'm happy that you asked me this question. When OUK became the governor in 1999, start between 1999 and 2007. Abia is, like every other state, has 3 senatorial zones, north, south, and central. And we come from the north. Aba is in the south. So the first thing he did, I was in Abada and I was hanging around Aba that time. So he started, he had to levy landlords and all of that. So they contributed money, a whole lot of money he put together with the little he had from government. And he started paving the streets of Aba, And it was at that time that Obasanjo called him, OBJ, now gave him the moniker Action Governor. But all of those things died within 2 years. So for the next 6 years, the whole of Abia, the only thing he did in Abia North, where I come from, was to build the road between Ibere and at the backside to Bende. Very road. He went to Umunosh and did one road too, and that was all for Abia North. Well, and Arochukwu local government, where I come from, a shovel was not used to dig.
But it's asking you.
But now, when he became senator,
yes,
he now discovered that he had made a mistake. So he has been able to. He had a second chance, had an opportunity. He has done more for the Abia North, for Abia North, more than he did as governor for 8 years, now that he has become senator. The only problem we have with him is this idea of having to, like you said, use the Igbo nation to project. He wanted to become Senate president. He said, no, it's not yet time, for Igbo president, but it was time for Igbo Senate president. And I'm happy everybody knows how it panned out.
And we told him that, no, it's not time for
him. So UK is not, I said it the other day, both himself, he had a meeting with Jim Mobodo and Peter Mba. They said they want to, redirect the Igbo nation. And I said, you are not the ones to do this now. They don't have the capacity to do it. You don't have the necessary pedigree to do all of that. So what he's doing for himself. I think he said he was not coming back for 2027. But I also hear again that he said he's coming back. So he's for my people.
These are people who cannot live outside government like chess. They cannot.
Moses, you said something about Peter Obi on insecurity.
Yes, chides the federal government on the killing spree.
Yes.
And then talks about over 90 slain in Niger State.
It's so sad that...
our president is having lunch with...
Yes, we don't even know. In Europe, we don't know the particular state in Europe at the moment. But because whether it's even in Kigali, because we saw him with the president of Kigali with that, whether it's even...
Rwanda.
Rwanda, sorry. Whether it's even in Rwanda, we don't even know. But the biggest thing there is so painful that yesterday a bus was hauled into the bush by kidnappers with all the passengers in Kwara after the killing in Niger State took place. Imagine the brazenness of terrorists to come to the market. You can imagine daytime. So it has become so bad. Then the next thing we keep hearing is that the president will say the security agencies have been given the directive, mandated to. How long will Nigerians begin to hear this? When so many Nigerians are in the hands of terrorists in the bush, even this Yuletide, so many families could not celebrate because they are raising money for ransom to bring out their people. It's so sad. This is why we are still saying that we are calling on Donald Trump. Please, the one you have done so far, we thank you for that, but we need more. Nigerians need to be delivered in 2026. We can't continue to hear from our armed forces have been mandated. Enough of this.
We're already in 2026.
Yeah, we need more. We need more.
And we started 2026 on a bad note.
So much.
We must say the truth as it is. We started 2026 on a bad note where you have terrorists, bandits,
going to the market,
having a field day. I mean, you go to the market and they're shooting. Are they not police?
Go to farm.
They went to market, Ondo State or which state and attacked the police station.
Yes.
So what is going on?
This is right after 39 of them were arrested.
Arrested in that
what happened to those arrested?
Thank you. Thank you. And things like this, you will not hear.
No, you can't go to the market. You can't go to the farm. You can't go to school.
It is
you can't
that.
even travel on the road. In a country where we still have a functional government. Donald Trump, please.
Williams Ajayi, please. Williams, if you can hear me, let's have your reaction to the headlines. If you want, I could go through a few more.
Yes, I've been listening to the conversation. Though I was really waiting patiently to come in back on the
next time. Don't wait, please. Don't wait. Just speak. It's an open conversation.
So I will go on two. I will just try to pick on them. SATI Southwest Alliance, short course to Igbo presidency, says Carlo. I'll just talk on that briefly. I think for that to happen, you don't completely need to cede your integrity or whatever it is to a particular zone of the country for you to actualize what you want to achieve. And for them to even get that presidency, I think they need to fix the house in order. The Southeast entirely, the complete politicians in the Southeast, they've not been playing it according to IT. If it's not your turn, if you are not the one in the middle of everything, then nobody should be. I think that's one of the problems they are facing. That's why they will continue to be marginalized. Until they fix these issues, they will continue to see. Imagine, he almost cried. In fact, he cried in the Senate floor when he discovered that his interests are successfully be defeated, and then cried, and he was trying to now refer to them how he has been in the house, or that how he was persecuted and all those, and those were just pitiable tears. So a very beautiful place to start from. They denied him, they persecuted him, they pushed him. In fact, they pushed him to the way, even sold him out. I'm talking about the person of Peter Obi. And then you go and ask and say, okay, you must want to align with another central geographical region for you to become president. No, they need to fix their house in order. And then finally, the FG introduced new measures to cope WAEC and NECO examination practice. Fine, it's a good move. Are you not going to make sure that all the miracle centers will be shut out? Then you will now introduce technology, computer-based tests, and then there must also be constant electricity. There are a lot of things to be done. If they've done all that, I think, okay, it's a very good move to make sure that this examination malpractice is defeated in this country, because I've seen in different places that it is now miracle center that is reigning. Even with these computer-based tests that they are doing, malpractice is still going on in these miracle centers. So those are the major issues. If you are able to put and checkmate these issues, and then it is good. It is a welcome development. I think that's my take on those two issues.
All right. Well, if time allows us, there are a few other headlines I would like us to touch on, but this one from the Daily Trust just jumps out at me. 'Cause, you know, the president has said that he will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able to continue to be president. He will not be able Boko Haram IED kills 6 soldiers in Borno. And then the big story here on the cover page of Daily Trust is Governor Yusuf's defection beyond Kanu. Beyond Kanu, we know what's going on right there. NNPP. Well, right underneath that story, we have 469 Kanu children die of malnutrition in 6 months. Banks, and then other headlines, banks credit to private sector drops by 1.3 trillion naira in 1 year. INEC begins second phase of voter registration. Students protest kidnapping in Edo State.
I am miffed at the fact that in this 21st century, children are still dying of malnutrition.
Apart from that, look at the other headline, Governor Yusuf's defection
beyond
Kanu.
I'm coming to
that.
That
Same Kanu.
I'm coming
that
to
same
that.
Kanu.
Yes.
What is being celebrated is defection and not the children that are dying.
No, you're talking of being celebrated. In Plateau State, what has happened? Where people have been massacred, the governor has not decamped. So it's these people we call leaders or politicians or whatever. They don't believe in the power of the people. They believe that it is them. That they make themselves governors. That they make themselves ministers. But we should not, in this age and time, be talking about malnutrition in Nigeria. We should not. This is to show you that there is total failure in governance.
460.
And when I say that Nigeria is a failed state, but for the resilience of the people, everybody will argue with me. But that is it.
A lot of things are killing the Nigerian person. Boko Haram, insurgency, malnutrition.
Malnutrition has just been added to it now. You cannot even imagine those that are in IDP camp, what they are going through.
Accidents on the road.
Accidents on the road.
Both capsizing.
They're not talking about mortality, child mortality.
Okay.
As we discussed, my on that military officers that died in that, my heart goes out to their family, the gallant officers.
Another story from this day says 9 soldiers.
Yes, 9 because I heard
before we leave the issue of malnutrition, I'd like to bring to our notice once again that in the year 2025, we are talking about children that died as a result of malnutrition. Now, the federal government of Nigeria borrowed $80 million loan, specifically for the accelerating nutrition results in Nigeria 2.0 project, which was approved by the World Bank in March 2025. $80 million borrowed to fight malnutrition.
Okay.
And we have a certain
469. That is one state.
We're talking about borrowing. How much have the government spent on feeding, in quotes, school children? How much? And where are the children that are being fed? Where are they?
No. When we talked about malnutrition, it just I remembered.
I agree with you.
A certain amount of money was
borrowed to fight this. Yes, we are seeing the result of that.
And in one state.
So multiply it by. So imagine other states.
Imagine other states.
Imagine other states. And the governor of Kano State is busy talking about the camping or not the camping. And the children who are supposed to be the leaders of tomorrow are dying off.
Apart from those ones around the streets that are out of school. You know Kano State has very high population of out of school children. That's another angle. Then we are having this one that are dying of malnutrition now. But the issue that is reigning in Kano now is the defection of the governor to another party, and his godfather is saying, if he defects, he has betrayed all the trust that he gave him to become governor. That's the only one. The godfather too is also saying that whichever I'm going to, I'm giving the president or vice president. That's what his godfather is saying. All these ones are just being political. They are not talking about the life of the people.
Children are dying.
Children are dying. Children are on the street. Children have become ready-made militant industry for terrorists to recruit from.
Was it not last year or a year before? The governor of Borno State, Zulum, Professor Zulum, he said something that I have not forgotten. He said, look, the insurgents we have today is no longer those who came from outside the country. That those we have today are the youths that we have refused to create employment for.
That's serious.
Yes. Sometime last year too, a professional colleague of mine was kidnapped. And when this man relayed what he went through, he said the man should be in his 60s. He was beaten blue-black. And that the boys who were beating him or who kidnapped him from Shagamu, they're just about 17, 18
years,
20 years. And that these guys are so helpless.
That's scary.
Because
and that they take you on a walk,
very lucrative
they take you on a walk into the bushes for hours. And that if you're one of those who want to slow them down by getting tired, they just waste you. And they move on. So there's so much going on in this country that the government should focus on, and not all this defection.
The biggest thing is that our politicians don't learn lessons.
They don't read history.
And they don't, and they, even if there's no amount of change that you preach to them that they listen to. What we are witnessing now in 2023 to 2027, by the time we get new government in 2027, it will still repeat itself.
Okay, Williams, please, let's have your contribution in less than a minute.
Yes, it's the same issue on GAN. Then I will just dive into this issue. The Governor Yesufu defection
contribution. Thank you also to Prince Francis Chilaka, LB Salime Hele. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
My pleasure.
Well, Chukwumakuru, I must thank you as well for your contribution. And he makes a return later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. Promises to be another interesting story that will be handled on Political Lens. Well, that's it on the show. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. And big congratulations to the Super Eagles. They did very well yesterday against Mozambique. It was quite impressive. 4-0. And I do expect more wins for the Super Eagles as they proceed in AFCON 2025. Well, that's it on the show. Sports comes up next at 11 o'clock. Bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? It's about shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee, from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede, went to the source of the hot and cold springs about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he is quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest story.
Africa Cup of Nations right there in Morocco. It is shaping up, and of course the round of 16 games have been played, and of course we still have maybe a set of 2 games to go, and yes, today, and of course, like I said, it is shaping up, and teams are already knowing who they will be facing in the quarterfinal stages, and the Super Eagles of Nigeria especially, they were involved in the round of 16 clash. More like a whitewash for me. That was not really a clash of the Titans. It was like a whitewash. It was like a David against Goliath kind of fixture. And the Super Super Eagles did not disappoint. And as a result of that, they will be awaiting the results between Algeria and the Democratic Republic of Congo that will be happening today as their quarterfinal opponents. Good morning and welcome to your show, Sports Republic. Of course, on this beautiful Tuesday morning, I am Afiz Ogubanjo. And yes, you know how we do it right here on Sports Republic. For the next 15 minutes thereabouts, we'll give you the gist stories from the world of sports. Yes, right here on Voice of the People television. And before we go on the show today, let us tell you that you can, of course, follow us on all our social media handles. Yes, on YouTube, Voice of the People TV and Voice of the People TV Plus. Yes, you can follow us. You can like, comment, and subscribe to the channel. And of course, turn on your notification button, the notification bell, so that you won't miss any exciting updates right there from this show, Sports Republic, and every other show we have on the platform. And of course, where do we start from? The elephant in the room. It was AFCON round of 16. The Super Eagles of Nigeria, the game as all Nigerians have been waiting for, against the Mambas of Mozambique. And the Nigerians, the Super Eagles, the players did not disappoint. Yes, a lot of people, there were a lot of social media rants, Nigeria tackling Ghana and South Africa and all of that. A lot of people were even saying the South Africans should not leave yet. They should wait for the Mozambique national team. And of course, I think they did that at the end of the day because the Super Eagles sent the Mambas packing. They have advanced to the quarterfinals of the AFCON 2025 after a convincing 4-0 win over Mozambique in their round of 16 match in phase. And yes, the Eagles dominated the game with Ademola Lookman scoring in the 28th minute and Victor James Osimhen, yes, doubling the lead. 5 minutes later, Lookman set up Osimhen for the third goal in the 47th minute, and Akko Adams, of course, Jero Adams, yes, who plays for Sevilla right there in Spain. He completed the scoring with Nigeria's fourth in the 75th minute, and the Nigerian team, led by Wilfred Onye Ndidi in midfield, kept Mozambique at bay with a solid defense, including Stanley Wabali in goal and Bright Osai Samuel, Semi Ajayi, Calvin Bassi, and Bruno Onyemechi, of course, in the back four. And yes, we saw the midfield as well. Alexander Iwobi, that man, I don't think he's getting a lot of flowers. He did really, really, really well in that game, even though I have questions, at the end of the day, yes, after this, maybe after this story, I have a lot of questions to actually ask, and my guest will be joining me really, really soon. And of course, substitutions in the second half saw Paul Onuachu and Samuel Chukwueze replacing Akko Adams and Ademola Lookman. We also saw Moses Simon as well, while Onyeka and Ndidi were replaced by Tom Dele Bashiru and Raphael Onyedika, and Moses Simon also came on for Osimhen. And Nigeria's victory maintains their momentum as they chase the fourth AFCON title. They will face the winners of the match between Algeria and Congo DR in the quarterfinals. For me, Congo DR, because for me, I think it's the game of the round of 16. And the win marks a successful start to the tournament for Nigeria because they won all their 3 group stage matches to top Group C. And yes, there you have the Super Eagles of Nigeria. That was a brilliant performance. I mean, yes, you can say Mozambique were poor on the night, but the Super Eagles of Nigeria were just too good and they rode the Mozambique national team. Yes, we saw the likes of Jenny Katamo, during the build-up, saying that it could lead his team, but it's going to be a difficult task. And it was a difficult task because you can even say the Super Eagles did not even come out of second gear because that game was just, for me, it was, like I said, it's a David against Goliath kind of fixture. And yes, we saw James Osimhen, Victor Osimhen getting 2 goals. He could have had a hat-trick. He could have even had more. And of course, we saw goals also ruled out as well. Ademola Lookman was spotless on the night. For me, he's Nigeria's man for the AFCON. 4 assists and 3 goals to his name so far. That's 7 goals and assists. 7 goal involvement in just 4 games. You want to give it to Ademola Lookman. And he didn't even complete all the games. Did he even start against the Ugandans? I don't think so. And he still has that. In 3 games, I can say, Ademola Lookman, 2 man of the match awards, 7 goal involvements. For me, that's player of the tournament statistics already. Just give it to him. Just give it to him. Even if Nigeria don't even get to win the AFCON at the end of the day, which I want them to, I think what Ademola Lookman has done already is a player of the tournament worthy. And of course, he was involved in the play of the group stage 11. He was there. He has to be there. I mean, when you do your player of the group stage, ratings, you do the 11, you have to find a place for Ademola Lookman. whether it's in the midfield role or in the forward line, you just have to find a place for Ademola Lookman, the Atalanta man. He has had his issues at the beginning of this season, managerial changes, his issues with Ivan Juric when he came off in the game for Atalanta right there in the Champions League. His coach, manhandling him and all of that. I think he has, sought above all of that, and he has channeled his focus into the Super Eagles, and he has done really, really, really well for himself and also for the team. Kavi Basi as well, maybe he's not getting enough flowers because he seemed untouchable, yesterday when he partnered with Simi Ajayi right there at the heart of the defense. The Mozambique national team were not even giving them anything to have a headache about. Stanley Wabali as well, he still did his usual antics, but then we'll forgive him because that is Stanley Wabali, and he's still, manning the post for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Right aside, Samuel was marauding that right-hand side defense attack. He was coming in, delivering the crosses. Bruno Emechi as well was doing that also on the other side. And going forward, I think Bruno Emechi should be the one to be starting on the left-hand side against any opponents, because defensively and attacking-wise, I think he's actually better than Zaidu Sanusi, in my opinion anyways. And of course, in midfield, Alex Iwobi, I think, is the man that is actually not getting enough props at all, because he has set that standard for himself that people actually want him to, do more. Not even like if he drops a normal standard 8/10 performance, people will say, hey, you still have to do more and all of that. I think Alex Iwobi, he ran the show in the midfield. Indeed, he as well did his job really, really well. Frank the Tank Onyeka also. Everybody in the Super Eagles team yesterday did their job really, really well. Akko Adams, I think, is actually partnering well with Victor Osimhen up front, and Ademola Lookman just behind them. It was just Coast, Cameroon, and Gabon. I think they were even expected to finish last in that group, but they got that win against Gabon 3-2. They were leading Cameroon at some point. In fact, at some point, as it was standing right there in Group F, they looked like they were going to top the group, but at the end of the day, that went to Ivory Coast, who also, they are involved in today's game against Burkina Faso. It's been a fantastic round of 16 so far, but for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, I want to say a fantastic performance. I mean, you have to just applaud what they did yesterday. Maybe a lot of people were expecting that victory, but of course, you have to beat what's in front of you, because upsets can happen. We saw what happened between Mali and Tunisia, with Mali getting the red card in the first half, and they still went on to dump out Tunisia on penalties. So for me, an upset can come in from anywhere. I actually called an upset. Yes, personally, I called an upset because this is why we love football. This is why we love AFCON. This is why we love sports generally. There should be upsets. Fine, maybe it shouldn't be for Super Eagles of Nigeria, but I called an upset. But unfortunately, yes, you can put that, because as a Nigerian, I will still take that one. Super Eagles of Nigeria, scintillating performance. Victor Osimhen, Ademola Lookman, Akko Adams, everybody in that team, even the subs. Moses Simon, he did a Mozambique player dirty. He did it dirty. Maybe in the later stages of that game, he did him really, really dirty. But that is what we want to see. And there are still some players that want to also come on as well. Eric Chell, he got the tactics spot on. He got the tactics really, really spot on, and it worked wonders against Mozambique. And going forward, I think you have to study your opponent. I said that when the group stage started, in the game against Tanzania, the game didn't really go the way Nigerians really wanted, even though they got the win. I said you should study your opponent, and I think he did that yesterday against Mozambique, and we got the results. Good one for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We await Algeria, we await DR Congo. Anyone, I think at this point you can say bring it on, because this win will actually give them more and more confidence, even though that victory was mad. It was marred by a shocking attitude from a player that Nigerians did not even expect. A player that, this is a player that going into every Nigerian game, every Super Eagles game, they all want to see him. And I think he grabbed the headlines in the wrong way. And I'm talking about Victor Osimhen. I'll be talking about him in a minute. But let's take a short break right here on the show. When we come back, we'll still give you more stories about Super Eagles of Nigeria and, of course, Victor James Osimhen. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. Yes, you're welcome back, and it's still your show, Sports Republic, and of course, yes, I think I'm receiving news that my guests are on with me, and of course, David Bolangiwa, and of course, Pelumi Adeosun. Yes, David, if you are there, yes, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, there was a dominant display. David against Goliath. What a match you would call that one. Well, yes, of course, maybe as a lot of Nigerians would expect, you were also expecting a dominant victory against the Mozambique national team, or you're expecting a close one, David?
Yeah, good morning, Afis.
Good morning and welcome to the show, David.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure being on the show with you again. And beautiful one for Nigeria. We all expect Nigeria to win. We all expect to see the Super Eagles soar, just like the old days. And again, beautiful performance yesterday, very rampant and dominant form. Everyone played well. Everyone played well. 4-0 win. Our first clean sheet in this tournament, and it's quite a good one, for us. And kudos to the Nigerian team. I expected the win. I expected us to dominate, and indeed, we had 4 beautiful goals to make a statement ahead of the quarterfinals. Whether we face Algeria, whether we face DR Congo, we are ready. I believe the boys are ready.
Of course, you believe the boys are ready, and of course, let me say, who stood out for you in that game? Because in fact, if you have to do ratings right now, it's like everybody will get a 10. Maybe Nwabali might get a standard 5 or a 6 because he wasn't really disturbed. He had really nothing much to do. But I think everybody will get a 10. Who stood out for you and who also surprised you in a positive way in that game, David?
All right, so I believe the name on everybody's mind now will be Iwobinho. And
Iwobinho.
Iwobinho is the name on everybody's mind at the moment.
Absolutely, he deserves that.
If you watch the match, I mean, he made these passes look so seamless. The commentator were like the pre-assist before the assist, and it was those line-breaking passes are what disorganize your opponent's defenders. Once those passes come in, the opponents don't want to touch the ball, because when they do, you're either going to cause your own goal for yourself or going to just lead on your opponents too. And it's the same thing. He made about 3-4 passes, and 2 of those passes led to our goals. And Iwobi is going to be my man of the match for real.
All right, David. Yes, I think I'm having issues with noise. Just adjust a little bit, and so I can see you really clearly. But of course, you've given your own. What about Bright Osai Samuel for you, David? In the first game against Tanzania, his crosses were really poor. I mean, going forward, he wasn't delivering enough crosses to the box for Victor Osimhen. Defensively, he wasn't covering up well. Did you think he really put that to rest in that game against Mozambique?
Everyone, like I said, yesterday's game, they played super. Everyone gave in their best. And for Bright Osai Samuel, he was one of the key players I wanted to see playing. He was one of the players I really wanted to see give his best. And indeed, he did. And he played such a very wonderful game. The crosses, yes, they were not up to standard as it would be, but it's something you could learn from. And again, it was quite a wonderful game for Nigeria.
Absolutely. And Pelumi, yes, I have a question. Pelumi, was it a game of the Super Eagles being so good, or the Mozambique national team looking so bad, the Mambas this time around? Because I think going into that game, a lot of the preview did not even bring out a big threat from the Mozambique team. Was it a game of Super Eagles just seeing an easy opponent? And do you think going forward they have to tweak their tactics and their formation? That's talking about Eric Chell now. Or it was just a case of beating who is in front of you and they will still bring the same performance against either Algeria or DR Congo? Good morning, Pelumi, and welcome to the show.
Yeah, good morning to you, Afiz. And of course, it's a pleasure to join you on the show this morning once again. And great performance from the Super Eagles of Nigeria yesterday. For me, I think it's a combination of both, actually. I think the Super Eagles of Nigeria did really well. They approached the game very well. They had to get the job done. And for the Mozambique team, too, I think it was a below par performance. I think it was a very, very horrible one for a team that made the knockout stage. They didn't really cover themselves in glory. They had barely, I think they were a little above 30% ball possession. They did not even get any shots on target. They had 2 shots in total. I think it was an abysmal performance from Mozambique. But then I think if you consider the two teams, player to player, I think they are not on the same level with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So we kind of expected that one to actually happen. I don't think every game would be like this for Nigeria. I really don't think. I think this is our easiest game so far in the competition, and it is coming at the knockout stage. I even think that the Ugandans did better than what Mozambique actually did.
Absolutely.
This is the first time
I think they scored. You can give it to the Ugandans. They scored a goal.
And they even scored with 10 players. So because their goalkeeper got a red card.
Got a red card, yes.
So for Mozambique, I think it was a very, very terrible performance for them. But we cannot expect performances like this from our opponents in subsequent games. I think that he might get rather as it goes forward, because we're going to be facing either Algeria or DR Congo. So I think that's going to be a sterner test than what we faced in the game against Mozambique. So once again, I think it was a combination of both. The Mozambique team did not do very well. They didn't give the Nigerians a run for their money. Most of the Nigerian players had a free day. As at the second minute, we already found the back of the net that was eventually ruled out for offside. And within 20 minutes, Nigeria got an under goal again. So I think the Mozambique should have actually done better. But kudos, I think big kudos still goes to the Super Eagles of Nigeria for getting that all-important victory.
All right. I mean, maybe the popular saying that says that the higher you go, the tougher it becomes, because I don't think Algeria or DR Congo, I don't think they are going to offer this one. I don't think they're going to make it so easy, just like the Mozambicans also did last night. Yes, from that one, of course, we are celebrating that victory, but something happened in that game, and of course, a certain player has been receiving heavy criticism, after his display against the Mambas yesterday. And if this was coming from a Stanley Wabali, of course, Nigerians have been complaining about maybe his antics and all of that. If it was coming from maybe any other player, but from Victor Osimhen, it's like Nigerians have been saving something for him. And finally, they got to open it up last night with that outburst, because Nigerian football fans are criticizing Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen for his angry outburst at teammate Ademola Lookman during Monday's 4-0 victory over Mozambique in the Africa Cup of Nations round of 16. Osimhen was seen yelling at Lookman in the 63rd minute after Lookman missed a chance, when Osimhen was open for scoring a goal. He was open for a scoring opportunity, and the incident sparked widespread criticism on social media, with fans questioning Osimhen's attitude despite the team's dominant performance. And Lookman, who had already created 2 chances for Osimhen himself, including a direct assist for his second goal, he wasn't looking so happy at all. And Osimhen's reaction was met with boos from the fans as he was substituted off the pitch, with Moses Simon replacing him. And fans took to social media to express their frustration, with some describing Osimhen's behavior as silly and unprofessional. David, I want to bring you into this one this time around. I mean, looking at what he did, his captain trying to hold him back. You can't smack the hand of your captain. That's number one. I'm not even going to what he did to Ademola Lookman now. For the fact that was even happening within the game, it was not even after the game. Your captain is trying to hold you back. There is a reason why he's wearing the captain's armband. He is the captain. If he tells you sit, you sit. Because he is the captain. He should be the one to go and face the referee for anything or whatever that is going on. He is the face of the team. For you to smack your captain's hand, that is really, really unprofessional on the part of Victor Osimhen. And for me, I am calling for something really, really big, but I don't want to say it now. I want to hear from your own side. What do you see about Victor Osimhen's? He got 2 goals for himself. Yes, people have been calling for him to score goals. He got 2 goals. I think the Mozambique national team made it easy for him, but he got his 2 goals. I won't take that away from him. But at the end of the day, his attitude looked like he was just trying to grab the headlines, and he grabbed it for very, very silly reasons, David.
Right. Thank you very much, Hafiz. And again, Osimhen, he just like you said, it's somehow like the Nigerians had something saved up for him, and they were just waiting for probably a slight mistake or a silly mistake from him just to throw out the outburst. And just like I told you off camera before now, I said I have a very different view about
I want to hear that. I want to hear that view, David.
Right. So, first of all, we are both on the same page when it comes to you smacking the hands of your captain. That is very, very unprofessional, like from Osimhen. You don't smack the hand of your captain. But the confrontation with Ademola Lookman, personally, I do not see anything wrong in that. And I'll cite a number of examples in football where players, strikers, have gone out against their co-colleagues on the pitch just because you didn't give me a pass. And now, very recent, Cole Palmer versus Nicholas Jackson at the Club World Cup. Nicholas Jackson, Cole Palmer was open, well open. I mean, that pass has gone into Cole Palmer's path, and that's I'm trying hard to remember the match now, but Cole Palmer was well open. If Nicholas Jackson had passed to Cole Palmer, it would have been a goal. But Nicholas Jackson, trying to find his form and all of those things, thought to score, and he hits the side netting.
Okay.
And we all saw how Cole Palmer reacted. I mean, he reacted so bad that he even had to use his leg to strike the opponent's goal post. And he was shouting at Nicholas Jackson. Away from that, Cristiano Ronaldo, in some palaces, he is the greatest of all time. But about 3-4 years ago, Cristiano Ronaldo himself, the captain of the Portugal national team, threw his armband, showing that he is the captain. He threw it on the floor just because he's dissatisfied with his team's
But David, these instances you gave, these players were called out for that. They were called out. Jackson was called out. Palmer was called out. Even Ronaldo was called out. So I see no reason why Osimhen shouldn't be called out for his attitude last night too.
Calling him out is not my problem. But you saying that a striker should not be able to vent when he hurts. Why is it the striker? A striker is on the pitch to score goals. And when a striker's mentality, I have 2 goals, I have 3 goals, doesn't matter. If I have the chance to score 20 as a striker, I have to score. And if you see me open, just let the pass to me and let me score. Let me help. This is why I'm on the team. I'm not putting on the number 9 jersey for fluke. I'm not putting it on just for my name being there.
But you've got 2 goals. You've got 2 goals at that point, right? You've got 2 goals at that point.
You have 2 goals. Scored 3 goals in a European final.
Considering the maybe trying to get a hat trick, for me, I want to bring Pelumi into this one. Pelumi, you have gotten 2 goals at that point, right? Don't you think thinking about the hat trick is becoming something like a selfish attitude? Because if your player is in a good place to also try to get a chance, that is something that Victor Osimhen himself can do. So, but even aside of all of that, you don't go to your player and just try to point him out, trying to ignore. Your captain saw what was coming and he told you to calm down. You smacked the hand of your captain and you went on to the player to, try to point the finger in his face that even the opponents were even trying to draw you back. Away from all of that, you left the pitch. You asked to be changed. Just because of that one. You were not nursing an injury. You asked to be changed. You left the pitch while others were on the pitch doing their usual prayers after the game. You left. You went to the dressing room and you left before anybody. For me, that's warrants for him not to even start the quarterfinal game. Whatever wants to happen should happen, in my opinion. What do you say about that one, Pelumi Adeosun?
Yeah, well, honestly, I don't care whatever angle anyone says this from, but I don't think you can actually validate bad character. No matter how you look at it, nonsense is nonsense. That is the height of indiscipline. There can never be a right way to do a wrong thing. It is wrong and it is wrong.
It is wrong.
The way you have said it, yes, look at the way you said it, that with the way he did, and he didn't even end on the field. He asked to be substituted. He didn't wait for the team prayers. He went to the team boss immediately after the game when other players were still in the dressing room. I think it's totally uncalled for. Like, it's completely unacceptable. Now, David cited instances of Cole Palmer and Victor Osimhen and Nicholas Jackson. Ronaldo. Yes, we have seen cases like this. I think we should probably understand something. I don't think it is something that we can actually compare. Cole Palmer and Nicholas Jackson's situation was a bit different. Nicholas Jackson wanted to score. Cole Palmer was clear on goal. If Jackson had passed that ball, Cole Palmer would have probably passed it into an empty net. The pass that Victor Osimhen was clamoring for, it was not even a clear chance for you to score. It was a chance for you to shoot, but
That's
it
my
was not
point.
a clear chance.
It was not a clear chance. I think there were like two Mozambique players in front of Ademola Lookman, and he just saw his space and he tried to go for goal.
Exactly, and it is not something bad. It is not something very bad enough. Yes, Bruno Oyemati, we should not forget that Bruno Oyemati's shots that actually caused all of this.
Yes.
Because Bruno Oyemati decided to shoot instead of passing to him, and that was when Victor Osimhen flared up in there. Ademola Lookman went to tell him to calm down. You scored 2 already. And then Victor Osimhen started putting his hand on his head, telling him that he used the pidgin word that no try him again. Don't tell me that kind of thing again. You can imagine to your team players, and in that process, you smacked the hand of your captain. I think that's a disrespect to the captain.
That's the height of it.
A disrespect to your teammates. You're not the one feeding these guys, for crying out loud. Everyone wants to impress. Everyone wants to score. You already scored 2 goals. And not to also forget that this same Ademola Lookman that you probably going to have issues with, he has assisted all of your 3 goals in this competition. Every of your goals in this competition, Ademola Lookman has assisted that one. Okay, it's a normal thing for a player to be displeased because his teammate did not pass to him. But then I think he should end on the pitch of play. And I think Ronaldo's situation, throwing the armband on the floor, I think it was against the referee when they said he scored a goal.
It was against the referee, yes. Not even against his fellow player.
It was not against his teammates, but Victor Osimhen was against his teammate. And I'm even surprised that you said that this was shocking. Because Victor Osimhen, we have seen it time and again, since the beginning of this competition, he was either complaining or nagging or getting into offside positions. Yes, you can be passionate, you can want to score, you can want to help the team, but then you need to calm down. You need to understand that these guys are also players, that football is a teamwork. Like I said, it should have ended on the field of play, and then you asked to be substituted. That was the height of it for me. You were not injured, you asked to be substituted, and you stopped playing with the team. You stopped joining the attack and all of that. Who does he think he is? Honestly, I think it's a behavior that
I want to bring this back. I want to bring this back to David. I want to bring this back to David Ekpelumi. David, you mentioned something about the job of the striker being to score goals and all of that. He should be giving passes and that. Let me take you back to 2018, France and the World Cup, right? Olivier Giroud did finish that tournament without a shot on target. He was the number 9. He was given that trust by Didier Deschamps. He was right there. He wasn't complaining when his teammates were through on goal, the likes of Kylian Mbappe and Antoine Griezmann, even Matuidi, Kante, Pavard getting goals. He wasn't complaining. Instead, what he did was to bring them in with his hold-up play. He didn't raise his hand at anybody, even when he saw chances they were supposed to pass to him and they went for goal themselves. That is what they call professionalism. And I want to also say this to you, David, that I will ask you a question real soon. I think Victor Osimhen is actually not playing at a big team in his prime now. He's not playing in the top 5 leagues just because of this kind of attitude. Because trust me, football is not just about what you play on the pitch. Football is 90% psychology and maybe the rest 10% on the pitch. Because what happens off the pitch also determines what will happen on that pitch as well. So for me, you don't know who is looking at your attitude. That Finit the Judge outburst, we didn't hear anything after that. It has not seen the light of day since that time. We didn't even know if he tendered an apology and all of that. This one, for me, I think he should not be allowed to get away with this one. And maybe, like I said earlier, I don't think he should be starting in the quarterfinals. He can come in from the bench, but I don't think he should be starting. Maybe you have a different opinion about that one. And also, going forward, how do you think the Nigerians should tackle either Algeria or DR Congo in the quarterfinals?
Right, thank you very much. I believe we all have various, perspective about this. But to Victor Osimhen, there's a difference between emotion and character, and football is a game of emotion. So Victor Osimhen is an obvious emotional player, and the emotions most times supersedes, or his character most times supersedes his emotions, and one way or the other, he has different way of venting all of these things. Let's not forget that this same Osimhen was the one who had, let's say, back and forth with an ex-international who was once the Nigerian coach also, in name of Finit the Judge and all of those things. Also, I think this is not even more than 2-3 years ago, all this back and forth with Osimhen. Talking about the international, in his prime, playing in a big club, I really think it's for him to decide where he wants to play. Where he wants to play is for him to decide. He had chances to go to the Saudi League. He said no, he wants to remain in Europe. So where he wants to decide depends.
David,
on
you don't want
player.
us to start that conversation. So he rejected the Saudi League for a league in Turkey, and you think that is an improvement?
He's playing in Europe.
Okay, I don't want to start that discussion. Okay, so going forward, David, what do you think? How do you think Eric Schell, should handle this situation? Of course, he is the coach, right? And I'm sure he's going to put an end to this one. He's going to handle the situation going forward against Algeria or DR Congo. Yes, because it's going to be Algeria against DR Congo, in the round of 16 today. How do you think Eric Schell, should turn out his squad quickly?
All right. So last night, after the match, Eric Schell himself was giving his post-match conference, and he said it's his team and it's his management, and his management to see what's best. So saying whether Osimhen should start this in the quarterfinals or not depends on the coach and how best. And I mean, we've seen players coming out. As Lukman himself, Awazim also came out to say they've settled the whole issue. Yeah. Everybody's fine. Everybody's cool. So I just believe we Nigerians should sit back and just let Eric Schell and the management sit out what's best for the team. It's a 7-game tournament. We need all our players on par. We need all our players playing at their best performance. So I just believe Eric Schell will do what's best for the team, and he's been able to lead this team 12 games now, competitive games, without losing any. So he's doing a good job where he is, and we just want to see Nigeria win the AFCON. So against Algeria or DR Congo, let's not forget it's a tricky one here. DR Congo knocked us out of the playoffs, the World Cup playoffs, and if we'll be facing DR Congo, I bet it's going to be a thing of a blood battle, because Nigeria will want to qualify and head into the semi-finals. DR Congo will want to show that we've done it against you before, and we can do it again.
Yeah.
So and against Algeria, we have a bit of history with Algeria also. So
2019, yes, you can remember, yeah.
So I just believe we can do this. I want to see Nigeria win this. I mean, they hold this to Nigerians. They hold the AFCON 2025 to Nigerians after the shambolic World Cup performance. So let's just hope for the best.
Okay. You mentioned something about the players coming out to say that there's no issue within the team and all of that. I mean, what do you expect professional players to say? I don't think they're going to throw their colleague under the bus. Of course, they're not going to come and tell you that there's a fight in the dressing room. But I really hope all this, is found out, because we need to get our heads together. And because, like I said earlier, as it goes up, it gets tougher. And of course, yes, we mentioned the Super Eagles of Nigeria up against Mozambique. There were other games. Egypt, of course, also did well, and they have also booked their quarter-final place with a 3-1 victory, and they did really well. Mohamed Salah also getting a goal for himself. I mean, a lot of people also expected Egypt to, get out of that one unscathed. They did really, really well for themselves as well, the Pharaohs of Egypt. Yes, the round of 16 has been fantastic so far, and there will be games today. Algeria, yes, will be taking on the Democratic Republic of Congo, and yes, Ivory Coast will be up against Burkina Faso. We have seen upsets, yes, in the game between Mali and Tunisia. I mean, the Tunisian team, after Super Eagles defeated them, I don't think they've gotten themselves properly. This was a team that did really well. They were spotless in the World Cup qualifiers. They got 22 goals and they conceded none. And in this one, they played a friendly game against Brazil. They took Brazil to the cleaners. They really did well for themselves up against Brazil. But in the AFCON, they've been really, really, really bad. And of course, like I said, Mali got a red card very, very early, but still dispatched Tunisia on penalties. And yes, this should be the match of the day. Algeria up against the DRC. This is a game that should be happening, let me say, in the semi-finals, because DRC, that's talking about Congo, they've done fantastically well. They took Senegal. I mean, they gave them a run for their money in their group, of course, and they finished on the same point. I think it was maybe a goal difference of like a goal or two goals. And I think DRC, they will ask questions of Algeria today. Tell me quickly, who are the men to watch in this game? Obviously, Algeria, they have a certain Riyad Mahrez. As long as he's on the pitch, something magical can happen for Algeria. And of course, on the DRC, they have Wan-Bissaka, they have Bakambu, and João Kakuta, who I'm going to credit the assist of the tournament. I don't think I'm going to see a better assist than that one. He got 2 goals and an assist in his first start. That's in their final group stage game. Who are the men to watch for this big game between Algeria and DR Congo today?
Yeah, well, just like you said, I think that is the game of the day. A game that a lot of people are looking forward to. And as Nigerians, we will also have our eyes fixated on that one because the winner of this game obviously will play against the Super Eagles of Nigeria in the quarterfinal. And I love the way DRC have put themselves in this competition. I think 2 or 3 years ago, no one would have fancied a certain DR Congo to be like a team to reckon with in this competition. But because of what they have achieved for themselves, like the way they have turned out against some of the big teams, and that is why a lot of people are talking about them now. So I think it's going to be a very, very interesting game. And I think it's going to be a game of flair against physicality. I think the Algerians have got flair in their team, the likes of Riyad Mahrez, Ibrahim Maza, Benacia, Amura, all of those guys.
And Isaac Musa, Feyenoord too.
And of course, yeah, exactly. And now they will be facing the physicality of the likes of Chancellor Mbemba, Tuanzebe, Kayembe, Wan-Bissaka, Bogonda, a lot of physical players in that DR Congo team. But then I think if you're looking at the guys to watch out for in DR Congo, one of the guys for me would definitely be Noah Sadiki. I think that guy has been very, very
fantastic in the midfield, the Sunderland man.
Exactly, has been very, very decent. We saw what he did against the Super Eagles of Nigeria in that game as well. And it was also really instrumental in their 3-0 win over Botswana, their final group game. So I think he's a guy that they should definitely watch out for. Yes, the Algerians, they have a very, very good defense that they have not really considered. But then we should also forget that the quality of the opponents that the Algerians have been playing against, I think they are very lucky that they've been playing against, should I say, lesser oppositions, like of Sudan, Burkina Faso, Equatorial Guinea. I think they've had it very, very easy in that game. So I think the game against Diago is going to be a lot more different. We should not also forget a certain Meshak Elia, who scored against the Super Eagles of Nigeria as well. Yes, I think he has also been decent for this DR Congo team. So I think it is a game that we should watch out for. I don't know, but then my crystal ball is telling me that DR Congo will find their way against this Algeria team because they are very physical. They know how to play for 120 minutes. It might even go into penalties. I think they might stretch the Algerians really, really so that the Algerians might not really have the tenacity to go with them until 120 minutes or after penalties. But the DR Congo team, they can actually do that. They've got the physical players, they've got the energetic players that can actually run through more than 120 minutes. So I think that's going to be a very, very big plus for DR Congo in the game today. The only way Algeria can get this over them is probably if they get an early goal. Then maybe the early goal weakens the DR Congo team. But trust me, if it remains
I don't think an early goal will weaken them. I mean, Nigeria scored first against them as well in the World Cup qualifiers.
Yeah, of course, we scored first, and then don't forget that I think they scored back. I think it was in the first half that they even scored back.
Yeah.
So I think they were able to equalize again. But then if the first goal it spanned for a long time, I think it might weaken them, and it might even make them want to come out desperate to get a goal because it is a knockout stage, and they might get it on the counter. But the moment it gets to goalless, the Algerians become more desperate, and then the DR Congo team become more stronger right there. So I think that should definitely be a plus for the DRC side.
Absolutely, because I mean the last time we also saw Flair up against our strength, it was a Cameroon, overcoming South Africa, because for me, South Africa, they had everything in their hands to defeat Cameroon. Or at the end of the day, the way those Cameroonians play, I think it's even going to spell trouble should they meet Nigeria at any stage in this tournament, because those guys, I mean, you know how we call it on the streets, around football. They are very, very, very good at it, and they can hit you on the counter. They are a fantastic side. I was talking about the likes of Brian Mbeumo and Christian Kofani, who has done really, really well for himself as well. The Bayer Leverkusen youngster, he has done well for Cameroon at this AFCON so far. And of course, we saw Morocco up against Tanzania. A lot of people were expecting Morocco to roll over Tanzania, but Tanzania, they had chances. especially in the early minutes of that game, they should have taken the lead. But of course, Brahim Diaz, who is doing well, and a lot of people have also been saying that maybe it was Victor Osimhen that was chasing Brahim Diaz. That was what got him angry, to do what he did last night. And I'm still calling for him not to even start that quarterfinal up against Algeria or DRC. Let's move on quickly and let's talk about Manchester United, because they are searching for a new manager after sacking Ruben Amorim on Monday. And under 18s coach Darren Fletcher has been put in temporary charge, with the club reportedly keen to appoint a caretaker manager for the rest of the season. And several candidates are being linked with the job, including Oliver Glasner, who guided Crystal Palace to their first major trophy by lifting the FA Cup, and he also won the Community Shield. Enzo Maresca, funny enough, he parted ways with Chelsea last week, is also a contender for the job, and the 45-year-old Italian who won the UEFA Conference League and the Club World Cup in his first season at Chelsea has been linked with the job at Old Trafford. And we are also seeing potential candidates like Gareth Southgate, Unai Emery, and Thomas Tuchel, who is currently in charge of the English national team. For me, David, quickly, how do you see that sacking of Ruben Amorim? Is it like a ticking time bomb? Is it time up already that has been spelled a long time ago? Or do you think it's unfair on the part of the Manchester United team, because they seem to be getting grips, under Amorim's tactics recently?
Much, Afis. It is a ticking time bomb. It is a ticking time bomb. I wrote something yesterday, and I was trying to, juxtapose who are one of the, worst Manchester United managers in recent history. And, we have many of the Jack Robson and all of those. But I had to go deep down and research about, Ruben Amorim's game. The approximate win rate for Ruben Amorim is within 36 to 39.7%, and he has the lowest win percentage post-Ferguson era. I mean, as a manager in this era, post-Ferguson era, if you're having the less win percentage, he has lost more matches than he has won, and even his draws, they are not so convincing enough. So it came in with enough enthusiasm for Man United fans, after all he did in the Scottish League and with Sporting Lisbon and all of those things. But he came into Man United. I believe he was not settled enough. And sometimes managers need time. But for a big club like Manchester United, that time is not what they have. And they are going down. I mean, they finished last season below middle team, about
towards relegation places.
Yes,
I think they finished about 15th or 16th.
And this season, they are literally in the same position. They are just hovering around the middle team. So, them sacking, managers come and go, the club remain. Yeah. And the club is obviously bigger than any manager. So, them sacking the manager is just a ticking time bomb, and it was waiting to happen. It was just hoping to happen.
All right, Pelumi, just like David said, managers come and go, but the club will remain. And yes, Chelsea in London right there, a manager has gone. That's talking about Enzo Maresca, and the manager is set to arrive. That's talking about Liam Rossini, the Strasbourg manager. Do you think Enzo Maresca should now look at it and say, okay, I've been replaced, and I shouldn't stay out of work for too long? Let me get a job at Manchester United to still even remain in the Premier League. And of course, speaking of Manchester United, Darren Fletcher, I don't think they are going to stick with him towards to the end of the season. Who do you think, who is the name quickly, that aside Enzo Maresca, who do you think should take up that Manchester United job? And how do you see Rossini's appointment at Chelsea?
For now, I don't think that any reasonable manager would want to take the United job, honestly. Because it's a job that could mess up your career at this particular point in time. Look at the caliber of players that they have in that team. They are not bad. But I think the results are not forthcoming for this certain Manchester United team. The fact that you had 13 managers in the last 10 years says a whole lot about the level of decline in this particular team. We need to focus coaches, but I don't think that out there that really big margin for this United. I've always said that to some manager is not the most important. get a reliable replacement.
Pelumi, Pelumi, you seem to be having issues with the audio right there. But of course, let's quickly move on, Pelumi, because Manchester United, yes, they've had 6 permanent managers since Alex Ferguson's departure in 2013, and the club is eager to find a successor who can turn their fortunes around. And well, quickly, let's see if a manager we have the likes of Xavi, who is still, let me say, out of job at this point. Maybe Xavi Hernandez, the former Barcelona manager, can also look at this as an opportunity. Roberto De Zerbi is also a name, in the list. We also have likes of Oliver Glasner. Yes, Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, who has managed Manchester United in the past. Maybe it's time for a comeback. And maybe the likes of Frank Lampard, also who is doing really well with Coventry, can also take up a big step and go on to coach Manchester United. Time will tell, because of course I don't think they are going to stick with Darren Fletcher for so long. Let's quickly move on. Time is going out on the show. Let's quickly move on and let's talk about this Nigerian boxing sensation, Elizabeth Oshoba. She has climbed to the world's 4th ranked super lightweight boxer, yeah, of course, and according to the latest rankings, and of course the 26-year-old WBC silver featherweight champion has been on the road, maintaining an unbeaten record of 9 wins with 5 knockouts. And Oshoba expressed her gratitude and ambition, saying, "I'm grateful to God for this achievement, and I'm not stopping there. And my eyes are set on the top 3 and ultimately the #1 spot." And Oshoba's rise in the rankings follows a stellar 2025 campaign, including a historic win against Italy's Michela Braga in January 2024, and of course making her the first female Nigerian boxer to win a world title. And she now holds the IBO female super featherweight title, won via unanimous decision against Martina Rigi in November of 2023. And the current top 3 in the rankings are US's Alicia Baumgardner with 17-1, Belgium's Delphine Persson with 50-3, of course, and Australia's Mel Motu with 23-1. And Oshoba is confident in her ability to continue climbing the rankings, stating, "Every fight is a step closer to my goal. I'm ready to face anyone in the top 3 and prove that I belong at the very top of the division." It's good to see a Nigerian, rising to the top of the boxing rankings. And from one Nigerian to the other, yes, this one might be, let me say, a rather sad one, because we've known what happened to Anthony Joshua, and of course he's considering retiring from boxing after a fatal car crash in Nigeria that killed 2 of his close friends and team members. That's talking about the Sinagami and Lateef Ayodele. And the 36-year-old boxer informed his family of his decision following the tragedy, citing the emotional toll of his career. And his uncle, Adedamola Joshua, expressed relief at the possibility of Joshua leaving boxing while he is still at the top. I mean, can you recall that he earned a massive payday, when he defeated Jake Paul? But all that, is in the past now, because all that, to be honest, does not really matter at this point, when you lose 2 close associates. And Joshua's friends, Gami and Ayodele, were killed instantly when their Lexus SUV collided with a stationary truck on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. And Joshua, who was in the backseat, survived with minor injuries and has pledged to support the families of his deceased friends for life. And he also attended an emotional funeral service at the London Central Mosque on Sunday to pay his respects. And the driver, of course, he has been charged. That's talking about Adeni Kayode. He has been charged with causing death by dangerous driving, reckless and negligent driving. Of course, driving without due care. And let's see how that one is going to come out of that. Maybe Joshua might still go on, but if he decides to retire at this point, I don't think anyone is going to fault him for that. And also moving on, let's talk about a big man in tennis. Yes, of course, Novak Djokovic. Of course, he has stepped down from the Professional Tennis Players Association, the PTPA, the organization he co-founded in 2021. And the 24-time Grand Slam champion cited concerns over transparency, governance, and representation as reasons for his departure. Djokovic expressed pride in original vision of the PTPA, which aimed to give players a stronger voice, but felt his values are no longer aligned with the organization's direction. And in a post, Djokovic stated that his focus will now shift to tennis, family, and contributing to the sport in ways that reflect his principles. And the PTPA was created as an alternative to existing tennis governance structures, and he has been advocating for player welfare. And the organization has been involved in legal action against ATP and WTA tours, alleging anti-competitive practices and disregard for player welfare. I mean, for an organization that you set up to tackle the WTA and the ATP. Now you are leaving the organization because there's lack of transparency. That's really a funny one coming from Djokovic. And of course, he should be participating in the Australian Open, but he has decided to leave the Adelaide Open. That's talking about the warm-up tournament to the Australian Open. He's citing that he's not physically ready yet, but I think he should be back, for the Australian Open as he aims to break the record for the most Grand Slams. 25 is targeting. Let's hope he will get there. That's talking about Novak Djokovic. And of course, with that, we'll be wrapping up on the show. Sports Republic this morning. It's been a fantastic ride with Pelumi Adeosun and of course David Bolarewa. I want to say massive thanks, and I also want to say thank you to those behind the scene that has made sure that this show has been a fantastic one. The midday news is coming up next. It's been Sports Republic, and I am Afiz Ogubanjo. Have a wonderful end to the day. Bye for now.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Aisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes wrong, please the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. First, the headlines. Bandits kidnap passengers, attack police in Kwara and Niger states. TUC seeks higher workers' allowances. NRS says new tax laws will boost economy. INEC resumes nationwide voter registration. Minister of Power Adelabu says 128 billion naira alleged missing funds predate his tenure. Former education director gets jail term for bank theft. And in business, Dangote says petrol supply remains steady. In the world of sports, Super Eagles storm AFCON quarterfinals. In entertainment, Beazle sounds alarm on Lagos stench. Now the news in full. Suspected terrorists have abducted at least 4 passengers on the busy Isanlu-Isin-Omuara road in Kwara State. The attack comes barely 48 hours after more than 40 persons were killed in Agwara and Borgu local government areas of Niger State. In Niger State, bandits also attacked police border patrol post at New Kali village, setting fire to the officers' accommodation and destroying farm produce. No casualties were reported, but the incident has heightened fear among local residents. Residents of Agwara and Borgu local government areas are fleeing their homes following rumors of further attacks. Villagers say they face constant threats as bandits operate from Borgu Games Reserve and surrounding areas. Former presidential candidate Peter Obi condemned the killing and called on the federal government to halt the normalization of mass violence. The APC National Chairman, Professor Ntawe Yewatda, described the attacks as barbaric and assured Nigerians of government's efforts to end terrorism and banditry. Meanwhile, the Trade Union Congress of Nigeria is raising concerns over the rising cost of living across the country. The union says many workers are struggling to cope with inflation and daily expenses. In a statement, TUC leaders called on governments at all levels to increase workers' allowances. They say the move would provide temporary relief until a new minimum wage takes effect in 2027. The Congress stressed that Nigerian workers should not be left to bear the burden of economic reforms alone. It also urged stronger social welfare measures to protect workers' incomes. The TUC appealed to workers to remain united and committed to the labor movement. It pledged continued engagement with government and employers of more worker-friendly policies. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Nigerian Revenue Service, Dr. Zach Adedeji, says the new tax laws are designed to drive economic growth and strengthen national institutions. He spoke during a television interview on Monday. Adedeji dismissed fears that the tax reforms could be used to target political opponents. He insisted the new framework is guarded by transparency, due process, and national interest. The NRS
chairman praised the federal government for pushing ahead with reforms despite political pressure. He says the changes aim to fix structural weaknesses and build a fair, predictable tax system. Adedeji added that the reforms will be implemented in phases to encourage compliance and boost public trust. He says the goal is a tax system that supports investment and delivers visible public benefits. Moving on, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has resumed the nationwide continuous voters registration exercise. The move follows the conclusion of the first phase, which ended in December 2025, and allows eligible Nigerians to register, transfer polling units, or update personal details. During the first phase, nearly 2.6 million registrations were fully completed, including online and physical enrollments. INEC said the interval between phases was used to display the voters' register for claims and objections. Meanwhile, Labour Party members in the Federal Capital Territory staged a protest at INEC headquarters. They demanded the inclusion of their candidates in the February 21 area council elections, citing a court order in their favor. INEC officials acknowledged the conflicting court orders but assured the protesters that the commission would act in accordance with the law. The commission also noted that further registration remains suspended in Anambra State and FCT until new dates are announced. Moving on, a political rift has emerged in Kano State between Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf and the NNPP leader, Senator Rabiu Kwankwaso. The tension comes as Yusuf prepares to defect to the All Progressive Congress, while Kwankwaso opens a loyalty register to guard alliance within the party. Governor Yusuf has secured support from the Kano House of Assembly and all 44 local government chairmen. However, most NNPP federal lawmakers from the state have yet to commit to the move. The defection, originally scheduled for January the 5th, has been postponed to January the 12th to allow consultation with lawmakers and key stakeholders. Vice President Kashim Shettima and APC Chairman Nentawe Yewatda were expected to receive Yusuf into the party. The move is seen as a strategic gain for the APC and could shift Kano State politics ahead of the 2027 elections. Kwankwaso has rejected the defection plan and may move to the African Democratic Congress in protest. A fire outbreak caused panic on Monday afternoon in Abulegba axis of Lagos State. The blaze gutted an open space recycling site and damaged nearby buildings before it was contained. The Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service says it received a distress call shortly after 1 o'clock. Firefighters from the Agege and Abesan station were immediately deployed to the scene. The fire spread to a nearby bungalow and a mini church within the area. One adult female suffered shock during the incident and was treated by emergency responders. Officials say the fire has been fully extinguished and investigations are ongoing to determine the cause. Residents have been advised to follow fire safety regulations to prevent similar incidents. And to some power story, Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu has clarified that allegations of 128 billion naira in missing public funds predate his appointment. The Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project had urged President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to investigate the allegation diversion of funds from the Ministry of Power and NBET. Adelabu's office stated the audit report cited by Serap relates to the 2022 financial year, while he assumed office in August 2023. The ministry confirmed that the current administration had no involvement in the alleged missing funds. The minister reaffirmed his commitment to transparency and accountability, promising full cooperation with investigations into legacy issues. He stressed that his focus remains on delivering stable and reliable electricity to Nigerians. Adelabu's office highlighted his record of probity and adherence to due process in both public and private roles. The statement reassures Nigerians that the ministry remains focused on infrastructure development and power sector reforms. Moving on to other stories, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has nominated Senator Magnus Abe and energy expert Adegbite Ebiowe Adeniji as chairman of the NUPRC and the NMDPRA boards. He has requested the Senate to confirm their appointments along with 21 other nominees. Abe, a former two-term senator for Rivers Southeast, previously served on the NNPC board. Adeniji, a lawyer with over 30 years experience in energy, was formerly a World Bank advisor on oil and gas policy in Nigeria. The president's nomination also include executive and non-executive commissioners for both boards. These appointments follow the recent confirmation of the agency's chief executive officers. Tinubu urged the Senate to approve the nominees quickly and called on appointees to discharge their duties professionally. He stressed that they must uphold regulatory standards in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. You're still watching the midday news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go on a very short break now. When we return, more stories and, of course, the analysis segment of the news will be up next. Please do stay with us. This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded?
We're glad to have you back. It is still the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Mr. Okpeyemi Benjamin Ogulami, who is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Okpeyemi Benjamin.
Okay. Good afternoon to you, and thanks for having you.
Thank you so
having me with you today.
Oh yes, thank you so very much, and glad to have you. Also, we have virtually also joining us this afternoon, Mr. Opoluwa Taiwo. He is the executive director, Africa Bridge Initiative. He's also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Opoluwa Taiwo, thank you so very much for being here, and good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good to be here.
Thank you so very much. Well, I'm going to start with you, Mr. Opoluwa Taiwo. Interestingly, the president have nominated these two individuals, and I'm talking about Senator Magnus Abe and, of course, Adegbite Ebiowe Adeniji as the chairman of NUPRC and, of course, NNDPRA boards. Now, I don't want to go back and forth with the situation from the previous chairman of the NNDPRA, which of course Dangote Refinery. But let's look at these two individuals. From your perspective, what light at the end of the tunnel should we be expecting from these two gentlemen should the Senate approve their nomination later this day?
You have practically asked a dynamic and a dicey question. Nigerian energy sector is supposed to be doing well. Nigeria is the giant of Africa, or Nigeria is supposed to be the giant of Africa. And one of the prerequisites for being a giant in the global world these days, apart from technology, is the energy sector.
Right.
Apparently, we are underplaying our game in the global village as a result of our maladministration and underperformance purview of different political office holders. Being that as it may, having the likes of Senator Magnus Abe is not the problem. The challenge is, what are the structure within these two parastatals that Magnus will be overseeing? What are the structure that is being put in place? Like a particular lawyer, Dele Farotimi, put it clearly that if you bring former President Barack Obama into the political space of Nigeria from America, it would fail fantastically based on the structure we have currently. We are not expecting something fantastic from Magnus Abbey. Mark my word, we are not expecting anything fantastic. It all depends on the structure within the energy sector.
Now, I'd like to still stay with you, Mr. Okpolua. If you say we're not expecting anything fantastic, in other words, you're trying to say that there might be some level of political interference because he was once a senator. Is that what you're saying?
I've said it and I'm saying it once again. Having to screen and to approve the appointment of Magnus Abbey will not be a challenge, but the challenge will come from his performance. His approval will be seamless because he was a senator.
Right.
So he might be asked to take a bow because they already know him. Except if there are some people that are following him from his village or from his political home. But beyond that, I am not too comfortable with us settling the energy sector with the likes of political figures in Nigeria. If we have more than 100 significant professionals within the energy sector of Nigeria, how come we are recycling the old political figures within that sector? How come we are not seeing the likes of professionals from ExxonMobil? How come we are not seeing the likes of professionals from Shell?
Huge question.
How come we are not having the rooted professionals, those who have their KPIs, who can monitor their KPIs? Because if you bring a politician into NNPC, he's coming without a KPI. He's only coming with his political party affiliation. And that means nothing fantastic can come out.
All right, then.
I may be wrong, but that is my view.
Well, let's just stay optimistic on these appointments. Let's take this conversation to Mr. Okpayemi Benjamin. Once again, thank you so very much for being a part of the analysis segment of the Midday News. I want to come to you on the path of the Petroleum Industry Act compliance, line by line. Now, with this nomination by the president, will the Senate publish a clause-by-clause compliance check for each nominee, their skill, their independence, their conflict of interest, so that Nigerians can see whether this board truly meets the Petroleum Industry Act letter and spirit?
Thank you for this question. I really follow the line of Mr. Okpolua when he was talking about having experts in the field. I think it is necessary to also pinpoint that when the president was contesting for election, it was stated that he would bring technocrats into governance. Technocrats will come, they will do wonders to the economy and all. But it's so unfortunate that all the appointments we're seeing these days are not based on being a technocrat, or they are not based on merits. They are not based on the successes of the individual in the past that has to do with the field or the portfolio given to the person. It's just based on, I understand this part quite all right, that when Nigerian government gives you job, it's not giving you job for performance, but come. The idea is just come, let's find a place for you to also hit. And mind you, you need to make money for the government. Meanwhile, when you're making money for government, it is not for the people, it's for the political class to satisfy their own bidding. So I do not expect the Senate also to follow the lines of what policies or what regulation we need to abide by before we give the post or the office to an individual. So I expect from my own end, I expect nothing from them.
Well, I like the spot that you've told because just like I asked earlier, should the Petroleum Industry Act provisions be followed book by book? Are we going to see any appointment? But just like you mentioned earlier, experts in these fields have also demanded for strict adherence of appointments. Why do you think, and I'm still staying with you, Mr. Okpayemi Benjamin, why do you think the government at this point is not even looking at that same industry to shun out whoever would be a board member, board chairman, I beg your pardon, rather than go further to bring politicians who clearly do not even know more about this industry?
You know, when Nigeria is built not on merit at this time, we need to make that clear. That at this time, if you really mean well for the country, you will get technocrats and experts on board. Our politicians in government today are looking for self-gratification, self-interests, and not national interests. Whatever we want to do, why we want a politician to be there, it will follow our dictates and our bidding. It will follow whatever who has chosen him there wants. That's what the person will follow, and not one principle from one book or one regulation or whatever the body is saying. And to be sincere, a government that cannot adhere strictly to the dictates of constitution cannot adhere to anything stated in any regulation, anything stated in any organization. No government as such, they cannot follow it. So I need to state clearly that the states we are at this moment, the people we have at the helm of affairs in this country, they are not really planning to make the country better. They are only planning to amass wealth for themselves and their cronies, give offices to them, let them make their wealth, and then leave the office after 4 years.
All right, then. Well, let's move away from this conversation and head straight to talking power issues. Interestingly, the Minister of Power, I'm talking about Adebayo Adelabu, has said that the 128 billion naira alleged missing funds predates his tenure. Now, let me come to you, Mr. Opeoluwa Taiwo. Interesting conversation here because Serap wants recovered funds to plunge into the 2026 deficit. And of course, the question now would be, from your perspective, do you think that the Finance Ministry and, of course, the Power Ministry can co-publish a recovery to budget tracker that can help Nigerians understand when and where a particular figure is missing, and then, of course, run up a deficit afterwards to making sure that we do not have these kind of misappropriation again in the nearest future? Do you think that is possibly going to happen?
All right, thank you for that question. So for me, I have discovered that to whom much is given, much is expected from the political space. Now, every 4 years, we have what we call the electoral cycle in Nigeria. But beyond the 4 years electoral cycle in Nigeria, after each of the election, the next thing is governance. And governance does not work with our sentiment. Governance works around economy, around budgeting. So what does that mean? We are talking about figures this time around. So if 168 or 128 is allegedly missing or has not been properly appropriated,
right.
So the next conversation is, what is the budget of Ministry of Power in Nigeria in 2025? How much has been disbursed by the Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of Power? And out of those figures that has been disbursed into the Ministry of Power, what are the projects that has been executed by the Ministry of Power? It is in that process you can know how much is missing. So what Sarah is asking. They are asking for the right question at the wrong time. Because as of today, we do not know how much the Ministry of Finance has disbursed to Ministry of Power. And as well, we do not know how much, as part of the 2025 budget, how much the Ministry of Power has already expended in order for us to know the balance that will be pulled forward into the deficit of 2026 budgets.
Okay, now I'm still staying with you, Mr. Okpalua. Don't you think that one of the reasons why Serap is practically talking about this 128 billion naira alleged missing funds that, of course, predates to 2023 is the fact that they are also looking at the part of the same administration and the same leadership, that is of Adelabu clearly, to have possibly shown to Nigerians the projects, vendors, dates that the ministry, of course, and they led that within 14 days, so to say. Don't you think it's a call for Adelabu to also open up the books to tell Nigerians how much he has spent thus far when he was when he is, or he was, and he is, of course, still in power? Don't you think that's the reason why they're calling for this particular missing fund?
All right, so that's a good one. You have come from a very crucial angle, which I'm very much interested in. Apparently, a general is always a general. So I am an ex-banker, and I understand budgeting.
Okay.
And I also understand project financing. And I also understand the difference between personal finance and public finance. Now, when we talk about the ministry, there are different department and agency under each ministry. So the analysis here is that it is possible. I am not holding brief for Adelabu as a minister. It is possible that whatever figure Ministry of Finance has released to him, part of those figure might be used to settle debts of previous administration. That is why I started from the note of the fact that how much has Ministry of Finance released to the Ministry of Finance for the Ministry of Power. Okay. It is at that level you can know the gap. If Ministry of Power is giving you any figure now, and I can bet you Ministry of Power will not give you figure. Quote me, Ministry of Power will not give you figure because they will still end up pushing you back to Ministry of Finance. Because whatever figure Ministry of Finance might have released in the 2023 or 2024 budget into the Ministry of Power, Ministry of Power can come out to claim that 70% of those figures were used to cater for previous administration. And who are you to blame him? So what are we supposed to do? Every administration is expected to submit reports ministry by ministry. We have not been doing that. So all of us, we are crying at the wrong time. That is my point. Sarah is calling for the right figure, but it's coming at the wrong time.
All right, then.
So all of us must wake up to understand that there's difference between politics, administration, there's difference between governance and electoral cycle.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Mr. Okpayemi Benjamin. Well, the situation right now is becoming very clear that Adelabu clearly wants to be accountable for his own tenure. As it stands, if the losses predated to 2023, what binding premeditation plans, targets, deadlines, and sanctions has Adelabu signed to clean the books? And who audits the progress monthly within these ministries and parastatals in the country?
One thing I've observed before now in Nigeria is this, that in the preparation of budget in the country, you have to state the outstanding, how do I put it? Outstanding financial plan. And then you have to state how previously what was the expenditure and the revenue of the year of the past year, then you tell us your plan for previous year. Now it's so sad that when a government comes into office, you just see them running their own affairs. They don't check into what was in place and what had been in place before their own taking over of office. People just want to roll on, run business, the business of their own life. They want to run Nigeria the way they run the business of their own life. That's just what we've seen so far. So who had been in the office, everything should be traceable. Who signed social documents? Who approved it? We should know. But Nigeria is not an organization. When I said it's not an organization, there is no organization. Everyone just wants to come, spend and use the life of the people in governance and the total population. They want to just operate based on their own intuition, not minding principles and ethics of office. They just want to run it. So that's why we could be saying that it predates 2023. What happened during during Goodluck era? Buhari cannot even say. What happened during Buhari era? Tinubu cannot even say.
Should we blame that? Should we blame that to data accountability not being visible?
Are we saying there is no data? There is. We have Ministry of Statistics, we have Ministry of Finance, we have the CBN. They have data. The problem is our politicians cannot separate, just as it has been said, they cannot separate politics from governance. Once they are in office, they still want to keep operating as politicians that they are.
Well, it's interesting.
They cannot even have a proper administration of office. That's what we're saying.
It's interesting you've mentioned politicians and, of course, not separating politics from governance. And I'm going to bring you to this political story, which is making the round in Kano State. I mean, one of the states that when elections come to play, might be considered a powerhouse when it comes to results. Kwankwaso, the former governor of Kano State, clearly is in a rift with his, well, I want to call, should I call him a predecessor? Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf. All of them within the NNPP. Well, we hear that Governor Yusuf, it's about moving to the All Progressive Congress, just like some of the governors have done before now. What do you think might be the political tension within the Kano state political landscape? Should Kwankwaso, who again is seen as the leader of the NNPP, move to the ADC, plus the governor of the state moving to the APC? Mr. Okoyemi Benjamin.
The politics of Kano State, like every other states that we have in the country, you see, everybody has its own kingdom, and they are bringing their kingdom unchecked. They want to bring the same kingdom into the states and run the people's life the way they want. The governor of the states is an APC, and Kwankwaso is thinking.
It's an NNPP.
Sorry, yes, NNPP rather. Kwankwaso being the leader of the NNPP, now thinking of crossing over to another party, which he has not said, maybe APC or their new formed ADC. It means that there won't be unity of purpose in that place. But what I've seen so far is everybody is just running things without ideology. What is the ideology of our politicians before they start mixing around? And I believe politics should have to do about the people. It has to do with the people. And then what do we want to offer? What are our political class offering? The APC, the PDP, the Labour. We need to ask, what are they offering to the people? That's one. That's my own angle. Whatever they like, let them do. Let them cross to any political party of their choice. But what do they have to offer? That's one. The second thing, what ideology are they propagating to the states? That's another thing. Nigerians don't even know. All these politicians don't even know the basis or let me say the calling on the standard of their political party. They don't know. Everybody just wants to run things, and when they get to office, they guess whatever they want to do. There is no plan, there's nothing. Let them cross to anywhere. I'm less concerned. But what I'm particular about is, what do they have to offer, and what is the ideology? Many don't know.
Well, huge question there. Let me take this same question to Mr. Opolua Taiwo. Interestingly, as it stands, governors are moving to the APC. Some have said it's about time that they move to the ruling party. But from your perspective, let me find out, what is the economic implication of defection to the state, Kano State, that have never been an APC state before now, owing to the fact that the political rift between the political juggernauts in that state is what is playing out here? What's the economic implication of that?
All right, so Kano State is meant to be a democratic state, but apparently Kano has been seen to be an oligarchy state. So one man passing on the baton to a stooge or to a mentee, and the baton continues without any proven track-based democratic process. However, Senator Rabi Kwankwaso is known to be a political juggernaut in Kano State. But he has a challenge in terms of jumping or decamping aimlessly from one party to another, from PDP to APC. From APC, it decamped or cross-carpeted into NNPP. Now, he's known to be a national leader of NNPP. However, because of their or his oligarchy nature, now he's afraid that his stooge or mentee, Governor Abba Yusuf, has now cross-carpeted into APC with or without his permission. So that is why everybody is crying more than the bridge.
Oh, well.
So this means that the economy and the developmental process of Kano State will be at a standstill because of all of this jumping and cross-carpeting here and there. It will be at a standstill. Development will be halt.
All right,
growth will not be seamless.
Now, before I let you go, maybe in 30 seconds, what's your position about the fact that the chairman of the Nigerian Revenue Services, I'm talking about Dr. Zach Adedeji, has said that the new tax laws are designed to drive economic growth and strengthen national institutions? What's your position with that as well?
All right, for the new Nigerian tax law,
yes,
it is long overdue. That's number one. It's long overdue. Number two, everything about Mr. President is revenue, revenue, revenue. So wherever you have revenue, there will be seamless growth. What we all need is to comply. But while we are complying, our ears and eyes must be open for accountability and comparative analysis of the revenue generated versus the projects implemented. That is where I need the citizen to wake up to their responsibility. That we will pay our tax, but you must deliver the promise as on time.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Opolua Taiwo. Well, maybe for just another 20, 30 seconds, Mr. Payemi Benjamin, your position as well on the new tax law. I don't know if you can hear me. Okay. All right. I guess this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the midday news this beautiful afternoon. We've been talking virtually with Mr. Opayemi Benjamin Ogunlami, who is a political and public affairs analyst and commentator. And also we had with us Mr. Opolua Taiwo, who is Executive Director, Africa Bridge Initiative, and also on this table, a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, Mr. Okpolua. Thank you so very much for being here. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the media news will be up next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The federal government has announced new measures to tackle examination malpractices across the country. The reforms will apply to major exams conducted by WAEC and NECO from 2026. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunja Lausa, says the changes include improved question randomization and serialization. This means candidates will answer the same questions but in different sequences to prevent cheating. The government has also banned the transfer of students into SS3 and introduced new national guidelines for continuous assessment. Authorities say strict deadlines will now be enforced nationwide. In addition, a unique examination identification number will be issued to candidates for better tracking and accountability. The government says the reforms are aimed at restoring credibility and public confidence in Nigeria's examination systems. Moving on, an Ikeja Special Offences Court has jailed a former director in the Lagos State Ministry of Education, Olawale Faleti. He was convicted for stealing 48.9 million naira from Access Bank. Justice Romano Shudi found the 64-year-old guilty on 5 counts following prosecution by the EFCC. The court ruled that the theft was deliberate and carried out over a period of time. The judge said Faleti carefully planned the withdrawals and showed no genuine remorse during trial. He stressed that crimes against financial institutions undermine public confidence and must attract firm punishment. Faleti was sentenced to 2 years and 5 months in prison on each count to run concurrently. The court also ordered him to refund the outstanding 45.9 million naira to Access Bank. And from that particular story, we'll go straight talking some business. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has dismissed reports claiming it is shutting down for maintenance. The company describes the claims as false and misleading. The refinery says production remains stable and uninterrupted, with a capacity to supply up to 50 million liters of petrol daily. It adds that current stock levels can meet over 20 days of national demand. Dangote Refinery explains that routine maintenance on some units does not affect overall operations. Other critical units, including those producing petrol, diesel, and jet fuels, are fully operational. The company has reaffirmed its ex-gantry petrol price of 699 naira per liter. It also urged Nigerians to disregard misinformation and rely on verified information about fuel supply. Still talking business, Sahara Power Group says Nigeria's electricity sector is becoming more attractive to investors. The company links this to government reforms and progress in settling long-standing debts in the power industry. Group Managing Director Kola Adesina says Sahara Power plans to increase electricity generation to between 6,500 and 7,000 megawatts. He explains that the expansion will be driven by investments in gas and renewable energy over the next few years. Additional adds that clearer policies, improved exchange rate stability, and easing inflation are helping operators plan with more confidence. He notes that these changes are restoring investor trust across the power value chain. The Sahara boss also says the company has paid over 70% of its power sector loans despite industry challenges. He assured that Sahara remains committed to delivering reliable and affordable electricity to homes and businesses nationwide. And in sports, Nigeria Super Eagles delivered a commanding performance, crashing Mozambique 4-0 at the African Cup of Nations. The win sends Nigeria into the quarterfinals in emphatic style. Victor Osimhen led the charge with 2 goals, while Ademola Lookman opened the scoring and provided key assists. Akko Adams sealed the victory to cap a dominant display in Fez. The result is Nigeria's biggest knockout win at AFCON in years and underlines the team's growing confidence. It also keeps alive hopes of making amends for missing out on the World Cup. The Super Eagles will now face either Algeria or the DR Congo in the quarterfinals on Saturday. Coaches say the focus remains on maintaining momentum as the tournament enters its decisive stage. Still talking sports, Strasbourg manager Liam Rosenauer has verbally agreed to become the next manager of Premier League club Chelsea. He described the opportunity as one he could not turn down. Rosenauer made the announcement during a press conference at his current club in France, confirming talks with Chelsea are ongoing. He expressed excitement at the prospect of landing the London-based team job. The move comes ahead of Chelsea's preparation for the remainder of the Premier League season as the club seeks stability after recent managerial changes. Rosenauer's appointment is expected to be formalized in the coming days. Fans and pundits alike are watching closely to see how the former Strasbourg manager adapts to English football. Chelsea hopes his leadership will help the team improve results and compete for domestic and European honors. And to wrap up the media news, we go straight talking some entertainment. Afrobeat legend Fela Anikulapo Kuti is set to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award at the 2026 Grammy Awards. He will be honored alongside music icon Whitney Houston, Chaka Khan, Cher, and Paul Simmons. Fela, who did not win a Grammy during his lifetime, has received multiple posthumous recognitions, including the 2025 Grammy Hall of Fame induction for his 1976 album Zombie. His sons, Femi and Seun Kuti, accepted the awards on his behalf. The Recording Academy presents the award to artists who have made outstanding contributions to music. Fela's work, blending African rhythms with jazz, funk, and soul, led the foundation for Afrobeat and widespread generations worldwide. Fela's music continues to influence global artists from Beyonce to Burna Boy, and his legacy extends into art, fashion, and social activism. The 2026 Grammy Awards take place Sunday, February the 1st, with the Lifetime Achievement Honors presented at the Special Merit Awards ceremony on the eve of Grammys Sunday. Moving on to some entertainment stories, Nigeria's music executive Bizel Osikoya has raised the alarm over sanitation issues in Lagos State. He says the city is now struggling with a serious smell problem. On his social media, Osikoya called on residents to take actions to clean up their neighborhoods. He stressed that everyone has a role to play in making Lagos livable again. His remarks quickly sparked reaction online, with many agreeing that the state's environment needs urgent attention. Some pointed out that previous warnings by public figures were ignored, worsening the problem. Experts say tackling Lagos sanitation issues require both government intervention and community efforts. Meanwhile, Oshikoya's message is clear. The city can only improve if its residents take responsibility. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline,
In a nation full of questions,
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
in a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's about that shagging man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to talk, please discuss.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Means I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Yesufu Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight. Yes, it's another edition, and this is on Spotlight on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people, and who are shaping the world around us. I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, today is another beautiful day, to stay positive, inspired. Get ready, everyone, because we are about to ride together through stories that inspire, music that moves, and people who make a difference. And yes, first off, we're going to talk about today is a lot of things. But first off, we have on our list today, we're talking about Nollywood actress Miriam Ogbonya has sparked widespread reactions on social media after openly questioning conventional dating etiquette, particularly the idea of accepting gifts while in a dating situation. So the actress, in a post that quickly gained traction online, raised concerns about whether receiving gifts from a romantic interest should automatically come with expectations or obligations. Her comments struck a nerve with many users, igniting conversations around more than relationships, personal boundaries, and evolving cultural norms in dating. So while some applauded her for speaking candidly and challenging traditional beliefs, others criticized her views, arguing that gift giving is a normal expression of affection and interest. So the discussion soon spread across blogs and comment sections, with netizens divided on the issue. Supporters described Ogbonna's stance as honest and reflective of present-day realities, while critics accused her of complicating simple dating gestures regardless of different opinions. So the actress' remark has succeeded in drawing attention to the broader debate on dating expectations in contemporary society. So once again, this is what we are talking about. Trust me. See, I don't have issues with when a guy, wants to get a lady gift. I see it as a beautiful thing. And also, a lady getting a guy gift. It's just normal. Do you understand? This is someone that you said you actually love. So if you love the person, you always want to gift, get gifts for different. And I see it as a beautiful thing. When because me, hello, I love gifts. So that is a love language actually for some ladies. I don't know, but me, it's beautiful to get gifts. While you're saying you love me, you should be able to, give me gifts too. And I actually love that. So a lot of people gonna talk, say why man go they, buy woman gift? Why? I beg. You see, I don't know what to be your own observation on this, but trust me, when a guy gets a lady gift and a lady gets a guy, I don't think that this thing is one-sided in a way, because a lot of people will be like, some ladies, they always don't, they get that mentality saying a man go, they buy woman gift. You understand that kind of thing? No, but it doesn't come like that. This thing has to be, you have to reciprocate that love. Yes. So if a guy gets you gift, you too should also, get something for the person. So it's not basically one-sided. So wait till she don't talk. It's not left for you to decide. All right. A lot of people have actually come out to share their own experience concerning this. So please, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. So some guys are saying, I beg go me. If I love my woman, I would want to spend on her. So yes, somebody said gifting someone doesn't mean sexual activities must involve. It depends on friendship level. I think that's true too, because say you buy gift for person doesn't see some. This brings me to talk about some guys. Their mentality is something else. When you give a lady gift, you buy her gifts. In your head now, you don't think say forget anything what I ask them she go do. Now they calm down. This is 2026. All those narrative, you don't change. You don't they like that again. So somebody Sajong said, let's assume your man buy a girl 17 Pro Max or a car. Your reaction is the answer you are looking for. Wait first, let me tell you. If you're getting someone a gift, I just want some guys to just remove this mentality of you're getting someone a gift and because you got her a gift, you have to, you would not become so obsessive, being too controlling. A lot of people, you call the answer, he say you own her. It's not like that, yo. Because trust me, even the lady said, imagine when this thing now and vice versa. So make the woman now get you your own gift. Now she will come they act controlling towards you. You go like her. No, maybe they reason this thing very well. So trust me, if you're getting someone gifts or your woman gift or your wife, please, maybe we know they look this thing as based on say you want to get a gift, you want day over controlling and beg. This is 2026. Just try get sense this year. That is all I can say to you. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about what actress Omonde has said. So yes, Chidozie said, after you collect it, and the gifts come with terms and conditions. Don't involve us because these your conditions. I don't understand. I don't know. At Chidozie, God help you. All right. Melissa said, anything where them give you this year, pack all of them, collect everything, especially from those Ishimili Atatas in Suzanne's voice. Oh God. Oh, Shimili Atatas, God, I beg you. All right. See, this shouldn't be something you want to, because some ladies now don't they see say, if a guy asks me out, I will collect it. But meanwhile, you don't love that person and you don't even actually want to share anything with that person. So better say this year, may you try no they do that kind of thing. Because person if they like this, give you in whole heart, give you in mind, you can't they throw ya. Instead of you to say they're interested, go straight to the point. You're not interested. Make the person find another person. Don't go and take something from a guy when you know you're not interested. Do you get? And you guys, may una they calm down. If you're not interested, the girl, no, they ask them anything. I'm telling you. Because all these things, all this rubbish for 2025, you have to stop this year. Yes. If you are not, I think prayers where we're supposed to pray now. Anybody will know they're serious. God, let that person not come. In fact, that's the prayer we have been praying since. So, and it has to start again this 2026 because this is too much. A lot of people bringing a lot of bad characters and the rest of them, flaunting it here and there. It's a lot. Please, let's be coming down this year. It's very important. All right. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, another person said, gifting you is mandatory. If he's not gifting you, he's surely gifting someone else. is very important. I told you, I said, gifting to me is a love language. So if you're saying you're dating somebody and you love this person, you have to be gifting, because you go there, another person don't collect your baby. That's all right. The purple glam said, that's how my former neighbor gave me a bag of rice. Oh, it be like say, now you can't talk. We don't pass Christmas now. Maybe carry and come here. So this Xmas, and my man was not having it. Hey, okay. I said, Oga, I should reject bag of rice because I'm dating. Is it a prison? Okay. So what if that man now has another intention of giving you that bag of rice? So it's better you state it. See, I feel this is a lot. If you want a date person like this, you want to tell the person in your mind. No need of hanging, because no go collect something when you know say you know they're interested. I've been saying this, I've said it before. You better say you know collect and when you know they're interested in this, because the man mindset now, you say, okay, I want to date you, I want to have something with you, and you yourself you already get person. You know, tell I say you get person, they see where wahala dey so. Is well. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and yes, people are bringing out their own experience of the matter. And Tenevor said, if woman buy me GLE, 53 at this point, I go collect a man. Don't do too much for woman. Woman don't do too much for man. See, turnover. Don't even start, because I'm begging you this 2026. It's not only, I've seen women that literally get gifts, expensive gifts for their man. Yes. When they talk with these things based on say woman, man don't do for woman, man don't do for woman. Women too, they do. They try. Of course, at least a lot of people can attest to that. I don't want to call it, but trust me, a lot of people can attest to that. All right, let's take more and more comments of what people are actually coming out to say. Auntie Wime said, yes. Okay. Osundade said, of course, you can accept gifts from the opposite gender and friends. Even when you are married, is the intention that matters. So with an insecure person, and that's their problem to work on. Okay, with an insecure person, it's insane person, and that's their own problem to work on. All right. And another person said, you people still talk about relationship in 2026. I don't understand. Why won't we talk about relationship at Loon XCC? Why won't we talk about it? Please, relationship, even people whenever even get relationship, we move on. This 2026, we have already moved. Because it's not the married people that will come and give us high blood pressure. You cannot pressure us this 2026. We are ready. All out for any relationship. Yes, please. But as I've said it before, as you are dating, try know as you take do your thing, because I don't want to talk plenty for this 2026. Can't they hear divorce? Can't they hear heartbreak? Now is the time. Talking stage no supposed to pass as soon as don't determine on yourself. If you say you agree, just tell them your mind. Because men don't think say if woman no agree, if you just talk to a woman like this 5 minutes, say you don't accept them. But it's not like that. If you actually love something, you got to chase it. You have to chase it. Chase it for a while. We not be chicken where they play for road. So please give us some respect. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And Major Bad 001 said, cheating there your eye. Hey, wow. From gifting, it go be like visiting. Hey, brother. Don't be small. See, I think that's it. You know, some guys, let me just add, okay. People now, if I say this now, people will not be saying, Precious Pressy, you are trying to side for the guys, or you're trying to side the ladies. Please, I'm saying this basically generally. See, I beg. If they go visit person, you already person where you just meet 2 days in your head. Rubbish things don't they enter your head already. Now wow, God help you. All right, let's take more comments. And somebody said, I thought 2026 is about making money. Nah, you girls are still talking about man. Please allow the people that are looking for man to look for man in peace. Don't stress them. If they want money, they also find. See, this year for them, I feel is the money, the man, the money, and the man, and then yes, God first. Basically, for people that yes, the God, the money, and the man. So you people should leave them alone. Don't stress. If you are feeling pressured, rest. Okay. And your village people said, it's your village people. Once this question comes up, somebody don't. Wahala everywhere. Let's take more comments. Oh, more. It's a lot. See, seriously, this 2026, anything concerning dating, you people should just shine your eyes. That is all I can tell you, because this year, you are going to cities. Nobody is laughing, oh. If you feel that you carry that character of 2025 into 2026, you are joking. You are going to be left behind. So please open your eyes very well this year. All right, and the master said there is nothing wrong where it's wrong is when there is a lack of boundaries, or you have given your partner reasons not to be comfortable with the friendship. Taking gift from a toaster is wrong. Actually, it is actually wrong. Taking gifts from ex is wrong. Very wrong. Especially when you are in something committed with someone. Yes. Yes, you know say you dey relationship, you don't dey look aside. It's wrong. Me, I don't accept that one, you. I don't accept it at all. And yes, NX said, I thought someone has answered this already. Okay, while dating your man, will you be okay with him buying a babe an iPhone 17 Pro Max? But come to think of it, that phone. Later now, somebody will say, Precious, you are vain, oh. I beg go, Mona, don't come for me. All right, another person said, gifting someone doesn't mean sexual activities must involve. All right, and that's true. But see, if you are with somebody, see, may we not just respect yourself. May we know how many people remain now. May we know we never get woman, we never get man. May we know as we take rich. Don't come and be having man and you are looking elsewhere. Is something else. If you already know that this person is getting married to you, yes, and you guys have discussed, and this is your plans. So why look outside and go and be collecting gifts? Me, I don't like that type of thing, because yes, a lot of ladies are quite jealous. Yes, about their man. So yes, and that's it. We have a lot of comments. People are coming out to say their own experience, talk about relationship things. And this 2026, please shine your eyes. When anything concerning relationship, man, woman, open your eye. Not say they don't tell you, so that you be aware, because we have been talking about it since 2025. So this is 2026, and it has to be, you have to use your head, because yes, you already had the ideas from 2025. So now is the time to use it. I've told you. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And somebody said, Madam Collector, any woman will try that with me, I go don't know say you are just till the relationship ends. No be me and you go do wedding. Okay. At I am young David say, now where they gift woman, them never marry, I dey blame. Is well with you. And Gucci Entertainment said, no, you can be persecuted for that. Okay. And another person said, Aisha, what are your eyes, sister? You can collect everything. Okay. Is well. Official Teddy Well said, collect the gift and leave us all alone, please. This is 2026. No stress. Okay. Is well with you. All right. To those that are still collecting gifts, collect you. Me, I did not say you should collect, but my own is that if you have man and you are going to collect, and looking outside, you get yourself to be blamed. Me, it's not me that will tell you what to do, but this year, I don't talk too much again. All right, and that's it for that. Yes, we have another gist, and yes, we're talking about, and this is really serious, and Canadian authorities have reportedly deported 366 Nigerian nationals within a 10-month period as part of a broader immigration enforcement effort. According to data released by Canada Border Service Agency, the figures indicated that the removal took place between January and October 2025 last year, with Nigeria ranking among the top countries affected by Canada's ongoing deportation exercise. In addition to those already deported, the data shows that 974 more Nigerians are currently listed under removal in progress. So meaning they have been issued deportation orders and are waiting completion of the process. This is a lot. So reports explain that many of the affected individuals are failed assembly seekers, while others were found to have violated Canadian immigration laws. The development has raised concerns among Nigerians in the diaspora, with advocacy groups calling for greater awareness of immigration regulations and legal pathways. So Canadian authorities, however, carried out in line with existing laws and procedures, stressing that deportation remains a last resort after all legal options have been exhausted. So see, this thing is very important. I see people that I want to Japan. See, I don't have issues with you when you want to jack, but it's a good thing. Yeah, you want to, you want to travel out, you want to go see some places, you want to go for vacation. That's not an issue. You want to stay there, yeah, bad. But you know where things come like this, when you're sure that your papers are not okay and you're working up and down. I pity you because I just feel that this year, where we don't enter this 2026, you suppose don't know what you want to do. See, if you're traveling, you just have to be very careful. Make all your this thing known. Your papers should be in order. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Don't come and be stressing somebody when they don't deport you. Now be shouting, hey, you did so. Now lie. Your papers honestly, you have to live like that. It's not done anywhere. So see, you think, oh, God help you this year. I just pray, say all the things, all the stress and everything where you don't go through. May they don't just carry you come back. But trust me, Nigeria is a beautiful place. So I don't know. Everybody wants to jackpot. I don't know. But then Nigeria is actually beautiful. And trust me, see, no, yeah, you are not depressed to it. Like you just if you say if you travel, yeah, that depression go live now life. They're depressed. Nigeria is a very beautiful place to be. So please, for those people where don't go, welcome back. We love you. All right. Say a lot of people don't talk about this, but it's actually painful, seeing people that has actually built their life over there and a lot of things, and they have already started trying for themselves and lost of all those kind of things, and now they're getting deported and getting back to their country. It's a lot. So yes, and the increase of it's a lot of things. 974 is a lot. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this and their experience. And yes, Lucy Ukuma said they will set camera and saying a whole lot of rubbish about Nigeria. More will be deported in different countries, and many countries will ban Nigeria from going to their country. This kind of prayer at Lucy is well with you. But and another person said, but where will they stay? They will stay in where they want to stay. They will stay for their country now. Wow. Okay. And another person said, I want team, can I get a job on visitor visa? They will pay agents millions for information they can easily get online. So another person says, Shabi them, they abroad, they support Tinubu online. Okay, it's well. And Friendly Income 20 said, dear Nigerians, learn to shut up. We talk too much. But trust me, Nigerians, what do they do? That is just the truth. See, we don't have patience for anything. When you just see, especially when people post something or say, you get what I just buy, bad belly everywhere, haters. I don't know how you people just do. People just come out and be saying a lot of things. See, this year will enter. Just hold your mouth. See chain and the padlock, use them. Because there's a lot of things. You see this year, you just have to be very careful. The way you talk, the way you do things. Because it's not everything that you just open your mouth, you just start talking. God help you this year. All right, let's take more comments of what people are actually coming out to say, because this is a lot. We have a lot of comments. And Ebuka Frederick said, pray in your life not to experience deportation. Actually, that's true. It's painful. Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry for them, but it's really painful. And yes, essay said, ABSA said, Papa Adeboye said it. Una no believe. Okay. Oh. And another Paul Gold said, is well. Oh. All right, another person said they won't stop setting ring lights. Like, is the setting ring lights for me? Anybody will want to talk anything now, to just go set ring lights, turn on camera, God, I beg. It's well with you. And Goma, he said, Omo deported them to come and pay tax. Nigeria has not failed in Jesus' name, because this is a lot. All right, let's take more comments, because a lot of people are talking about this. And Kingsley said, when all of you learn to keep quiet, then half of our problems are solved. Once they enter UK or Canada, they will buy ring lights and start talking step to step to do that and that. All for monetization. You forget they are watching, and actually they are. So Love Dave said, and una being they laughed at the Geo. Oh yeah, now. Jerry Omar said, what's happening? The world is rejecting Nigeria. See, I'm sorry, but sometimes it's even the Nigerians, we ourselves, they cause problem for ourselves. Instead of you to travel, go day or day. No. Now, when you want, they find trouble. Now, making names bad names for us. We good people where they here now can't they look like bad people. God will help you this year. You see 2026, everything where they do. God will help you. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. And yes, Ugochukwu said, imagine this happening to you after using your life savings of 50 million to jackpot. Is to just start crying. Hey, where you want to start from? God, I beg go. And somebody else said on January 3rd, una no even let them do Easter. Oh, it's a pity, but it's well. And yes, another person said, I am not happy for this, but they come into Canada within 3 months, turn to overnight social media influencers and start speaking shit about how to migrate to Canada. They don't leak all the secrets where people they codedly take collect paper finish. All right, it's well with you people. And another person said reversal of Japa has started surfacing shortly after Man of God's prophecy. So it's a lot. See, this year I just feel that all these things that has really happened should have taught you a lesson. You una way on Japa, when una they learn from this thing, because don't be everything where you they talk. Calm down. See this year, say less in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, we have more and more comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are coming out to say. And yes, I am T17 said the reality is that all these countries are facing serious economic and infrastructural crisis. They are all struggling to cater for their people. They are now offloading their excess baggages. No country is getting better economically. It's just worse and worse in some places. If you are not traveling with the right papers, stay at home. Things have changed, not what it used to be. And yes, if you're not traveling with the right papers, please don't go anywhere. We are still in Nigeria. Please stay with us. And then another person said, can we as a people learn to obey visa rules? If you must relocate, why not go through the normal process? It's really not rocket science. Okay, Lucy Upoma said they will set camera and say a whole lot of, trust me, this year has to be a different one for you guys. Because if you are traveling, just make sure that your papers are the right papers to travel. Don't just come outside and say you want to travel and just, do things that are, that are not legal and they are illegal. So please, this is a new 2026 to, right your wrongs, actually. And yes, and that gets us to another gist, and we're talking about another gist, which happens to be media personality Jane has stirred intense online reactions, and after revealing a disturbing incident involving her close friend's marriage. So according to Jane, her friend's husband secretly conducted a DNA test on their children without informing his wife. Driven by lingering doubts about paternity, the shocking outcome of the test reportedly showed that one of the children was biologically hers, a revelation that immediately strained the family and shattered trust within the marriage. So Jane explained actually that the secret test and its result led to emotional turmoil, heated confrontations, and ultimately the collapse of the relationship. So the story has since gone, viral, sparking widespread debates across social media platforms about trust, communication, and the ethics of secretly conducting DNA tests within a marriage, while some netizens sympathized with the husband's desire for certainly others strong criticized his approach, arguing that secrecy was already sensitive situations. So the incident has once again highlighted how unresolved doubts and lack of transparency can have life-changing consequences for families. And it's a lot. See, about this DNA thing, I don't know, like a lot of people have a lot of things concerning their families these days. So I don't know. You want to adopt, I don't know if it's, will I call it adoption, and you don't have this thing with your husband to talk to your husband about things, or you've already, why you go there marriage self, they look outside. That is just my question. Why? Why? Sometimes our ladies, when they get respect for ourselves. Seriously. I'm so disappointed at some things where they see sometimes for social media, because it's a lot. You come out, you do things, and when your husband don't go check, do DNA test, when I go there, una too do. You see this 2026, God will help people. And trust me, a lot of people go into depression because of this. When they don't carry you, go one place and carry you, now you go they shout, family you go say justice. See, no justice this year. I tell you truth. Don't come and be shouting justice up and down. It's well with you people. All right, a lot of people, don't come out to talk about things concerning paternity, talking about and DNA test and the rest of them, because a lot of things just they happen. People just they do things, especially women. I don't want to generalize, but when I too do. We dramatic, we did too dramatic, and nothing they do. All right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And somebody said, my friend just told me that her husband secretly did a DNA test. Oh, yes, that's it. And did a DNA test on her 2 kids, and none of them are his. I'm speechless. It's a lot. It is an affair. It's not the first time people see they do. And yes, somebody said concerning this, on Z said, oh, it must have come as a shock to her. How chaotic. Is well. All right. Augustine Ilo said, it's always on our friends. When shall it be now? When shall it be una? So in the pray, say make she herself go down the same road. They count down at Augustino. Another person said, repeat the test. It's another hospital before concluding, please. Okay, that's true. Now let's talk about what's going on in the hospitals right now. You know, you can get a wrong test result and feel that is yours. So why don't you take another? But who knows whether he's taken on? He has actually gone for another test before we already started concluding that that the children are not his, because a lot of things now it's wrong, seriously. So let's be very sure, that the test results are real before we conclude. Because somebody, if you go don't check HIV result, HIV do HIV test now, come out and say he get HIV. Meanwhile, he don't get am, he don't go check again. If we say check another hospital and he can't be say he no get am. So you yourself gone, they shout, they cry. And what kills Nigerians most especially is fear. See, not be even the sickness now they keep us, that the fear where people don't already they get for their mind. You don't get out for mind, say, I don't get that. And meanwhile you don't. So we are so scared and all those guys. I think, the test has to be done. Get what I'm trying to say? So that you can be very sure that that this thing this actually happened. Maybe if 1 or 2, 3 hospitals has actually confirmed that, then definitely you can now say, oh, these children are not mine. But when you don't already go once, and if you say, you might not be sure. So that's my own point of view. So let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. And yes, somebody said, I think say na men cheat pass, but na una born another man picking pass. Don't come for us, even though, be coming down. All right. Another person said, what exactly are you speechless about the situation? Your friend cheating outside the marriage, or what happened to the husband? Is well, oh. All right. Eddie Nikki 25 said, but is it that these men are impotent, or what? Because how come all those years they didn't get their wife pregnant? Well, it's not me. That I will go ask the husband, because me, I cannot explain this one. All right. Another person said, you guys should stop all this type of tweets this year. Why would they stop it? Please, see, you people need to be seeing things that are happening, because a lot of people, women especially, they do things this year. See this certain disease, they go catch you now. In Jesus' name, amen. Let's take more comments of what people are saying. And yes, we have a lot of comments of what people are talking about. And yes, another person said, we have a lot of comments and talking about, cheating in relationship is a lot. See, this year 2026, I think you should just start living right. No, they cause person heartbreak. They give people blood pressure. Intentionally. It's wrong. And yes, another person said, your friend didn't tell you anything. And another person said, show me your friend and I will tell you whom you are. I'll be how them to talk as well. And Chubby April said, DNA at birth is a must. Okay. And Ephesia said, show me your friend and I'll tell you what you are. Then Miss Nancy said, una 2 day lie, please go. How it takes in, you see what they talk about for Nigerians with this, so is well with you. And Kelechi Kasmia said, my sister talk true, now you be that. Una don't carry this matter, go pinpoint for where they is well, oh. All right, and that's it for that. My own advice to you people. See, the marriage people where they into marriage, more that they do things right. See, this year it's 2026 and it's a new year. You don't need to be doing like this or behaving like this rather. So, and you will be the man. You don't already go do DNA test. I think you should be very sure of your results before you come open to say things. I think that's the right thing to do. And yes, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll still have a lot of gist to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Don't move. Don't shake. Stay put.
My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy, but that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weights. Bye.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
And yes, welcome back to the show Spotlight on VOP TV. And yes, I'm your special baby girl, Precious Akmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And we've been talking about a lot of things today. See, relationship, dating. See this here, everybody they shall say, I think say relationship don't see it never end. People see we move this way to this. We are moving. All right, and next on our list, we are talking about the family of a Nigerian woman who recently died in the United Kingdom has cried out for justice following her tragic passing amid allegations of prolonged domestic violence. So according to accounts shared by relatives and circulated widely on social media, the deceased reportedly endured years of abuse in her marriage while living in the UK. So family members claim she suffered in silence and are now demanding a thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding her death. So insisting that her story should not be ignored. So emotional appeals from her loved ones have sparked public concerns, with many Nigerians expressing outrage and sympathy online. So the incident has since generated intense reactions across social media platforms, particularly after blogs amplify the family's claims and calls for accountability. So the case has reignited conversations about domestic violence, especially among women in the diaspora, and the need for stronger support system and timely intervention to prevent similar tragedies. See, I've been saying this. How will I be carrying this kind of story to 2026? Because what is this? 2025 has passed, where I talk about, violence in marriage. How you go there, person go they beat you, they abuse you. You go still stay that marriage, say because of your children. For what? Why? See, this year, I don't even want to be saying much about this, but I don't want to be hearing things about domestic violence, this, that. You have to have sense this year, because there's a lot of things. If you're not comfortable in that marriage, why not go? Marriage is not by force. Do you get what I'm trying to say? A lot of people will say in that marriage, because of my child, you'll be crying. And you want, Now, see what happened. What do we call this one now? It's really bad. I don't know. I think this year, you people should just prepare your minds, because a lot of things that just happened 25, and you people may not carry and come this year, this 2026. I'm serious. Because why would you stay in an abusive marriage, for crying out loud? And now the family don't they come out, they cry justice. I tell you, this justice thing may allow arrest. It's 2026, and now the shout justice, you carry and come this 2026 now, they shout another justice. More now they calm down. All right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this, because this is really bad. We have a lot of comments concerning this. Trust me, this relationship this year, more get sense in Jesus' name. All right, this is what the sister said. She said, justice for my sister part as well. So the beating, emotional abuse, and the rest of them is a lot. From the husband continued with their home pastor, Pastor Chidi at Winner. It's well, though. So fully aware, he settled their cases as he advised all family members to stay away, saying he is the shepherd of the family. He even extended the beating to the first son, and the son reported to which the school can attest to. I don't know the reason why my sister didn't report to the authorities, still believing maybe in the union of the family. This is where I have I fully vexed concerning this. So you don't already date this kind of relationship. where they go they beat you. Marriage for that matter, they go they beat you, they give you blow, and you still keep staying there. So why not move? Marriage is not by force. People still be single and have peace of mind. Yes. You will still be single and have peace of mind than someone beating you and you die and go and meet. I'm not sure saying that you're making and now you won't go meet. So because what is all this? It's well. All right, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say, show their own expression of everything that has actually happened. And yes, Ify Boss 01 said, I don't believe all the make-up stories. Looking at that woman, it was a serious sickness, but the family just want to damage the man. But I trust UK police, the truth will come out. You see one thing with Nigerians, this is it. When you see something, instead of you to just focus on that, you will not talk plenty things. You at Ify Boss, God will help you. All right. And another person said, I beg, if this story is true, I will urge you to reach out the police with evidence so that he can be arrested. We say no to abuse. And another person said, adults with this kind of tie get issues. I beg, where you can't look the man tie? I beg, go more than leave me. Another person said, marriage is not by force. Thank you. Immediately you notice any form of violence, you leave quietly before we start hearing stories that touches. And yes, that's the truth. And Mufasa, Jimmy said, abuse they cause breast cancer again. God, I beg you. It's well with people. So because she's slim doesn't mean that she has a breast cancer. You've already heard from the family. So don't bring all these things and say a lot of things about this. It's really appalling where we see women not trying to have sense this year. Yeah, this new year where we don't start. We don't a day for inside abusive relationship. More that they calm down. All right, let's take more comments of what people have actually come out to say. And another person said, people that love marriage more than their life. Okay. And Brandy Book 07 said, you all will believe whatever the family has to say about the man, right? The double standards. And Mirabelle Lillian said, women, you are not pleasing God by staying with a man who is determined to destroy you. So, in fact, you are displeasing him by putting your life in danger. He values life and expects you to do the same by removing yourself from any situation that endangers your life and your relationship with him. David and Elijah had God backing, yet they fled from people and posed as a threat to their life. Staying is you putting God to the test, and he warned never to test him. Now, Nasabi. All right. And Vanessa Elisa said, I am surprised people still buy out of domestic violence. Walk out alive and have peace. Yes, and have peace of mind. Because why would you stay in a relationship that is abusive? Let's take more comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning this. We have a lot of comments. Because I don't know how you people do this thing. Ladies, for crying out loud. Marriage no be by force. Saying this thing is really, it's painful. See how slim she looks. She looks malnourished. It's a lot of things. Like, why? Why? If this is really true, I think that man should be arrested. Yes. Because you fit the relationship where you go there. Even when you once even raise your hand, they hit woman. Why would you even raise your hand to hit a woman? For crying out loud. That person not supposed the category of woman being where woman be they live. Suppose they zoo. Because that's where your special place is. All right, let's take more comments of what people are still saying about this. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more. And Omar Chukwu said, and he looks so innocent and religious. No beard or tattoo. Wow. They know you never see anything as well. And Pedro 236725 said, stop marrying Nigerian men. If we are all abusers, marry white men. I beg you. See, more no come they talk this thing now. I'm not comparing anybody. You see, in as much as we have bad people, we still have the good ones. We still have good men in Nigeria, and likewise we still have the white men that are also good, and also have the bad ones. So nowhere they safe, bro. It does come out that way. You won't carry talk now. And Fine T said, wicked family, as you as a man is aware of your sister's going through domestic violence and you did not save her until she died. Failed brother. And that's it. I think this is very important. Your sister is in a relationship and you go there, they watch them, they blow, they hit, they beat. If you say, you go carry your sister, come out. Like, it's a lot of things. I feel, it's well. And Wanyi, we said, is he a medical doctor or an academic doctor? What sort of drugs, injection, and painkillers was she given? Which hospital was responsible for her? when I don't bring the cancer treatment thing, I just feel this is abuse. So make we not just conclude basically. And the perfect gift and souvenir said, any woman bitter needs a deep reset. May we not marry our enemies. My condolence to the family. Actually, may we not marry our enemies, because what is all this? It's a lot. It's a lot. This thing has to stop this year, 2026. I'm serious. The abuse, everything concerning from the men. And I'm not basically talking about the men, because you get women where they beat their husband too. When I never see. Yes, a lot of women still beat their husband too. Men too, they face abuse. God will help. All right. And we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments of what people are actually saying about this. Yes. And Strong and Beautiful said, so sorry for your loss, but your sister should have made a formal report about the domestic abuse before her death. The law will consider the immediate caution factors surrounding her death and not the acclaimed domestic abuse, since your sister did not make a formal report during her lifetime. So when a caution factor is broken, the primary offender could no longer be punished for such offense. So continue to seek justice by the law sees, but the law sees things differently. Now God will fit punish it well. And on First Lady said, people that love marriage more than their life. And Brandy Buck said, you all will believe whatever the family has to say about the man, right? The double standards. What I'm saying is that this year is a new year. Please, people that are in a marriage, if you're in a marriage already or you're going into a relationship, those of you going into a relationship, be careful. It's not everything that you want to see. People where they marry, they come out, they divorce, and you will see no say you no fit date the marriage. It's not because marriage is not by force. You still say no. You want date there. You want that. God will help you. I just pray that God gives the family the grace to to bear the loss, and maybe they will get their justice, the justice they deserve. Because I don't even know what to say about them, because all this whole thing, violence and the rest of them, I don't know why you go find relationship when you don't already tired. Say they work, if you come out. All right, as well. And yes, that takes us to another gist before we call it a short. And yes, former world heavyweight boxing champion Anthony Joshua has been seen paying his final respects to close friends who tragically lost their lives in a recent car accident he was involved in. Reports indicate that Joshua, who survived the crash with minor injuries, and had an agreement and memorial service to honor the late members of his team who died as a result of the accident. So the boxer was accompanied by close family members as he mourned the loss, with eyewitnesses noting that he appeared deeply emotional during the solemn moment. So the tragic incident has drawn widespread sympathy from fans and the boxing community, with many offering condolence and support to Joshua during this difficult time. So since the news broke, social media has been flooded with messages praising the boxer for his standing by for the families by his late friends and showing respect despite his own trauma from the accident. So the loss has cast a somber mood around the athlete, highlighting the personal toll behind the public figure. It's a lot, for Anthony Joshua, and I just pray that the family that has been lost, the family of the deceased, actually God will give them the grace to bear this, because it's actually a lot. Him losing two friends at the same time, and he has to come to us that we as human beings, I beg, if you drive, may we be careful. Even as the festive season has been over and everybody coming back, and we are happy. It's a new year with the excitement and everything. Yes, still me say make you drive carelessly. Please, this time around, be very careful. Try to check your vehicles. Be sure the roads are okay for you to move on and for you to ride on. Even if you fly, no places they conducive. Again, there's no place that is safe. So you should always try to keep your own self very safe. And yes, a lot of people have actually commended Anthony Joshua for the step he actually took to go see the family and paying the respect to his dead friends. And yes, it's a good thing, and I just pray that God gives him the grace also to bear the loss. So let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say concerning this. And yes, Cindy Black said, why do I cry each time I see a post about this? It's really heartbreaking. I pray he finds peace. And amen to that. So, and Lifestyle with Posh said, he will never be the same again. This is an incredible memorial indelible memorial. Kai, I feel for him. Actually, it's a lot, and I still pray that God gives him the strength. All right, and this is where we draw the curtain for the show. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please stay true to your journey and tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. So, bye and see you next time.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Yesufu Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Aisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you, and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so?
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, how are you? That's Shaggy, the man from back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, I would urge you to kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from South Africa, where South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa has strongly condemned the United States' actions in Venezuela, saying that he's utterly rejecting Washington's conduct and demands immediate release of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores. Speaking at the 31st annual Joe Slovo commemoration in Soweto, Ramaphosa said South Africa demands the immediate release of Maduro and his wife following their detention by U.S. forces. Ramaphosa praises Slovo as an internationalist who fought not only for the liberation of South Africans, but for oppressed people across the continent and the world. According to him, Slovo's principles continue to guide the international outlook of the Africa's National Congress, that's the ANC. He added that this informed South Africa's solidarity with the people of Palestine, Western Sahara, and Cuba, and with all communities denied their right to self-determination. Meanwhile, the Democratic Alliance, that's the DA in South Africa, has slammed the African National Congress, ANC, governing government's foreign policy, accusing it of double standards in its approach to the United States invasion of Venezuela to oust President Nicolas Maduro. South Africa has condemned the U.S. action at an emergency session of the United Nations Security Council on Monday, saying the world superpower had flouted international law. However, the DA is calling out the ANC for not having adopted the same stance when Russia invaded Ukraine almost 4 years ago. DA Member of Parliament and International Relations spokesperson Ryan Smith said that Putin pressure on the United Nations to act against the U.S. for its military action in Venezuela exposes contradictions and inconsistencies in the ANC's diplomatic approach. Away from that report, Guinea Supreme Court has validated results showing a landslide election win for coup leader Mamadi Doumbouya, thereby clearing the way for the former Special Forces commander to serve a 7-year term as president. The court also said the second-place finisher, Abdoulaye Baldé, had dropped his legal challenge to this result, which has condemned which was condemned by opposition supporters online, though Baude is yet to comment. Mboya, thought to be in his early 40s, seized power in the West African nation rich in bauxite and iron ore in the 2021 coup, toppling then President Alpha Conde. On New Year's Eve, Conde gave a speech dismissing the vote as a masquerade. However, the court's validation required after every vote confirmed provisional result that Mboya has secured 86.72% of the vote in the December 28 election against a fragmented field of 8 challengers. In a short speech after the ruling, Mboya called on all the daughters and sons of the nation, both at home and in the diaspora, to come together to build a new Guinea. Still on election matters, President of the Central African Republic, Faustin Archange Touadéra, has won a third term in office, according to provincial results from the National Electoral Authorities. The results show that Touadéra got 76.15% of the vote in last month's elections. He was first elected in 2016 and re-elected in 2020 with 53.16% of the vote in the first round. The country's 2023 constitutional referendum removed term limits and increased the term of office to 7, allowing Touadéra to run for a third term. The 68-year-old former mathematics professor campaigned on security gains, crediting alliances with Russian security contractors restructured from the Wagner Group and Rwandan troops for recapturing territories from rebels and signing recent peace deals. The partnership have deepened Moscow's influence in the mineral-rich nation, with Russia gaining access to gold, diamonds, lithium. Increasingly difficult to monitor and document human rights violations ahead of the January 15 elections. Amnesty International researcher Sikula Onyala has said the authorities appeared intent on sealing all possible channels of communication both within Uganda and beyond its borders. However, Zawede told newsmen that the government has neither announced or directed any internet shutdown during the elections, adding that such are intended to cause fear and confusion amongst the public. Still in Uganda, Ugandan government said it was banning live broadcast of riots, unlawful procession, and other violent incidents ahead of the elections in which President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is seeking to extend his 40-year rule. The authorities have detained hundreds of opposition supporters ahead of the January 15th election, which again pits the 81-year-old Museveni against the 43-year-old pop star turned politician Bobby Wine. According to the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology, Live broadcasting or streaming of riots, unlawful procession, or violent incidents is prohibited as it can escalate tensions and spread panic. The ministry also prohibited the dissemination of any content it describes as inciting, hateful, or violent, with authorities often describing anti-government protests as riots. From Uganda, we'll go straight to Kenya, where law enforcement officers in Marsabit, Kenya, have arrested a 23-year-old woman, Mome Wario, for procuring an illegal abortion, an illegal abortion, alongside a 50-year-old unlicensed practitioner, Haron Muturi, who carried out the procedure. The arrest followed disturbing reports from Maukalakore village, where residents discovered a lifeless male fetus, estimated to be 6 months old, wrapped in clothing. Police quickly recovered the body and transferred it to Marsabit Referral Mortuary for preservation, while investigators focused on Wario, who had been visibly pregnant in the days preceding the incident, but was later without a child. During police questioning, she confessed to being the mother of the deceased fetus, leading officers to the unlicensed clinic where the abortion was conducted. At the clinic, authorities found Muthuri operating without registration. Still in Kenya, no fewer than 9 persons, including 2 minors, have died in a road accident involving a bus and a private minibus along the Nairobi-Nakuru highway. The bus was said to have collided with a 14-seater minibus earlier in the morning, according to police, while several other passengers sustained injuries and were rushed to nearby hospitals for treatment. In a statement, the Kenyan Red Cross said several other passengers were injured in the early morning collision and were rushed to Naivasha District Hospital, where they were receiving emergency medical treatment. The latest tragedy comes just days after another fatal accident along the same highway claimed 6 lives. Glad to have you back. Moving on to other stories, the National Election Board of the Ethiopia has launched the new digital platforms aimed at modernizing voter and candidate registration in the 2026 general elections. The system, which includes mobile and web-based application, was officially introduced during a launch event in Addis Ababa. Specifically, the launch of the comprehensive digital map, Mechache, reflects Nibe's wider initiative to modernize Ethiopia's electoral system through technology. The app marks a major milestone in Ethiopia's electoral history, as it is the first time the country is fully integrating digital technology into the election process. Speaking at the event, Federal Supreme Court President Tewodros Mihart emphasized that the use of technology in elections is crucial for enhancing transparency and public trust. He noted that technology-assisted electoral systems have been successfully implemented in many countries and could help ensure a fair and credible election. Still in Ethiopia, authorities in Ethiopia say that no fewer than 22 migrants have been killed and 65 others injured after a lorry in which they were traveling overturned in Ethiopia's northeastern Afar region. According to the statement by a senior Afar official, Mohammed Biodo, about 85 Ethiopian migrants were traveling along the eastern migration route when the lorry overturned in the town of Semera on Tuesday morning. The final destination was unclear, but the route typically runs from Ethiopia through Djibouti, across the Red Sea to Yemen, and onward to Saudi Arabia and other Middle Eastern countries. Yemen is a major pathway for migrants from the Horn of Africa traveling to Gulf states in search of work. Biedo said that 30 of the injured are in a critical condition. Meanwhile, the Afar regional government said it was doing all the necessary life-saving operations on the injured migrants following the horrific accident. You're still watching the African News right here at Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us virtually to make sense of these stories and more, all the way from Uganda, is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakinye. Barrister Edward is a human rights activist and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Barrister, a very good afternoon to you.
Very good afternoon to you, to David at the studio. Thank you.
Thank you so very much for joining us. And also joining us all the way from Kenya, virtually as well, is Mr. Martins Irere Njwe. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst and also the CEO of, I'm trying to get the name of the company now, but then again, he's an entrepreneur for excellence in Kenya. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martins, for being here. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. David, and thank you for your coming me back.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation, and Happy New Year to you as well.
Happy New Year to you.
All right, then. Let's start off this conversation from the fact that 22 Ethiopians, news getting to our newsroom now, 22 Ethiopian migrants died in a road accident early hours of this morning, particularly, and 65 injured in a road where around the northeastern Afar region, a road that has been adjudged to be more like a route typically that runs from Ethiopia and Djibouti and of course across the Red Sea, passing through Yemen and all, leading onward to Saudi Arabia. First, I'm going to start off with you, Barrister Edward. What is your position with this level of migration of Africans leaving their country towards the Mediterranean and, of course, for greener pastures, if you ask me, but in a route that has been adjudged deadly by security and safety officials across Africa?
David, it is unfortunate that we are losing lives on actually such carnages on the roads, which actually Africa should be looking at. Our infrastructure is very poor. But reasons why people migrate, they have different reasons. And probably I would say in search of green pastures, in search of jobs, in search of different issues in Africa. Because Africa has become one of the continents where even its own citizens are no longer actually depending on. So the best way is you to move where you can a bit find life. So jobs is one of the reasons why people migrate. The other one maybe is a good condition of environment where you can settle and probably have a kind of a future you need. So it is unfortunate that these people got into such a calamity on the way. So we really not happy for that. But those are the reasons why people actually migrate.
Interestingly, Mr. Martins, you are a business and, of course, financial advisor. From your perspective, do you think, aside the fact that this is a greener pasture move on the path of these migrants, 22 of these people losing their lives, and most importantly, Ethiopia, a country that is still trying to grapple up with its economy and do better with her economy, is losing these lives to, of course, the harsh hands of death because the people want greener pastures. What's your position on the part that some have said that the government of Abiy, that's the president of Ethiopia, is not doing well enough economically to help her people stay in the country?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. David, and again, Happy New Year. First and foremost is to condole with the family that has lost their loved one in this road carnage. Secondly, to mention is that, you know, Africa, we are not creating an environment to enhance employment, to nurture talent, and that's why you see most of African youths and probably middle age opting to travel overseas to seek for green pasture and their daily livelihood. And Africa, I urge the African leaders that we are sitting on wealth that can nurture not only the current generation, but the generation to come. But essentially, if we are not using the potential or the minerals or the wealth at disposal to harness or to address this issue, we're gonna have the Africa whereby everyone is migrating overseas to seek the green pasture, which can be found here. Secondly, Africa through the AU, African Union, should harness a network in infrastructure. Because now when it comes to the time of festive season, you find that our roads are so busy, traffic. You find these various people, road users are not observing traffic rules, and hence we are ending up losing life. So I address this issue to the African leaders. They should understand that infrastructure is one of the key lifter of the economy. Right, and once it is ignored, it means that we are not steering Africa forward, but we are in a state of retrogression.
All right, then. I'm still staying with you, Mr. Martins. Interestingly, we just mentioned 22 dying of road accidents in Ethiopia, and of course, 69 still fatally injured and, of course, rushed to the hospital. I'm coming to Kenya. 9 persons died early hours of this morning in a road crash in your country. Now, this is becoming one too many, and there is also what a lot of people has termed as negligence of government, particularly on the fact that about 310 billion Kenyan shillings have been, of course, lost annually to road crashes. Some have called this an act of negligence on the part of government. But what would you say that the government has not done right on the part of getting not only to fund cameras, road cameras, rubble strip, and of course median barriers that has become a major problem in the roads in Kenya?
Thank you, Mr. David. One thing is that it not only in Kenya but across the African continent we have a poor roads network. Secondly, is when we come to the distribution of revenue from the government. You find the money that was meant for the infrastructure development. That money is either squandered or rooted in an industrial scale. Hence, we find that money that was meant to maintain our roads, they are channeled to individual interest. Hence, our roads network will be poor condition until we lose more people, hence and default. So this issue of accident has been a perennial issue. It is recurring, but mostly during the festive season, as I've said earlier, is when that you find our roads are occupied or are busy. And hence, if our roads are poor maintained, it happens that vehicle can have mechanical issue, which now driver may have no control over it. Hence, you find there are potholes in our roads, which might cause accident now and then if our roads are not maintained. So I'm returning the bullet back to the government, and not only Kenyan government, but across the African continent, that they address this issue of infrastructure. Because once infrastructure is ignored, it means even the cross border to search for the green patch that is helping a percentage of our population, it means that we will be in a situation whereby even hand and mouth it becomes an issue. So once we address this issue of infrastructure, our economy will do well. Our system will be smooth.
All right then. Well, I'm still going to stay with you before I go to Uganda, because again, some have said the act of not being accountable for these kind of incidents has cost so much on the part of government. Now, the part of responsibility is what I want to talk to. Now, after 2 deadly crashes in just days, how many, because you are in Kenya, how many matatu SACCOs have been suspended? I'm talking about officials now, have been suspended, and how many vehicles have been impounded? Plus, you know better how the government of Kenya also operates in terms of budgeting. What would you say is the government doing different with the 2026 budget, particularly on these kind of accidents for reoccurrence not happening? And again, like I said earlier, who have been held accountable for these crashes? Two already major accidents in just days.
Yes, thank you so much. One thing is that government has put the measures in place, whereby if you are found culpable in where you are not observing the traffic rules, you're gonna be imprisoned or fined. But that will not address the key of accident. That's why I'm saying that infrastructure is the issue. Because now if we ignore the infrastructure, we end up being with the people in the jail, people who are desperate to feed their families, people who want to build the economy. So even if you jail someone because of traffic rule and where the issue is road maintenance, you have not solved the issue. You have escalated the issue to the next year. So the issue here is about our road network being well maintained. Secondly, people who are found culpable of violating the traffic rules, they face imprisonment, they face stamp fines. But to me, I advocate the government in African continent to observe infrastructure being honest, so that it can address our economy and our day-to-day life.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Uganda, where Barrister Edward is still waiting and, of course, standing by. Well, Barrister, I still want to come to you on the same conversation. Why are people not being held accountable for these kind of, I don't want to call it error, very visible act of negligence, if you ask me? Why is the government not practically talking on the part of holding someone accountable? These accidents, 2 in just less than 1 week, have happened in Kenya. And I want you to also, marry this whole conversation with the fact that the recent arrest that was being made about a couple of days ago, the Marsabit police arresting a young quack doctor who, of course, carried out an illegal abortion on a 23-year-old woman. What do you make of all of this and people not being held accountable for actions?
Yeah, accountability remains in the leadership in hand. So there is a political will. We will be talking about the political will which is also not there in the leadership in Africa. We particularly talk about, maybe if I'm to use example, with Kenya. You get that today, the current ruling government, you get that the president is a man who deals with so many businesses. And you get that to the level of allocating his own family to some of these sectors. I know better of one, a son of the president, who's actually engaged in the transport sector. So you get that there is nothing like you can actually be accountable when you are practicing the same activity. So it is very difficult for the government to make policies, even though those policies are there. People's lives are just like used for this kind of political gains, because the policies are being ignored. We now look at where do you belong politically. So in the event that you actually even have been found capable on some of these issues, you get that what is in your hand. That is one thing they look at. So as long as you are capable of managing the situation within and get out of it, then be it. So those who are totally poor will always continue to suffer. And that is the Africa we are talking about today. The leadership in Africa does no longer value what we call human rights.
In other words, conflict of interest is what is visible.
Exactly, a conflict of interest is what is working so much in Africa. So you look at so many issues. You have just had some of the countries which are going against the US actually now acting on the Venezuela issues.
Yes.
So some of these people are scared already because they are culprits. They think now things have started working against them. So I think Africa should wake up, and not even the revenue. I've seen most of the African countries go run to China for loans on the issues of infrastructure, which is not actually even working. We don't know where does this loan go. Africa has been borrowing a lot. We are in debt in every corner, just in the purposes of making our roads good, but these roads are not working. Everything just under quagmire. That is the problem.
All right, then. Well, let me stay with you, Barrister Edward. Interestingly, the government of Uganda has said clearly that it was banning live broadcast of riots, unlawful procession, and other violent incidents ahead of the elections in which President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni is seeking to extend his 40-year run. First off, what's your position with these statements coming from the government? Plus, there's been allegations of the fact that the internet will be shut down during elections. And of course, the government has come to debunk that statement, saying this was a false narrative coming from opposition. But what's your position with these kind of activities of banning riots, processions coming from the government?
You know, it is against the law to ban rioting, banning people who want to demonstrate in peace, because it is a right of every citizen in Uganda to actually demonstrate as long as they are not armed. So those are things we actually looking at now, that the government is now trying to intimidate, is trying to sell fear to the citizens when they are going for voting. The issue of internet, that one I want you to look at the history. The last election, it happened the same way, because that is the time the ruling government, the ruling party, actually did the same. So it is not new to Uganda. In fact, as we are talking in Uganda, I want to tell you, there is something called internet. You can't get anywhere. You buy data, you're only using 2 minutes, you no longer have that data. So there's the way they have made their rules that no social media should be actually, so much people should not be active in social media in Uganda. So that communication is meant to threaten, and it is meant to intimidate the electorate. And it is going to be like that. There is nothing like a denial. The government is prepared I want take you back to the statement of the president concerning the CNN journalist
Yes.
Madoa,
Yes.
where he actually raised up and said he does not want Madoa to cover or to come and interfere with elections in Uganda like Tanzania. So those are some of the things, the fear the president is actually having. So that is happening, and I confirm to you, there is no internet in Uganda.
Wow, that's quite an unfortunate one, really, because questions are being asked afterwards. Why is the government trying to change the narrative, calling what is naturally called a protest a riot? Because again, as it stands, the statement of the government is that it was banning live broadcasts on riots, whereas what is said was protest. And then the question I want to find out from you before I go to Kenya is the fact that if the process truly, like the government is saying, is going to be free and fair, why criminalize live coverages of protests? And of course, who benefits from these acts when citizens can't see events unfolding in real time during election?
I want you to ask yourself where the other candidates are being prohibited from campaigns. I don't know whether that is what we call fair kind of a play game, which is that you prevent me from selling my manifesto. You prevent me from reaching the electorate. Is that really being fair? So I want to assure you, Uganda does not have fair election. This is undecided. This is a decided election. The president knows what they are doing, and they know that the election is already done. We are just waiting a date of pronouncement, which is coming on 15th. After that date, Museveni will again be in power, just the way he has always been. But being fairness there is nothing like being fair in Uganda.
Oh, well, before I come back to you, let me take this conversation to Kenya. Mr. Martins, interestingly, you are, I want to use the word neighbors with, of course, the Ugandan state, so to say. From your perspective, as it stands, in 2021, there was a 4-day blackout, which, of course, was attributed before the election, which was attributed to some technical glitches and all of that. What's your position about the fact that hundreds of opposition supporters ahead of the January 15 election are presently still in custody before election day? Mr. Martins, I don't know if you can hear me. Maybe you need to unmute your mic.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. David.
Go ahead.
To start with is to say that African continent leaders, particularly presidents, they are running a system of state recapture of institutions. You find the Electoral Commission in every country is an independent, but essentially it is the mouthpiece of the state. Secondly, is whereby we have in our continent there is no what we call transparent, verifiable, and clear election, because you find it is a perennial issue happening every election year. You find the election is not verifiable, it is not transparency. Transparency is mean when you ban the media, and now sorry to mention the Media Act. The Media Act is violated by all African leaders, because where there is no media, it means there is no transparency. When someone is kidnapped or he is taken in communicado, it means if media is not alert, what's gonna happen? That is a violation of what we call Media Act, which should still be at the center of our rules and regulation. Secondly, the issue of arresting people. you see, if government is threatening the people, they want to take them to the possession. It means that you are capturing the right of humanity. Hence, it means that there is no what we call right of speech. And when there is no right of speech, there is no balance in politics. So we have to address the issues that is affecting our election and our governance.
Now,
because when we address this,
sorry to butt in here. I want to cut you because I know you're a financial person, and I want us to look at the economic optics of these kind of decision by the government to shut down internet in Uganda. Some have said, as it stands, investor price governance risk is going to go higher than what it's supposed to be going into a new year because of this election. What's your position with that economic optics, particularly on the suspension and, of course, the shutdown of internet in the entire country, as an economist?
That from the perspective of understanding the governance, that is a lame excuse whereby people want to use their personal forces to enforce something. So saying that you are cutting over the network, it means you are affecting the people who are benefiting from the internet.
Right.
There are people who they find their daily livelihood through internet. And not only that, the global market will be affected if the network is cut short. So this is individuals that want to enforce their personal interest to humiliate not only the individuals, but to humiliate the whole country. That's what we are calling state capture of institution. If government should observe the rule of law, it should not come to a state whereby they are capturing institutions that need to be independent. Because if the institutions that should be independent are captured or they are mouthpiece of the state, we have no Africa to speak for the common man.
All right, then. Well, let me take this conversation back to Barrister Edward. You are a human rights activist, and as it stands, at least 550 opposition supporters detained, allegedly from what we hear and reports coming from Uganda. As it stands, the January 15 election, from your perspective, how much of an electoral clarity are we going to be seeing across Uganda, particularly on the landscape, political landscape of Uganda? Of course, owing to the fact that the U.S. government presently is looking almost at all countries in Africa.
In fact, that is what we call a free and fair election in Uganda, a state of military. So Uganda, the president coming up with such statements that is actually declaring these elections free and fair, it is unfortunate. As we talk right now, you get that militaries, convoys patrol the city. So there's no even a freedom of movement in the city, in the capital of Uganda. Not only the capital, most of the cities in Uganda, just because, even though you say this is providing security, you cannot use military. We have what we call police,
right,
which are actually entitled to do this work.
Right.
But I'm failing to understand why is the president bringing a special army to man this kind of election. This is a freedom for every citizen of Uganda. So all that is one way of deterring, one way of converting, one way of just confusing the world in the name of security. Just as you have said, how many opposition supporters are in prison. It is a week ago when the general, who is now the in charge of military, the son of the president,
right,
actually declared that the prison, which is called Luzira prison, be cleared before 15th, so that now the prison should be full of the opposition, and that is the arrangement of the Sun. Wow. So in actual sense, there is no free and fair elections we are looking at. We are looking at the situation whereby one candidate is totally in fear, is actually guarding himself in the name of a free and fair statement, which is not correct. So okay. I see nothing coming good on 15th, but just to denounce what is not right for again Ugandans.
Well, I want to say big thank you to you, Barrister Edward Okwara-Matakinye, for joining the analysis segment of the African News. We're really pressed for time. I would have loved to continue on this conversation, but I definitely know that as the days progress, we definitely also will be talking about this even much more. And of course, we'll be having you chime in on some of the developments that we see coming from Uganda. Once again, thank you so very much, Barrister Edward, for being here.
Thank you so much, my brother.
Also, thank you so very much, Mr. Martins Njue. Mr. Martins is a political and public affairs analyst and a financial advisor. He is the CEO and founder of Wealthgate Insurance Agency in Kenya. Mr. Martins, thank you so very much also for lending your voice on the African News segment analysis. All right, then. Well, we have to take a break right now. When we return, more stories on the African News will be up next. Please do stay with us. We'll be right back. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. The Liberian Senate has approved far-reaching legislation to dismantle the National Port Authority and overhaul the country's maritime governance framework, maintaining key provisions that President Joseph Boakai had vetoed. President Boakai had warned that the lawmakers ignored in the legislation some fundamental legal, structural, and constitutional flaws that could destabilize port operations and weaken executive authority. Though he raised several key concerns in his veto, the Senate's Joint Committee comprising the Transport and Judicial Committee told the plenary prior to pre-passage that his main issues were rather with the bill's nomenclature and table of contents. Critics say that the repassage of the bill prompts accusation that lawmakers were effectively neutralizing the constitutional role of the presidency by reenacting substantially similar laws without addressing their defects. From Liberia to Mali, where reports say mining ministry official has said that suspected jihadists attacked the Morila gold mine in Mali at the weekend, burning equipment and taking 7 employees hostage before releasing them. The attack highlights mounting security risk in Mali, which is Africa's 3rd largest gold producer and which is battling Al-Qaeda's linked jihadists that have targeted economic access and foreign investment. A spokesperson for Mali's mine ministry and another person familiar with the matter disclosed that armed men attacked the mine, for which the United States-based Flagship Gold signed an investment agreement last year. According to them, the attackers burnt equipment and took 7 employees hostage, but released them all the following evening. They added that the army has taken control of the situation and was conducting a sweep of the area. And from that story, we'll move straight to talking African business. Senegal's international bond prices have shot up, with prices risen by over 2%, driven by investor optimism about the possibility of a new International Monetary Fund lending program. According to TradeWeb data, Senegal's 2033 dollar bond led the gains, climbing 2.8% to trade at 62% on the dollar, marking its highest level in 5 weeks. Advance followed a sharp sell-off that pushed the bond to a record low on December the 17th. Senegal's euro-dominated bonds also rose over 2%. Emerging markets, sovereign analyst at Aviva investor Carmen Autenkish disclosed that Senegal had a difficult year in 2025 with bond at levels that largely priced in a restructure. Out-Tankage added, however, that a good bond auction on the regional market and the prospect of an IMF visit in January has created some optimism. She added that if a credible IMF deal is done and the government shows commitment to consolidation, then bonds could potentially go sub 10%. Still talking business, and in Kenya, the Stanbic Bank Kenya Purchasing Managers Index, that's PMI, showed that private sector economy maintained solid growth in December, driven by robust customer demand and increased business activities. The headline PMI stood at 53.7 in December, down from 55.0 in November, indicating a continued expansion in business conditions. Reading above 50.0 denotes growth, while those below indicate contraction. Kenyan firms reported a marked rise in activity, sales, and purchases, with employment growth hitting at highest rates since November 2019. According to economics Christopher Legishilio, the Kenyan PMI stayed in expansion territory, albeit slower this month, implying still strong demand conditions are driven new orders. Inflationary pressures accelerated from November's low, with input prices rising due to increased tax burdens and higher fuels and material costs. However, the overall rate of input price inflation remained softer than the long-run trend. And to wrap up the African news, go straight talking African sports. Ademola Lookman turned in a virtuoso performance as Victor Osimhen struck twice to lead Nigeria to an emphatic 4-0 victory over Mozambique in the African Cup of Nations last 16 round on Monday. Nigeria's dominance was near total as Lookman scored the opening goal and Akko Adams, who also scored the last goal, produced 3 assists to drive his side into the quarterfinals, where they will meet Algeria or the Democratic Republic of Congo. The scoreline was the biggest margin of the victory at the tournament in Morocco and could easily have been doubled had Nigeria not spawned easy chances. Mozambique, who had never previously qualified for the knockout stages of the Cup of Nations, looked overwhelmed by the power and speed of their opponent. Nigeria had the ball in the net as early as the second minute when Osimhen swept home Franco Yeka's cross, but was clearly offside. It took another 18 minutes before the opening goal came, with Lookman placing a powerful side-footed shot into the net from Adams' pullback. Still talking sports, Egypt's forward Mohamed Salah said his team was not among the favorites to win the African Cup of Nations title, but insisted they would give their best to go deeper in the tournament in Morocco. The Liverpool forward scored the 3rd goal to secure Egypt's spot in the quarterfinal, with a hard-fought 3-1 extra-time victory over Benin Republic on Monday. Hossam Hassan's side are beaten to win the title for the first time since 2010 and a record 8th time overall. However, Salah said he does not think they are favorites at all to win the title, having got young players, most of whom play in Egypt. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Aisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
every hour, every day. The grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girl Strip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's a brother Shaggy, the man from back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers, whatever, live it. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aisha. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the
Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This powerful statement by Nelson Mandela highlights the transformative power of education in shaping individuals, societies, and the nation.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing
Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. This powerful statement by Nelson Mandela highlights the transformative power of education in shaping individuals, societies, and the nation. Welcome to the first edition of Edu Dialogue in 2026, a platform where we interrogate ideas, inspire learning, and amplify conversation that matter.
I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Today on the program, we focus on personal development and goal setting for 2026, alongside book reading and the importance of a strong reading culture in the new year. But first, let's begin with our first conversation of the day. As Nigerians step into a new year filled with expectations and renewed hope, conversations around personal growth, self-improvement, and goal setting have taken center stage. Beyond resolution and social media declaration, experts argue that intentional personal development remains critical to individual success, national productivity, and sustainable growth. With rising economic pressures, evolving career demands, and changing social realities, many individuals are being forced to rethink their priorities, skills, and long-term plans. Setting clear goals, developing the right mindset, and committing to continuous learning are increasingly seen as essential tools for navigating 2026 successfully. Now, let's examine the personal development and goal setting for the new year, exploring practical strategies, common pitfalls, and the role of education in shaping disciplined and purpose-driven individuals. And joining me to discuss this is Dikpo Adebayo, a water engineer, a youth counselor, a writer, and a counseling trainer, Solid Teens and Youth Initiative. And virtually, I have Peter Oyefolu, who is a chemical engineer, a distinguished scholar, and the founder and president of the Elite Book Readers Club. Let me start with you, Dikpo. Good afternoon, Happy New Year, and thank you so much for coming to Edu Dialogue.
Same to you, Matthew. It's a pleasure to be
We are very glad to have you join us. So we are talking about personal development and goal setting for the new year. So in your own view, how would you define personal development, and why is it important for us to set personal goals in 2026?
All right, thank you. Personal development is when an individual takes intentional steps to become the best version of themselves. And it includes a holistic, 360-degree view to become the best that you can professionally, personally, in your character, in your, in every area of your life. So it's an holistic development of the total person.
Okay, so when you talked about holistic and you talked about character. And I remember that character development and character education plays a critical role and central role in today's education landscape, especially as it relates to today's dispensation. Walk us through personal development and character. How does it align together? Why do you think character is very, very important to bridge the gap in as much as we also develop personally?
Thank you. Character is very important when it comes to personal development, because whatever goals that you set, you need to develop certain characters, certain traits to help you achieve those goals. For example, one major character that is often needed is discipline. Regardless of the goal that you set, if you are not disciplined, you may not be able to achieve that goal. So that's just one. Another character that is important, depending on what you want to achieve, you can talk of integrity. If you don't have personal integrity, you might say, well, I want to achieve this goal. But if you are not true to people, in terms of your desire to achieve that goal, you might not achieve it. Because, for example, if it's a financial goal, if people cannot trust you because you've shown a lack of integrity in times past, if they feel they cannot trust you, they probably won't do business with you. So character is really important.
So apart from integrity, which you of course mentioned, now what other character must we develop in 2026? Because we are talking about personal development for the new year. What other character must we also develop, or what other character must grow in us in order to be better individuals in 2026 and beyond?
I would say one, diligence, hard work. You need to be hardworking. I would say two is focus. We live in a time when there's a lot of distraction, and regardless of the goal that you want to set, if you are not focused, you won't achieve it, most likely. Another one I would mention is respect. That's probably a word that many people don't, think of when it comes to a character. But you find out that respect is very important. Respect for yourself, respect for people, regardless of who you're talking to, regardless of who you're dealing with. Because most of the goals you want to set, people are going to come in one way or the other to help you achieve that goal. But if those people, if you do not respect them, the chances are that they might not give you the opportunities, the leverage that you need, the support that you need to achieve those goals. Another one I'll mention is kindness. If you don't have that kind, or if you don't develop kindness, if you're not kind, and in the way you treat people, in the way you relate with people, then again, the chances are that you probably would not achieve some of those goals. In fact, you may not even see the opportunities that are there to achieve those goals, because if you want to give an example, you want to improve your business in a certain area, you want to, grow that business. If you're operating primarily from an angle of, I want to make as much money as I can, but you're not also thinking of how can I add value to people's lives, right? Those are two different mindsets. Yes, you want to make money, but you're also thinking of how can I add value to people. So that is part of kindness. That is part of, you want to give, right? So if you think like that, it really shifts the game in terms of achieving your goals.
So you mentioned respect. I want you to link respect and humility. How do you think both of them, how do you think they tarry together, especially in the new year and beyond? Because when a lot of people misprioritize respect and humility, a lot of people say they are synonymous, a lot of people say they are different. So how do you think we can align both respect and humility together in setting personal goals?
Thank you. So if humility, the chances are that if you're not humble, you would not respect people as you should, because when you're proud, you have an elevated view of yourself that is undue, right? And so if you have this view of yourself, then that means you look down on people, right? Because you've taken yourself above people, so in your mind. So if you have that, the chances are that if you're looking down on people out of pride, you probably won't respect them. You might appear to respect them, but in your heart, you don't respect them. And sooner or later, chances are that will come out of you. And so it's very...
So it comes from within. Both humility, both respect, whatever value you are saying, it comes from within. It comes from our individual mindset. I think I'll come back to you. Good afternoon, Peter, and thank you so much for joining me on Edgy Dialogue. And let me be the first person to wish you a Happy New Year.
And to you, Happy New Year as well.
Thank you so much for joining. What did you say?
It's nice to be here on this platform.
Thank you. We are very glad to have you join us. And we are talking about personal development as it relates to setting goals for the new year. So I want to speak to us. You are the founder of the LI Book Readers Club. In practical terms, what key area of life should individuals focus on when setting personal goals for the new year?
So I really like the concept of, personal development, because from my own perspective, I see from the idea of skin molting, like you're shedding off your skin. You are removing some layers upon layers. And the key areas I would consider from the word shape, SHAPE. That is the S standing for the spiritual core, the H for health, the A for your ability, that's encompasses your career and skills. Then P stands for prosperity, that's your finance and businesses. And then E for your ecosystem, which is your relationship and your network. So first, the very critical key area is spirituality. So when I say spirituality, I don't mean spirituality. So spirituality as a central processing unit, that is where you get your ideas from, your mindset, your mentality, your vision, right? Because sometimes reality can set upon you, right? And spirituality is one thing that makes you live beyond your physical realm, beyond your five senses. And if you read books like Outwitting the Devil, which is not written by a Christian or a Pope or someone like that, it's written by Napoleon Hill, you understand the importance of spirituality in the key areas of development. Then your health. You can't do anything, you can't make progress if you're suffering health-wise. So take your health very important. Your exercise, the food you eat, the activities you do, are they improving your health or they're damaging your health? Then the third layer being the abilities, right? Ask yourself, what value do I offer now? What can I improve? Or what am I particularly improving at the moment? Or what skill sets do I have that in the short term, but in the long term might not be sufficient, and then you might need to improve. For example, we're in the world of AI, right? Artificial intelligence, and the skill sets are evolving year in, year out, right? Then the fourth layer being prosperity. Check your finance. How do I spend? How do I earn money? how can I improve my income? How can I reduce my expenses? Or if I am the kind of person who likes to spend a lot, how can I automate my savings such that I spend what is left and every other thing that needs to be saved, I've gone into savings, right? What investment plans do I need to consider? What investments do I need to maybe, for example, if you're already in investment, you're already thinking, oh, should I go into short or long-term investing? Should I go into index funds or should I go into stocks? These are different questions you consider. And last but not the least, right, is the ecosystem, your relationship. What are the people in your network? Evaluate your network. The people I have now, can they help me get to where I want to get to in 2026? Do I have mentors in my life? Do I have career coach in my life? Do I have people that can help me? So there are different layers you see all together that really matters when developing a plan for your 2026.
Thank you so much for that contribution. And I want to just ask, how important is mindset in achieving goals, especially in a challenging socioeconomic environment like Nigeria?
Yeah, so mindset helps you live beyond your ends, right? We've read books like As a Man Think, So Is He, right? As a Man Thinketh, right? This is a very popular book. And you read books like Think and Grow Rich, and people think thinking is overhyped, right? Oh, my mindset, oh, this and that. But the most important element is you cannot control outside if you don't control within. Right? Know what are the things that are within your control. For example, the environment, the realities in Nigeria are not within your control. Or you might say the government this, the government that, but they are not within your control. What is within your control is your mindset, right? And you should take it very seriously.
Beautiful. Thank you for that wonderful thoughts there. And I want to just ask, from your experience as a coach, what are the common mistakes individuals make when setting personal or career goals? And how can all these mistakes, how can these barriers, how can they be broken?
So from my experience so far, I think there are 3 common mistakes people make when setting, goals. The first one is overestimation of motivation, right? The second is underestimating time. And the third is ignoring behavioral patterns. Now, so let me expand. So first, when the year starts, everybody's excited. Oh, they are listening to this motivational speaker, they are listening to this inspirational speaker, or listening to their clerics, and they come up with this beautiful plan. So they're always in their mind thinking they will feel inspired every day. Whereas life does not work that way. There are days you will not feel inspired. There are days you don't want to do what you want to do. And that's where the systems and discipline comes into play, not motivation. Motivation gets you started, but systems and those disciplines help you keep at it, And then in the second layer being time. A lot of people say, oh, time will change things or everything will change with time. No, time only reflects what you're doing. So even if you are not doing anything, that stuff you are not doing will compound over time, right? So little actions, as small as it is, as far as it's consistent, can make great impact. And little inactions, as small as they are, will also have a negative compound effect. Then also the last layer being your behavioral patterns. How do you behave? Are you seeing results? How do you act on money and the other part? So I feel it's an holistic area to really consider, and that's why people make a lot of mistakes when they set their goals.
So how can it be overcome? And I recall that during your submission, you mentioned something about consistency. So discipline and consistency are often cited as success factors. So how do you think individuals can realistically build these habits over time?
Let's keep it simple. Take it one step at a time. First, starting with a reflection. What habits do I keep now? Ask yourself, can this habit get me to where I want to be in life? Or can I see a brighter future from this habit? From your spending, how you value your time. So if there's a common resource we all have, it's time. I might really want to give like a practical example from my own personal life. Immediately after I finished my undergrad, I was thinking, how do I position myself for the future I want to have? And one of the ways I was able to get to where I am today is the habits I created for myself. I created like an ecosystem of what I listen to, of what I hear, what I do day in, day out. And those things, built over time and became a core part of my life. It made it easier for me to wake up in the morning and get job done without having to think that, oh, I feel like working or I don't feel like working. So it's all about systems. Once you set your systems in place, what you listen to, maybe you wake up. For example, once I wake, I listen to motivational speakers. After having my devotion, I go straight into audio books that I'm currently reading. And from day when I'm about to sleep, I have some other patterns or some habits I've been keeping over the years. And these have helped me to remain productive and not just busy.
Beautiful, beautiful. So what would be your practical advice for Nigerians that want to be better? What should they do to be one person that will be somebody of substance? And what would you give to Nigerians to ensure that 2026 becomes a year of measurable growth rather than repeated promises? Because a lot of people set plans and it do not happen.
The goal setting, which is good. Then the second is the systems, right? And I've explained that already. Then the third is also the tools box you should have. For example, I run a club, which is the Elite Book Readers Club, where we read books, a book per month. And this is what I've been doing over the years. So sometimes you find yourself drifting. You find yourself chasing things that might look, realistically good, but not right for you. But when you read some books, some self-help books, some spiritual books, some motivational books, or whatever kind of books that can help you get your mind in order, then you begin to realize that, oh, I think I'm doing this wrong. Again, people say experience is the best teacher. But why should you leave an experience that has already been lived by somebody else that you can learn from? So that is the strategy you can get from books and not from extra things. So for me, this has been working over the years, and I continue to do it. I hope Nigerians can also apply that in their lives.
Thank you so much, Peter Oyefolu, for that wonderful contribution. Let me bring you back to the studio. Dipo, what would be your advice to young professionals that want to set goals across key areas like career, finances, health, and character development? What would be your advice?
All right.
And how should we structure goals across these areas?
Set SMART goals. Set SMART goals. SMART stands for, it's a popular acronym that you've probably heard about it. S stands for specific, M stands for measurable, A stands for achievable, R stands for relevant, and T stands for time-bound. So let your goal be specific. I want to increase my income from this to this, right? From maybe 100,000 to 200,000 over the course of 6 months in the new year, over the course of 1 year. And then you want to make it measurable. Of course, something you can measure. So you want to do this across various key areas of your life, across your finances, your health. I want to stop eating this kind of food, or I want to cut down my number of sodas that I take, soft drinks, alcohol. I want to, just set those kind of goals and make them specific, right? Make them time-bound, make them measurable. So I want to cut down my eating or the way I sleep. I want to stop sleeping 1 a.m. and start sleeping 10 a.m. So you want to do those kind of things. You want to set relevant goals. The R stands for relevant in SMART goals. Relevant means, why does this thing matter to you?
Yeah.
Because if and so if I want to set a health goal, for example, and maybe I want to add weight or lose weight, as the case may be, I have to ask myself, why is it relevant? Am I doing this because that's what everybody says, right? Or am I doing this because I realize that if I do not maybe add some more weight, I might become underweight, and it could affect my health in the long term, right? So you want to set those kind of thought patterns. I know that if I gain weight beyond a certain level, it could begin to affect my health in this area and that area. So that's relevance. I'm trying to make it relevant to myself. So you want to do that across every area. Why do you want to increase your income from ×5? Why do you need ×5 of that income? Again, is it because you're trying to keep with the Joneses? You're trying to just get something you don't need? Or are you trying to raise that income because your needs or your bills have increased and you're trying to meet? So that's relevant. And that's really important, because if you don't do that and you start to set goals, at the end of the day, you might not find the motivation you need to achieve those goals, because motivation often follows purpose. When your purpose is clear and solid, then motivation flows, right? So
motivation follows purpose. When your purpose is clear, then motivation follows. Set specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound goals in the year 2026. Well, that's just all on the first conversation. You're still watching Edge Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we will focus on the importance of cultivating a reading culture in the new year and explore how books can shape personal growth, knowledge, and success. Please stay with us.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Glad to have you back on the program. As the new year begins, focus is returning to personal development habits that shape thinking, decision-making, and long-term success. Among these habits, book reading remains one of the most powerful tools for self-education and intellectual growth, although it is increasingly neglected. In today's age of social media, short-form content, and digital distractions, declining reading habits may affect critical thinking, vocabulary development, and the ability to engage deeply with complex ideas. Yet, books continue to provide knowledge, perspective, and discipline, offering access to experiences, skills, and insights beyond one's immediate environment. Research shows that daily reading habits benefit mental, cognitive, emotional, and even physical well-being. And according to the International Literacy Association, reading also fosters creativity and imagination, essential for innovation, problem solving, and tackling real-world challenges. And of course, still with me to unpack this conversation is Dikpo Adebayo, and of course, Peter Oyefolu, who is a chemical engineer, a distinguished scholar, and the founder and president of the LI Book Readers Club. Let me start with you, Peter. Is reading limited to hard copy books, or can it also include digital formats like ebooks and audiobooks? And then how would you assess the current state of reading culture in Nigeria, particularly among young people and professionals? Are there areas of improvement that you would like to see?
Question, right? First and foremost, reading is not limited to hard books. In fact, the most progresses I've made so far in the books I've read have been due to reading audiobooks, right? Because those are the those are the books or stuff you can listen to while you're doing something else, while you're on the walk, while you're driving to work, and it saves you the big excuse we all give that I don't have time, right? So you don't need to create time to literally read. You just need to listen. So, in as much as audiobooks are also good, it's very important to create time to read art books as well, because from there you can scrape some insights. But I can go into more details on how to apply digital formats and as well as hard copies. Because I've been doing this over the years. And then in terms of the reading culture in Nigeria, as a scientist, I don't want to speak like someone just giving some generalized statement. So I checked some sources out there, and according to the cable, it shows that average Nigerian reads less than a book per year. Like around 56% read less than just one book a year, which is really, really terrible. And just 1% of successful adults read a non-fiction book monthly. So you can see that, and also, statistics also show that Nigeria has been ranked among the country with one of the lowest reading culture globally, with nearly 40% of adults unlettered and many students not reading beyond exam text. So when we say reading, people like a lot of people would say, "Oh, I'm a student, I study, so I doesn't that count to reading." But here in this context, we are referring to reading beyond what your job requires, reading beyond what your education or your academic requires, reading just for development and not just for some income.
Yeah. So how do you think a strong reading habit, how does it contribute to personal development and lifelong learning? And in what ways can reading improve critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity, especially knowing fully well that you're the founder of the Elite Book Readers Club?
Thank you. So at the Elite Book Readers Club, our core vision is to reshape human thinking through books, right? And doing this for over 3 years, I've seen how people have been transformed in how they approach life. And for example, at the Elite Book Readers Club, we focus on 3 core areas, which is the personal development, your finance, and emotional intelligence. Starting with personal development, I've personally, and I've also seen the lives of the members. I've seen how they've transformed their lives, how they've chosen different habits. Some things you thought were not harmful, books have helped you identify those things as harmful. Some things you thought, oh, I don't have control over, books have shown you that, oh, this your control. All you need to do is take a different approach. I'll do this or do that, and you get it resolved. Then in terms of finance, personally, I've read a lot of books on finance, and one of the key books, that have really transformed my life in finance area is "I Will Teach You to Be Rich" by Ramit Sethi. And in that book, I learned the power of automation. Automating your saving, and that has helped me increase my wealth in terms of investment and other areas. Then emotional intelligence, that is like an area a lot of people underestimate or they don't value. So books like this popular book by Dale Carnegie, How to Win Friends and Influence People, other books like that will teach you what really matters, how you communicate with your boss, how you communicate with your friends, how you build a robust network that your children, your friends, and family will be grateful for. So I feel the book is very important, and these are the areas I think people can really implement.
And what type of book should we prioritize in 2026 to support intellectual and personal growth?
So first, I would say people should consider what their goals are. But from my own perspective, I would say, the 4 areas: your spiritual, the personal, your finance, and your emotional intelligence, right? And books, these 4 key areas can have different kind of layers in terms of, for example, when we say personal development, we're referring to your careers, we're referring to diligence, your time management, your people management, your change management. Those are key important areas. How you manage time, how you manage people, how you manage change. Then when you talk about finance, obviously, how do you manage resources? How do you generate, revenue apart from your current job? How do you get some side hustles, right? And then when you talk about emotions, right? How do you relate to your spouse? How do you relate to your friends? How do you even, we're not in the world where you can say, I will be shy. Shyness is no longer a good character now. This is a world where you should know. Obviously, you don't want to be loud, right? You should know how to communicate, how to be in the place and assert your opinion, assert what you think would push the company forward. But if you're not speaking up, nobody will recognize you. And those are the things you can learn from book leadership. Right.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me come to the studio, Dikpo. How do you think daily habits would positively affect mental, cognitive, and emotional well-being?
Daily habits?
Yeah, reading habits. Okay. Why do you think it would affect our well-being? And then what role should schools, families, and communities play in fostering a reading culture?
All right. Reading affects our cognitive aspects and even our well-being, because when you read, it's a thing of the mind. You are processing new information. Your mind is being expanded. And you are also interpreting what you're reading. So your mind is at work, and that builds your mind. You're also learning new concepts. And it also builds your well-being, because you're going to learn some things depending on the kind of book you read. If you're reading some books that have to do with well-being, that have to do with your health, your finances, your spiritual life, your emotions, those things are part of your well-being. So if you read those kind of books, then of course it's going to improve your well-being if you apply the things that you read, because that's another aspect of reading. It's not just that you read, but you also apply some of these ideas. So if you have that habit of reading, then the chances are that it's going to improve your life across these areas. And what was the second question?
I was asking about how the role of family, schools, and...
Okay. Yeah, if schools have a big role to play, families as well. In fact, it starts with the family. And if you're being encouraged by your parents or by your siblings to read, then you're going to read, right? If there's a culture of reading, for example, the family can say, let's have a book reading habit every week or every month. Every week we read a book, we talk about it during the weekends. The schools cannot also encourage students to go to the library, pick up a book. Maybe every month or something, the schools can say, oh, we can do a book reading challenge. And then we review the books, we win prizes, those kind of things.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Dikpo Adebayo. Peter Oyefolu, thank you so much for joining me on the program. Peter Oyefolu is a chemical engineer, a distinguished scholar, and the founder and president of the LI Book Readers Club. Thank you so much for joining me on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
Thank you.
All right. Dikpo Adebayo is a water engineer, a youth counselor, a writer, and the counseling trainer of the Solid Things and Youth Initiative. Dikpo, thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Matthew.
Wishing you a lovely, a fabulous, and a fantastic new year.
You too.
And we hope to see you some other time when we call you at the program.
Pleasure is mine.
Thank you so much. All right. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take another quick break now and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Years ago, we lit the spark. Today, we are blazing the trail for others to follow. VOP Media is 3. 3 years of breaking boundaries. 3 years of being that bold voice that echoes the thoughts of the people. 3 years of telling stories that matter.
We have experienced complete breakdown in democratic governance.
We are not just a brand, we are a movement, giving voice to the voiceless.
We go to bed empty hunger.
To every viewer, every voice, and everyone that has made us who we are, we say thank you. VOP Media, 3 years and still counting. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Glad to have you join us once again on Edu Dialogue. Now let's bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, have concluded the renegotiation of the 2009 FGN-ASU agreement, ending an industrial dispute that lasted over 16 years. ASU President Professor Chris Piwuna confirmed that the agreement was reached following intensive engagement between both parties and is expected to take effect from January 1, 2026, with a review scheduled after 3 years. According to him, key provisions of the new agreement include a 40% salary increase for academic staff and significantly improved pension benefits. Under the new pension structures, he said professors are to retire at the age of 70 on pensions equivalent to their full annual salaries, a long-standing demand of the union. Moving on, President Bola Tinubu has named the Federal University of Health and Medical Science, Azare, after the late Islamic scholar Sheikh Dairu Usman Bauchi. The president made the announcement during a condolence visit to Bauchi State following the death of the respected cleric who passed away at the age of 102. President Tinubu described the death as a great national loss, noting that Sheikh Dairu Bauchi lived a life of humility, service, and dedication. Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed thanked the president for the visit and assured him of the state's continued support for the federal government. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that the National Universities Commission, NUC, has approved the Federal College of Education, YOLA, to run degree programs independently under the dual mandate arrangement. The provost of the college, Muhammad Dangareji, made this known at a news conference in YOLA, while noting that FCE YOLA is among the 15 federal colleges of education approved to run degree programs without the affiliation to any university. He explained that the college will commence 14 degree programs with the 2026-2027 academic session marking its first independent admission. He added that the institution had previously run degree programs in affiliation with the University of Maiduguri. The provost urged prospective candidates to apply through the JAM portal and advised them to choose only from approved courses. And that's a wrap for today's edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. On this edition, we've explored the importance of cultivating a reading culture in 2026, highlighting how consistent reading can strengthen critical thinking, creativity, and personal growth. We've also discussed personal development and goal setting, emphasizing the role of discipline, mindset, and intentional planning in achieving meaningful progress in the new year. These conversations remind us that success, both personal and national, is shaped not only by ambition, but by knowledge, values, and deliberate action. For more insights and in-depth discussion, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events happening around you, we'd love to hear from you. So share your eyewitness report, event coverage request, photos or videos via WhatsApp at 0814-606-4057. You can also email our newsroom at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight ideas, innovations, and conversation shaping Nigeria's education and civic landscape. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that knowledge, values, and action together pave the way for opportunity, growth, and lasting impact. Welcome to 2026. Wishing you a wonderful and a successful year ahead. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Yesufu Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
Alright, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers whatever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala is not just a name, she is a face. Born on June 13, 1954 in Ogwashiuku, Delta State, Nigeria, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala was raised in a family deeply rooted in education and public service. Her father, Professor Chukwuka Okonjo, was the Obi and respected academic. Her mother, Kamene Okonjo, was a professor and a medical doctor. Ngozi took her academic journey from Nigeria to United States, where she earned a bachelor degree in economics from Harvard University in 1977. Driven by a passion for development economics, she pursued a PhD in regional economics and development at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which she completed in 1981. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala dedicated 25 years to the World Bank, rising to the position of Managing Director, the second highest role in the institution.
There's an Africa that you don't hear about very much. And sometimes I'm puzzled, and I ask myself why. This is the Africa that is changing, that Chris alluded to. This is the Africa of opportunity. This is the Africa where people want to take charge of their own futures and their own destinies.
She was an instrument in spearheading initiatives that addressed poverty and promoted economic growth in developing countries, particularly in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Answering the call to serve her homeland, Ngozi became Nigeria's finance minister twice, from 2003 to 2006 and again from 2011 to 2015, becoming the first woman to hold this position. She also briefly served as Nigerian foreign minister in 2006. During her tenure, she implemented critical reforms to combat corruption and stabilize the economy. Notably, she led negotiations that resulted in the cancellation of $30 billion of Nigeria's external debt, a monumental achievement that improved the nation's financial. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala has been a formidable force on the global stage. She chaired the board of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance from 2016 to 2020, playing a pivotal role in improving access to immunization in low-income countries. In March 2021, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala made history by becoming the first woman and the first African to serve as Director General of the World Trade Organization. In 2022, Dr. Ngozi joined the Group of 30 known as G30, an independent body of distinguished policy makers from around the world. In November 2024, she was reappointed to serve a second term as Director General of the World Trade Organization. Dr. Ngozi's contributions have earned her numerous accolades. She holds honorary degrees from prestigious institutions and has received national honors. She is listed as one of the 50 greatest world leaders, the top 100 most influential people in the world, the top 100 thinkers, the top 3 powerful women in Africa, and many more. Despite the global responsibilities, Ngozi remained deeply connected to her family. She is married to Dr. Iyemba Iweala, a neurosurgeon, and together they have 4 children, including Uzodimma Iweala, an acclaimed author. Her life story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity, perseverance, and vision can drive transformation. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala's journey reflects profound impact one individual can have on the world. Her legacy continues to inspire new generations of leaders.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aisha. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familani, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
One celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Aisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Whatever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right now. 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edge Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Ofamiloli, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, it's always a wonderful day and a wonderful time to be out here. And of course, I believe that you're actually enjoying, yourself over there. But don't forget that the Yuletide season is getting to an end, and we're all getting back to status quo. This is People's Voice on VOP TV, where Season Stories shape the narrative. And today, we'll be talking about what concerns the people. Nigerians' 2026 budget aims to solidify reform gains. Of course, I join the conversation with experts inside and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. Let's look into other news stories with details. Atiku slams presidency over misplaced priority. The former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has criticized the Nigerian president for its priorities, accusing them of focusing on defending photos of President Bola Tinubu's meal in Paris, while the country struggles with hunger, insecurity, and economic hardship. Atiku described the presidency's action as a misplaced priority and official shamelessness, questioning their sense of urgency amid worsening national conditions. And away from that particular one, Nigeria's economic deadline, Peter Obi warns of looming crisis. The former Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has expressed deep concerns over Nigeria's deteriorating economic situation, citing India's emergence as the world's fourth largest economy as a stark contrast to Nigeria's declining fortunes. India's nominal GDP is projected to reach 4.187 trillion, I beg your pardon, in 2025, narrowly surpassing Japan's 4.186 trillion. Meanwhile, Nigeria's economy is expected to decline sharply, with a projected GDP per capita of 807, down from the 2,586 in 2015. And of course, let's come to Lagos quarters now. Lagos Assembly pledges people-oriented laws in 2026. The Lagos State House of Assembly has reaffirmed its commitment to enacting laws that prioritize the welfare of Lagos residents. Chairman of the House Committee on Information Security and Strategy, Stephen Ogundipe, stated that Assembly plans to surpass its achievement in 2025, focusing on impactful legislation that promotes good governance and development. I think this particular one, I'm quite excited about it because this is about Lagos and we're in Lagos, so I wouldn't say anything more than that, but of course, we would want them to do what is best for the people. But don't forget that in as much as this is one of, the largest, and of course, we have influx of people here, and being a metropolitan city, we would want the government of Lagos State to also do something about, the welfare of the people as regards to accommodation, transportation, and, to mention but a few, of course, are the health sectors as well, because Lagos is quite jam-packed, and we just want the government to do more for us here. And let's go back to the NNPP. Of course, they've been making rounds, on papers and of course on national TVs as regards to their situation. NNPP to surprise opponents in 2027 election, says Kwankwaso. Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, a former presidential candidate of the New Nigerian People's Party, has warned political opponents to expect surprises in the 2027 polls. Speaking to supporters at his Kanu's residence, Kwankwaso expressed confidence in party's strength and preparedness, urging supporters to remain focused and committed ahead of the 2027 elections. One thing about this NNPP situation is because they've been going ups and downs. Don't forget that they were the first to actually, expel a particular member of House of Representatives. And after doing that, because one of their members said that Kwankwaso's door was open for negotiation, and he was expelled. But afterwards, the same Kwankwaso said that the president was his friend, and the president also reiterated that on his birthday, and he said he was open to talks with either coalition, either the APC, or he's ready to go into coalition with the ADC as well, as far as they would, factor in the Kwankwasia's group and of course the NNPP. And recently, of course, he also mentioned that he can only join anybody if he's going to be the vice president or the president or what have you. But, talking about this NNPP situation, you would agree with me that it has been loggerheads, and now the governor of Kano State is trying to defect, and Kwankwaso is saying you can't go anywhere. So, in case he defects, Kwankwaso will be having another issue in Kano State, which happens to be his own political bloc. So we hope to hear so much, as regards to, NNPP situation in Kano and general, as regards to whatsoever way they will be tilting to. And their spokesperson also joined the show, yesterday, which he also gave some submissions. But let's wait to see the dynamics for what happened in NNPP. If the situation between Kwankwaso and that of the governor of Kano State would look like that of Wike and Fubara in River State as we speak. Away from that particular one, ex-minister Badaru denies defection rumor. Former Minister of Defense Mohammed Badaru has declined rumor of his defection to the African Democratic Congress, calling the claims baseless and speculative. In a statement, Badaru reaffirmed his loyalty to All Progressive Congress, saying he remains a dedicated member of the party and has no intention of leaving. Okay, if he says he has no intention of leaving, are we to say he actually does? So let's leave it at that. And let's come to Rivers State now. Rivers crisis escalates. Top APC governors backs Fubara. The Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Yesufu, has faced a setback in his bid to scuttle the 2027 re-election bid of Rivers State Governor Similari Fubara, as several All Progressive Congress governors rallied behind the embattled governor. Multiple sources in the APC confirmed that the renewed hostilities between Wike and Fubara were ignited by some top APC governors. Of course, their decision to back Fubara's second-term bid is based on Fubara's defection. Okay, and a development in the FCT minister's caucus is actually showing that it's totally bitter, as regards to what some governors in the APC are doing presently with his successor. Okay. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605. Follow us on social media. At VOP TV Live, you can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV. And of course, on YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button. And together, we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're dissecting the conversation. Nigeria's 2026 budget aims to solidify reforms gains. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please. I'll be right back.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and
welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on VOP television. Yes, Nigerians' 2026 budget aims to solidify reforms gains. That's what the federal government has actually said. The federal government has reassured Nigerians that the 2026 national budget is designed to solidify the gains of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's reform agenda. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, stated that the 58.18 trillion budget focuses on security, infrastructure, health, and education. Key allocations include 5.41 trillion for defense, 3.56 trillion for infrastructure, 3.52 trillion for education, and 2.48 trillion for health. The budget assumption include a 64.85 oil benchmark, 1.84 million barrels of oil per day production, and 1,400 exchange rates. Idris emphasized that the economic reforms are already yielding positive results, with business activities expanding, investors' confidence improving, inflation easing, and Nigerians' external reserves strengthening. The government has also initiated several interventions to directly impact lives, including the Student Loan Program, Presidential CNG Initiative, and Youth Focus Program. We're now being joined by Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and, of course, a senior political analyst in the studio. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
And one more time, happy New Year again, sir.
Oh, really? I think the year is getting old.
Of course. The Yuletide season is already, yes, diving, and we're back to factory sets.
You can be sure of that.
And of course, joining us virtually, we have Dr. Dayo Kayode, a socio-political technocrat and, of course, aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Like my brother and friend said there, that the year is already getting old. So there is nothing like Happy New Year. Happy is old. I think this is my fault of being my friend this year. I can see his with the very cheeks. I congratulate you for that. Hope you will borrow me some.
Okay. All right, Doctor. Hello, Doctor.
Yes,
are you there?
I will too.
All right, so Doctor, you had our federal government, because it's not just my federal government. It's also they're also your federal government. They talked about how reforms are actually yielding results, and for every of the reforms they've actually done so far, it has yielded results in different ways, and they talked about how the situation has actually eased inflation, and they gave different submissions and different indices that actually state that whatsoever they've been doing is actually working. So I'd like to start as regards to the macroeconomy. What are the key assumptions underlining as regards to the 2026 budget? And for such as oil benchmark price, 64.85 per barrel as regards to production target of 1.84 million per barrel per day. So do you think that the $1,400 to dollar is quite a good exchange rate? And all of these particular indices, whenever they get to give us these things, they make it look like, oh, they've done so much and it is actually going on well. What can you say as regards to all of this particular explanation that they've given us? Is it realistic? Or we should just keep following what they've been giving us through the books and papers?
Yes. Sorry, let me first of all go back to the news item whereby you were talking about the absentee president showing pictures of himself and some other people in France.
Okay.
And of which so many people had indicated that those things are AI generated pictures. Now, how can a president of a country like Nigeria, who is even supposed to have addressed the nation in Nigeria on the 1st of January, run to France and say because he's going for a function in Abu Dhabi? That function you are going to in Abu Dhabi, when is it taking place? Is it immediately? Has it taken place even by now? Why should you just be taking Nigerians for granted? Despite all the problems that we are facing in this country? You don't know you have to stay with us? Only living on propaganda. Now, look at what his aide is saying now. Talking about the microeconomy in Nigeria. Things you have been doing, they are now yielding. Your friend is now yielding. No, it's not yielding. We're having a series of economic problems. And your sister is yielding. What is it yielding? Listen, children cannot go to school. I know of some children in my locality that couldn't resume school last Monday. And I told them, I was asking why. Because they are still owing school fees for last term. And they will not be allowed to come into school. You will wake up in the morning. You will see small ogi and pure water early in the morning. Because if they don't do that, they won't be able to have money for breakfast. Go to the pharmacy, go and see how much they are selling drugs. And then go to various neighborhoods and see how many people are dying because they don't have money to go to the hospital. Go to the market. Go to the market and feel the prices of goods and the commodities there. Now, let us come to the budget that you're talking about. Before you can say a budget is going to perform, two indexes need to be reviewed. Number one, what is the performance index of that budget in contrast or in comparison to the former one? Number two, all the stipulated items there, how sustainable are they? How sustainable are they? Now let's pick it one after the other. Performance. What has been the
All right, I think we have a network glitch there. Hello, doctor.
That have not been having 30% performance level, and the structure of this one, are they not the same? The structure there, are they not the same? So we can always say that, listen, because they have the same structure with the one in the past, then the performance too is not going to even be up to 30%.
Okay. All right.
Now, sustainability, the second aspect, please. Sustainability. Okay. The benchmark for the oil that we are using there, the benchmark. Indeed, can it sustain that budget without borrowing or with little borrowing? Because when you look at that budget, a chunk of it is going to debt servicing. And when a chunk of your budget is going on debt servicing, now remaining for infrastructural development that will now bring in economic growth and development to the nation. The budget
Okay. All right, doctor. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that particular one. And I think we're having a network glitch there. It's not really making us get it clearly. Well, I'm also told that we have Comrade Ragbi Anslem join us. Good afternoon, Comrade.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you for joining the program.
Comrade Rugby Anslem, National Youth Leader, Labour Party. My pleasure to be here.
All right, also we have Chijoke from Canada. Chijoke was just meant to even greet us because today Chijoke is just recovering and maybe he will have to join the program, tomorrow or next. Chijoke, are you there? I don't know if...
Yeah, I'm here, but it's all right. I can give you guys the grace of today, then tomorrow I will come back.
I asked after you the other time.
Chijoke is just recovering. Chijoke is just recovering.
I was very, very sick. Bonko.
All right, Chijoke, thank you so much. Chijoke, just enjoy your Canada. You'll be joining the program tomorrow or next. Okay, let me allow the gladiators dig this situation of reforms. Okay, so let's bring it back to the studio. Mr. Dele Fanimo, I'd like to come straight to you. When we talk about reforms and the federal government telling us that the budget, 2026 budget will solidify, reforms, gains as regards to all of, the things they've been doing before now. Do you think that they're actually giving us, the right, statistics, or it is just about paper and pen?
You see, there are two fundamental ways of looking at the trajectory of the economy of a state. You have the macro level and the micro level.
Yeah.
You see, the macro level is at the point where you reel out statistics on inflation, price index, GDP, and all that. That is for the elite. Then when you now come to the micro level, you're talking about how the economy impacts individuals and the society. What is the living condition before now? How far have we gone in changing the living conditions of the average Nigerian? And what are those things that you intend to do to ensure that life becomes more abundant and livable? Now, having said that, I would rather go into some of these details. For the avoidance of doubt, the House of Reps recommended $64.83 to a barrel as the benchmark for this year's budget. But the Senate took a more pragmatic approach to it by reducing it to $60 to a barrel. So technically, there has not been much of harmonization in this regard. But I will go with the Senate. And the reason why I'm going with the Senate is what spikes prices of oil in the international market has been considerably reduced. When you have countries that are oil producers having problems, crisis, there is likely to be escalation of price of crude. Then we are moving away from winter now, where energy is more of benefit, more of requirement, to spring, autumn, and then where we have sun and all that. So for me, it is more realistic to put the oil price at $60 to a barrel in the international market. Don't forget that one of the reasons why we had issues with last year's budget was the ambitious $75 to a barrel, which only happened for just 2 days during the escalation of crisis between Israel and their neighboring countries in Gaza. And people were also expecting that maybe the Russian-Ukraine crisis would boil over. But somehow, Trump came in and there was a little bit of reduction in tension China couldn't come in and all that. So now this year, we shouldn't expect escalation of price of crude. It will likely come down than what we experienced last year. So, and when you have that, you are going to borrow money to shore up the lapses. That's why the federal government went a borrowing last year to shore up the almost between $12 and $15 shortfall. Now, we're talking about crude exploration. Today, we are hovering between 1.450 barrels per day. And that is an improvement over what this administration made. At a point, we are down below 1 million barrels per day. At one point, we were on 800 because of massive illegal bunkering and oil theft.
Sir, can the fuel price still come down than this? Is it possible?
You recall that last year, when people were saying price of crude, petroleum,
yes,
will cost 1,500 by December.
Yeah,
I was the only one that said it here.
You said no.
I said it will come down to
That's what I'm asking,
700.
Yes. So will it still drop more than this?
I am telling you, before June, price of petroleum products, particularly petrol, will come down to less than 600.
Okay.
To naira to.
We would actually owe Mr. Dele Fanimo for this particular one. He actually gave that projection, last year.
If you recall that I lambasted the reporter of a particular newspaper who wrote on his front page. I said if I were to be, that was the day the newspaper published that story as their lead story, that price of petroleum will cost 1,200 to 1,500 by December. I said if I were to be the editor of that, that I will sack that person,
yes,
for bringing that report to me, because I know it's full of beer parlor analysis.
Whenever you come with this particular statement, beer parlor analysis, it means that they're only talking based on emotions. They're not talking about facts and figures. All right, let me go to Comrade Eragbe Amslem. Hello, Comrade, are you there? Comrade Eragbe, are you there? Please unmute your mic if you can hear me.
I'm here.
Hello, Comrade.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so, Comrade, if you can hear me, I would like to ask you, the government actually claims reforms are yielding results, like easing inflation and stronger reserves. What evidence supports this, and how will the budget accelerate these gains for ordinary Nigerians?
Basically, if you can hear me, basically there are benchmarks for assessing every budget's performance everywhere in the world. Some of those indices are not far-fetched. For instance, like the matter of a variance analysis, where you compare actual spending versus the budgeted amounts. Just like a return on investment, which measures financial returns against budget outlays. You have budget accuracy ratio, which also assesses the forecasting accuracy. There's an issue of cost savings that tracks reduction versus target of what every budget intends to do in that fiscal year. You have financial ratios that monitor liquidity and profitability. So these are issues. Now, basically, yes, the government can take a plus for some of these issues because whether we like it or not, there are marked improvement in some of the issues they have raised. For instance, there is a measurable reduction in inflation, measurably, even if it's just 0.something%. It's a reduction when you compare it with what it was at the time, as at probably today. Now, if you talk about the external reserves that have shot up to about $45 billion US. Of course, it's also a credit that goes to the government. So at this point, I want to say, where the government have made one or two scores, let us also give it to them, because it took a lot of courage and also depth in financial and economic analysis when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took a very bold step which we are still crying about, notwithstanding the subsidy removal. It came with so much pains. But if you look at some of the effects of that, more so with, say, like the Dangote refinery that is onshore and functional, the prices of the PMS are gradually reducing. These things will not happen overnight. Over time, with productivity, but what they need to do, like I say, I'm a man of the Labour Party. I'm a critic of the government. But at this point, I want to also commend President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his team for the marked improvement and the sustainable economic policies they began to implement and are also sustaining. So yes, we are still crying, but I can assure you, should they continue the way they are going, from now to the end of 2027, there will have been a lot of remarkable improvement in the economy. So, but for the economy to improve, basically you need to take advantage of your own front. You need to engage the numerous.
Okay.
Bring in more Nigeria to productive sector, advance your local economy, economics of scale, add value to some of your own products.
Okay. All right.
And then foreign exchange.
Okay.
So let me stop here for now to say, yes, maybe for the first time, I also want to give a kudos to the government. Not minding that we are still feeling the heat, but things are getting better.
Comrade Ragbe, if you are to give kudos to the government presently, knowing fully well that you are another statesman from the Labour Party, and you're doing this in this particular time, don't you think this is politically driven? Some might actually perceive it that way.
Okay, well, if you know me, I'm a metallurgical materials engineer. I'm a strong resource person. Okay. If you know me, I don't do anything on sentiment.
Okay.
Remember, I'm also I'm an international businessman.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and the government can tell you that about me also. So I'm saying this not out of emotion, but out of practical reality.
Okay.
To say there are serious, remarkable improvements. They may not be so obvious, but they're actually doing something.
All right. Thank you so much, Comrade Ragbe. I think Mr. Dele Fanimu is actually nodding his head as regards to that.
But at least somebody is not being emotional here. And he has just told you that he is not a fan of this administration. But you see, when you are here to do analysis, it is not basically your hatred or your opinion
over
for
a
anybody.
particular, party. You just talk about what
but
we're
you talk
seeing.
about facts and figures.
And figures.
You understand? And then before you can do that, you go back in time and x-ray what had happened in the past compared to what is going on now, and then the trajectory of the administration. I have said it in many places that I would never criticize for criticizing sake, and I'm not going to criticize based on my own personal opinion. I am going to talk about things as they relate to facts and figures.
You know, Mr. Dele, we're pressed for time now, but I think the reason why some people actually have issues with either this particular administration or the previous is because you would agree with me that they were not in power before now. And, the break, will I call it a break in transmission or a break in power as regards to the PDP, losing as incumbency and the APC taking over. And from that of Buhari's era till date, of course, it actually took Nigeria to a particular point of, a very worsening food situation, insecurity situation, food crisis, and, all of that, hunger in the land. So I think some people are talking based on emotions from the Buhari time to this particular time. And that's the reason why sometimes they don't need to look at facts and figures.
You have to look at, you see, the whole idea is, if there are places, government is not supposed to be praised. It is because we have experienced sub-zero performance. That's why we are praising, because they were elected to do what they are supposed to do, which they are attempting and struggling to do now. But somebody was in the saddle that was not even in charge.
Okay, if I'm to ask you this controversial question, do you think that the PDP administration was better than that of the APC? Or is APC's administration better than that of PDP?
You see, comparison will make us fail in analysis. During Obasanjo's tenure and Jonathan Yar'Adua tenure, oil price was hovering between $100 and $120 per barrel.
Yeah.
And we were pushing out 2.2, 2.3. Between Buhari's tenure and this tenure,
yes,
look at the oil price. It has never risen beyond 70, except in very rare cases.
Yeah.
And then, if you want us to do a peer review, we'll be looking at administration and not political party.
Okay. Okay, I know where you're going to, Mr. Dele. But of course, at the time might not permit us to do that today. But I'll look for a way to actually box you into that particular conversation sometime next week.
I'm available.
I love the fact that you said it will be based on administration. You understand? So we'll talk about both all of the proof of concept. You understand? We'll talk about...
You can't compare Obasanjo's regime, Yar'Adua's regime with Jonathan's regime.
with Jonathan's regime.
And you cannot compare Buhari's regime with Tinubu's
So you want to first, strip them off the party?
Yes,
and let's actually go into it. All right, so let me go to Dr. Kayode as we round off. Doctor. Hello, Dr. Kayode, are you there?
Yes, I'm there with you.
All right, so Doctor, in just 30 seconds, we need to draw the anchor right now. So what would be your closing as regards to this conversation, please?
What?
I'd like to take your closing, as regards to the conversation we're talking about here.
Yes, what I will say is the federal government should be more careful this time around. Because honestly, people are hungry,
okay,
people are angry.
Okay.
And in such a situation, anything can happen. To that extent, government should be more careful in dealing with people by allowing them to have a meaningful standard of living. All these so-called increments in tariffs or so many things, they should stop it. Not to talk of the tax. They're not coming up to put on the people.
All right, thank you so much.
Don't allow the people to go with you. Because when it comes to spontaneous reaction, you will not be able to contain it.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for that final thought. I sincerely would have wanted us to go on and on. But officially, I'll be doing this invite from Dr. Dayo Kayode and, of course, Mr. Dele Fadimo. I would like to talk about that particular topic. Maybe that would actually ease some people off their sentiment as regards to governance in Nigeria, where we have to just do a clear, explanation of different administrations, stripping them of political parties. And I think that would actually rest the conversation. This is how far we can actually go on the show this wonderful evening. Don't forget that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely there and do not reflect that of VOP Media. If you love the world of sport, I'd like you to stay put to enjoy Locker Room. Coming up next is Locker Room. And they should be coming here to give us, that particular celebration as regards to how they won, how Nigerian Super Eagles actually won the AFCON yesterday. Not the cup, rather, but of course against Mozambique. And we're all excited for the 4-0 results. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last forever. Your face will soon be over and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Aisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, I'm Aisha, but that's shaking my phone back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV.
Well, I don't even know if I'm to be happy that Super Eagles actually won, or to be sad that Victor Osimhen was unable to actually, get a hold of himself, in that particular very beautiful victory. The very first time Super Eagles actually came out like a very big team playing against a side that was expected to actually defeat. But then it actually ended the beautiful night as the Super Eagles actually trashed the Zimbabweans. 4-0 that one ended, and Victor Osimhen actually got 2 goals in that one, and of course put himself as one of the top scorers in this particular championship. On that note, I welcome you to Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I am Ikechukwu Agwago. And today is definitely going to be another very interesting episode of the show because we've got lots of grass to cover. And of course, helping me to actually dot the I's and the T's of this conversation, football most wanted sport commentators, Jerry Apello High, and of course, Maiwa, who joins virtually. Jerry, it's good to have you right there on this particular event where Victor Osimhen actually showed that, Edo boys know they carry last.
Wow. Anyway, what do we start it? But I think overall, I don't know. When that happened, I was actually with my dad, seeing that part of the game. And I told him, I said, just watch. The attention is going to be shifted from the victory to what happened between Osimhen and Ademola Lookman. And the fact that Ademola Lookman was not the major man, I think there was Bruno Yemachi in the middle of it, but it looks like Osimhen, the Balotelli version of African football, is at play again. And I would have loved it to be that Osimhen scored a brace in that game. That would have been the celebration. But just everybody has 1 minute of madness. It's like everybody's entitled because they love things going on in a man's head. But at least that 1 minute of madness shouldn't cost you the whole day. It was a day for Nigerians to be happy that the Super Eagles won by 4-0. And for the first time in that competition, they got a clean sheet. That would have been the much talk about situation. And the fact that the team played excellently well, better than what we saw in the first 3 games, meaning that they improved from what we saw. And Osimhen scored 2 goals, and Ademola Lookman assisted. And that would have been the major talk. But now it's all about Osimhen. Maybe tomorrow when he plays and he scores, he's going to have why always me inside of his jersey, like Balotelli. It is what it is.
Of course, Maiwa joins virtually. Maiwa, you saw the game yesterday. It was a very, very beautiful victory. The Super Eagles stamped authority against Mozambique side yesterday. But of course, Victor Osimhen's attitude showed once again. And how do you comment, Maiwa?
The way we handle the
Maiwa, if you can hear me, Maiwa, hold on. Yeah, we are struggling to hear you. We really cannot hear you, Maiwa. But of course, we'll definitely come back to you. But for our viewers who are actually joining us to actually be part of this particular show today, I would really like to actually get to see what you have to talk about this particular incident that actually happened yesterday, and of course, all of that conversation that we'll be looking into this particular evening. Of course, do not also forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you do not miss another episode of our show. Of course, let's get this show running, and of course, definitely we're starting with the elephant in the room, where Victor Osimhen's frustration during Nigeria's 4-0 victory over Mozambique actually escalated into a serious incident off the pitch. While Osimhen scored 2 goals in the match, his altercation with teammate Ademola Lookman overshadowed the team's triumph. The conflict arose when Osimhen reacted angrily to teammate Bruno Yemachi, failing to pass the ball to him in a promising position. After Lookman attempted to calm Osimhen down, he was met with a verbal outburst in return. And of course, the teammate had to step in to prevent a physical confrontation as Osimhen demanded to be substituted. Following the match, he left the field abruptly, skipping the post-match celebration, and was the first player to exit the dressing room. And of course, a member of the Glass House, talking about the Nigerian Football Federation, also revealed that Victor Osimhen dropped his tournament accreditation with one of the backroom staff and declared he was done with the team. He was too angry for any of the coaches to even approach him. And of course, the MFF president, Ibrahim Gusau, had a lengthy conversation with him. Of course, the situation continued to escalate as Osimhen remained isolated on the team bus. FF sources also noted that what happens next while the team were actually trying to get their act together, and hopefully that the coach definitely Eric Chell will find a way to actually come into this particular incident to de-escalate it. But then, Jerry, we saw Victor Osimhen yesterday. At some point, a lot of persons were asking, why did Osimhen react the way he already in that particular game? He scored 3 goals already in this particular championship. And Ademola Lookman was also just enjoying himself, trying to actually make him see that, hey man, this is not, it's not supposed to be this deep. I mean, we want to say the most important game for the Super Eagles, which is the round of 16 match. You scored 2 goals, and I think you should be happy for nothing. But then, he took it out, on Bruno Emechi. I don't know. For me, I've seen Ronaldo, I've seen Lionel Messi. When they actually fail to give them passes, this is not the way they actually react. It's Osimhen bigger than the Super Eagles.
Yeah. First of all, I think we need to get the context correct. Everybody is saying that he has an issue with Ademola Lookman.
No, I'm not saying he does. I'm just saying.
That's what is already on social media. People are looking at it like it's an issue that started between him and Lookman. Okay. Lookman is not the issue.
Yes.
Lookman was trying to calm him down, and he was trying to explain to himself and took it out
on Lookman
for trying to calm him down. And I think at the point he was even instructing that whoever doesn't want to play should leave the pitch. Lookman should leave the pitch. He was making some confrontational moves, and he had to take the likes of Calvin Bassey to calm him down, because Osimhen is a big man. Lookman definitely cannot come to him when it comes to physicality, and because the height advantage, the size, everything, Lookman is at a disadvantage point physically as far as him and Osimhen is concerned. I had to take the likes of Calvin Bassey to calm him down. And if you take a look at it, some of the younger players in the team avoided the scene because they are senior men. He earned that right to be among the senior men, because he has the bragging right because of his number of caps he has played. The likes of Wilfred Ndidi, the captain of the team. Even the likes of Moses Simon as well.
Alex Iwobi.
And Alex Iwobi. I think Alex Iwobi, when he even got to the dressing room, he hugged him and tried to calm him down. And the fact that he didn't take it out on Eric Chell. When he was subbed off, he hugged Eric Chell and took his bottle of water, and we thought that was over. Even according to information, the NFF president even had to hit the dressing room immediately and stop him from entering the dressing room and took him to somewhere private to have a meeting with him one-on-one. And the information having it that he was even threatening that he was going to leave camp. That was Osimhen. Osimhen liked throwing tantrum. He's like he's like a stubborn child who maybe when he's overfed or when he's given too much or spoiled, he becomes a problem in terms of trying to calm him down. And the fact that Osimhen doesn't listen to somebody when he's angry, it's not a good trait to have as a footballer who is in the spotlight. Because in that position you are as a footballer, you are prone to every form of situation where you'll be tested. Your patience will be tested. People will make you angry. What if an opponent kicks him? What if he was in the days back in the Serie A? Yeah, I think when he played in the Serie A, it was butter and bread Serie A now. Back in the days of the Italian Serie A, a player will deliberately kick you and match you. Imagine he's confronting someone like Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Would he throw tantrums? Yes. He knows who he can do that to. And the fact that Osimhen should recognize that, yes, he's in the spotlight right now. If we are Sudan, with all due respect to Sudanese national team of Benin Republic, they have not seen a player as great as Osimhen before. Yes, he can be an idol, become a god overnight and start misbehaving and nobody will say anything. This is the same Super Eagles that have seen the likes of Rashidi Yekini, Victor Ekpeba, and Julius Agawa, Kanu Nwankwo, the Jejo coaches of this world. Osimhen cannot tell me he's better than them now. In terms of quality, in terms of name, pedigree. These are guys who have played for PSG, Arsenal. Which club is bigger than Arsenal or PSG? The likes of Finidi George was collecting best 7. This Finidi George, we all know how he threw tantrums and embarrassed him in the world. So now he's buttressing the point that he has an attitude problem. And I'm really, really not pleased with this attitude. And it might derail the team from winning the AFCON, because they are one of the favorites with the way they've been playing so far. And I'm going to be worried with this kind of distraction going into the game against either DR Congo or Algeria. I think Osimhen needs to talk to himself. Unfortunately, it looks like he's someone who can't talk to himself. And the fact that no matter how big you are, I've said it here before that when the Osimhen versus Finidi George issue came up, if you look at great players, they always have somebody that talks to them and calm them down and tell them this is how to behave. The likes of Messi has a family setup. He has his parents around him. And eventually he married his childhood sweetheart. It shows that there's a setup that makes sure that he doesn't go mad. They check him. Florian Wirtz, for instance, I still heard that his parents manages his finances.
Xavi was with his parents till about 34.
Yeah. Take a look at Cristiano Ronaldo. His mom, once his mom coughs, Ronaldo runs. Till today, even in his 40s, once his mother said, "This is what I want," Ronaldo dares not dare his mom. You know, look at they have that figure. But yeah, Osimhen, his father died early again, and of course the parents are not around.
Mother also died.
Mother not around too. Even the elderly ones can't talk to Osimhen. That's how bad it is.
Let's get to see if Mawa's connection has been rectified. Mawa, it's good to have you join us.
Can you hear me clearly now?
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah. So I mean, see, the thing is this. To those that were attacking myself and Jerry the other time when we spoke about the way the NFF handled this matter, I think they are seeing the result now. I said at that time that Osimhen should be banished for the national team for 6 months or thereabout to teach him a lesson the way he treated Finidi George. A whole lot of people came for us. I saw a whole lot of comments insulting and the rest of that, and I laughed. And look at the result at the moment. How do you behave that way in a national team? And with all due respect, where we say we are Osimhen FC, whatever it is, if Osimhen does not play for the national team will survive. The worst that will happen is we will not win the tournament. And if we don't win the tournament, we go back to the dressing room, regroup, and we start from there. Osimhen has not won anything for Nigeria. He has not won any major trophy for Nigeria. Even the World Cup is not going to go there. And behaving this way. I mean, a lot of people will not touch him. But the time he was misbehaving to Finidi George, we said it here on the same show that this will hamper his growth. Osimhen, former African Footballer of the Year, is playing in Turkey, yet he's behaving this way. See, Jai said something the other time that the people have people around them and the rest of that and stuff like that. Yes, sometimes it helps, but sometimes we see people who have come from nothing, who do not have anybody around them, that they've been able to shape themselves very well. And that's just the honest truth. Osimhen is 27 for heaven's sakes. He's a grown adult. He should know how to behave. And he has been playing football for over 10, 12 years. He's been interacting with a whole lot of professionals. His behavior should have improved. As I'm concerned, if Osimhen wants to leave the national team today, he should leave. If we are going to win the Nations Cup, we are going to win the Nations Cup. If I were a child in that particular game, because he requested to be subbed off in that particular game, and NHL caved in. I'm even disappointed in NHL. You should have left him on the pitch. You should have left him. But however, he was subbed off and, he's still training his stature or whatever it is. If I were NHL, Osimhen does not play for Super Eagles again till the end of the tournament, or till he comes and apologize. If he doesn't apologize, he's talking the NFF, I don't even read the NFF chairman. The NFF chairman goes in and starts begging him. And after that, he's still throwing his tantrum. As far as I'm concerned, Osimhen will be put on the bench. Other players will step up. And that's just the honest truth. The games that Osimhen did not score, we won those games. Even the first game, he had a whole lot of opportunity. And yes, we want to cut him a slack because, he was rusty and the rest of that. Yes, he's been able to score goals. But take out his goals from the Super Eagles, we will still be where we are at the moment. It's a big distraction that we do not need. And I hope this distraction will not distract the boys and take the focus away from the next game, because we are going to play a much more tougher opponent than Mozambique. So as I'm concerned, Erichel should banish Osimhen from the team. Let the other guys focus on him. If it was a working federation, Osimhen should not be part of the team. Remember Mido of Egypt in 2010, he misbehaved, the coach sent him home, and he went on to win that particular tournament. He was the biggest player in Egypt at that particular time. So can do it, Osimhen. It is not to humble himself. And let's just concentrate and let's see if they can win the Nations Cup.
Well, I mean, it's actually good that I'm hearing you and Jerry say this, because every single time you guys are the first set of people that will say Osimhen FC, Osimhen FC, Osimhen FC. And it's so good that you guys are coming hard on Victor Osimhen.
That would be the thing is that in as much as I'm a sport journalist, I try as much as possible to move with the tides and see the things the way they are. And of course, my history with Victor Osimhen, right from his days before he moved to Napoli and so on, if you really have been following, as far as my relationship with him is concerned, I've always been on the path of seeing it the way it is. Yeah. The fact that we say Osimhen FC, meaning that the team relies solely on Osimhen. And that is why the Osimhen FC tag began to play. And of course, it was obvious that when Osimhen doesn't score, the players don't step up. And it's obvious now that Osimhen is now getting carried away with that tag. Carried away with the fact that the players are always waiting for him to step up. Now they now see that the man is getting carried away. It's now left for the players to step up and feel that if Osimhen is believing that without him we can't do it, we are going to show him that we don't need him. And that is dangerous. That happened to Yekini at the 1994 World Cup.
Yes.
When he was scoring and taking all the glory and feeling that he is all and all, the players ganged up and cut him off. And we all know what happened to Yekini. His goals ran dry. Osimhen should know that whether he likes it or not, he needs every player in that team, no matter how small they are. Yes, some of them, youthful exuberance can come in. Even Osimhen does it sometimes. He wants to score. But Osimhen is more or less a team player on the pitch. I know how passionate he is, but he should be able to deal with his anger. Because if Osimhen is not happy and the team is already derailed, I'm telling you, the chances of this team winning the AFCON has already taken a nosedive. Because this distraction will cost the team if it drags on. And this is going to be the biggest test for Richel as a coach anywhere.
Before we get to Richel, let's go back to Osimhen's history. When it happened with Finidi George, right? I mean, does the fact that the NFF failed to actually punish Osimhen have anything to do with what we are saying today?
Yeah, we said it here. Mayowa can bear me witness. I said it here that Osimhen should not be let go off the hook for doing this. He should face punishment. I remember in 2004, when we lost to Morocco, Christian Chukwu was the coach of that team at the Tunisia 2004 Nations Cup. We lost to Morocco in our first game. The likes of Yakuba Igbini, Celeste Babayaro, and Agali went on to party. They went clubbing. And it was discovered that they went clubbing. And Christian Chukwu stood his ground with the NFF and said, these players are going to leave the camp. I need to use them to set an example. And at that Nations Cup, Ayigbini was on fire.
On fire, yes.
Even Agali was on fire in France. Even the likes of Babayaro was at the twilight of his career too.
Was doing very
because
well as well.
At that left back position, he was the numero uno. Yes. Ayigbini, numero uno. We were now left with Utaka and Osaze Odemige, who was inexperienced. Christian Chukwu took a big gamble. A lot of Nigerians were worried before the game against South Africa. But Osaze came from the bench and scored 2 goals. And the rest is history. We moved on. Osimhen should understand that. If Osimhen today, if it were to be days of Christian Chukwu, that would have been enough to send him home. Now, he needs to be very, very careful.
But him dropping his accreditation badge, what does this say to...
As far as he didn't do it openly, this would just be...
Does it really matter?
No, the thing is that...
I mean, it's already out in the open that he did it.
Yeah, that's how far Osimhen can go. For Osimhen to go on live...
Should that not be a reason to actually say, you know what, please go?
It's enough reason. See, what happened on the pitch, coaches who are crazy will tell him, okay, if he doesn't go home, if he still wants to be part of the team, he's going to remain on the bench for the rest of the tournament. But if he doesn't want to respect himself and he feels he's still stubborn, he should go home. Because he will even set a bad precedent in camp and send a bad message to other players. So he needs to be taught a lesson. The thing is that the Super Eagles is a big team. It's bigger than Osimhen. After Osimhen, there will still be Super Eagles. Before Osimhen, there was Super Eagles. So he should understand that for a fact. Any team in the world he plays for, nobody is indispensable.
Maiwa, what does this say about the career of Victor Osimhen going forward? I mean, the world is watching, the world saw him. Which big club want to come for him, looking at his attitude today?
When the transfer saga was going on, there were reports that a whole lot of agents were talking about, a whole lot of clubs were talking about not touching him because it's unpredictable. It's a hot-headed player and it's unpredictable, and you don't know what you get from him. See, the thing is this: I think we are spoiled him enough. I sounded this warning when the issue with him just happened. Why does the sports minister get involved and called and picked up his phone and called the NFF and the rest of them to let Osimhen him? Why? It's Osimhen special than every other player. I said it's going to set a bad precedent. We are just lucky that every other player are professional enough not to be acting up in the national team. Osimhen's behavior and the tolerance of that kind of behavior has led to this. The sport minister shielded him. The sport minister was the one that picked up the phone to say Osimhen should be back in the team. As far as I'm concerned, I said it. Somebody came out and said, "Why am I advocating that Osimhen should be banished for a year, 6 months, and the rest of that?" The proper punishment for the behavior of Osimhen towards individuals was to be banished from the national team. As it is right now, if I were a child, I would not have a word with him. There is no point talking to him because if you talk to him, he's going to disrespect you. Next game, I will put him on the bench. I will not bring him in. If we win, next one, I'll put him on the bench until he apologizes. And when he's going to apologize, I will force him to apologize publicly to Nigerians and to his teammates. You are not behaving like that. I mean, in that particular game, if Ademola Lookman did not control himself, we were almost losing a player. Because if they are at fault, one of them would have been recorded for no reason. Because of his own, we have seen players not giving a clear pass to score. Yes, you can show your frustration, but you don't go and attack your teammates. In the first game, he was missing chances. Nobody killed him. So I think he should calm down. He's not bigger than Nigeria. He's not bigger than the national team. Yes, at the moment, we are Osimhen coach now because, the goals are not coming without Osimhen. But before Osimhen, there was a national team. If Osimhen retires today, the national team will continue. We saw Boniface. We thought we had the best player in the Bundesliga then. Where's Boniface right now? The national team is moving on without a Boniface, and we're even doing better. So if Osimhen quits today, the team will move on. As far as I'm concerned, the moment he dropped his accreditation and said he doesn't want to be part of the team, the moment he left the team in the dressing room and went to sit down in the team bus, the others were in the dressing room, he shows he doesn't want to be part of the team. And if I'm the coach, I will take him out of the team. We don't need any distraction. It's a huge distraction on the national team. And it's going to, and his behavior is going to take a toll on the younger ones in the team. So as far as I'm concerned, Osimhen should be banished from the team.
Jerry, Eric Scher said he's going to actually deal with this internally. Is that the best way to actually go about it?
Yeah, every top manager would like to handle any situation, because the buck stops on your table, and you are in charge. He is the commander-in-chief of the Super Eagles, and whichever way he decides to handle it will determine how far that situation is going to go. And the fact that he should know that Eric Scher is not feeling the judge, because the situation of feeling the judge was in a situation when he was going to be sacked. But Eric Scher is still in charge of the team, and so far so good. Eric Scher has done well, and I think Osimhen was expecting a situation where he was going to hit camp and he will be the alpha and omega. Everybody will be looking forward to pass to him. That if he doesn't score, the team will not get the goals. But he's seen that the team has been built in a way that anybody can score. And kudos to Eric Scher to that, because the team looked more like Osimhen FC prior to the competition. But I think Eric Scher has succeeded in a way to make sure that anybody in that attack line, I'm even seeing Akko Adams. I think I've not seen Akko Adams like this. And I think I'm just seeing a different Akko Adams. Even Paul Onuachu. You all know how critical I've been about him. But Eric Scher has succeeded in making sure that this team looks like
a team.
Anybody can do it. Ranfo Yedika can come in from the bench and score. And Osimhen is not happy with that. He has maybe this jealous spirit. And he needs to go and do deliverance. Because there's this spirit that doesn't like when others are succeeding around him. He wants to be the only one. That's self-centeredness. You cannot be. See, it's a team sport. It's not Osimhen sport. It's football. 11 versus 11. I remember Onigbide told me that, I said, when they were going to the World Cup, he says he called the coach aside. They said to the coach, "Coach, I saw what you did at France 98. We are going to Korea, Japan. This is another tournament. That thing you were doing in France 98 against Denmark, where you were dribbling and showboating, if you know that is the plan in 2002, sit down at home, go and do boxing or do lawn tennis, where it's only you. Everybody's watching." I think Onigbide should be able to call Osimhen, and then if you know it's only you want, go and join boxing. Anthony Joshua, yes, you are the only one. When you box, whatever you win, you take everything. But this is football, 11-11. He should be concerned about the well-being of the team. The team does well. He's not bigger than Ronaldo. He's not bigger than Messi. He's not bigger than Erling Haaland. Imagine he's as big as Erling Haaland. He'll be telling the coach what to do. He'll be picking players and say, these are the players I want to play. If he's big as Ronaldo, what will he'll be select the NFL president. Yes, he will select sport minister.
Mayowa.
Yes, now.
Mayowa, I'm putting you on the spot now. You're Eric Chell. What decision are you going to take?
Simple. I will stick to Osimhen. I will stick him on the bench. And if the lawsuit continues, I send him home. That's just it. That's it.
I agree with you, Mayowa, on that one.
All right, still talking about, Eric Chell, and of course, a lot of persons have been talking about, his how he's been able to actually, revamp the Super Eagles. I mean, the Super Eagles is now a free, flowing, scoring side as we speak. I mean, in the last 4 games, we scored about, the first one was 2, the second one was 3, that's 8, and now we've scored 4, that's 12 goals, and that's so huge. And this is the first time that the Super Eagles actually keeping, clean sheet in this particular tournament after a 4-0 victory against Mozambique. And former Super Eagles international, former also a Super Eagles coach, and of course, Super Eagles ex-captain, person of Sunday, Ogochukwu Olise, has actually commended Eric Chell, coach of the Super Eagles, for his impressive management of the Super Eagles during the ongoing 2025 African Cup of Nations in Morocco. Chell, Olise, who boasts as Olympic gold medal from 1996 and African Cup of Nations 1994, alongside participating in 2 World Cups and other AFCON tournaments, shared his views after the team's convincing 4-0 victory over Mozambique in round of 16 on Monday. Goals from Ademola Lookman, Akko Adams, and of course, brace from Victor Osimhen prepared the Super Eagles into a 4-0 victory in that particular game in Fes. Talking about, where it was played in Morocco. And of course, Olise highlighted Chelsea's tactical acumen, particularly praising the coach for allowing Alexi Iwobi to take on a free role in the midfield. He expressed his admiration for the team's overall performance, stating, and I quote, "Eric Chell has successfully set up the Super Eagles, and I am truly impressed with the style of football they have exhibited in the tournament." Jerry, you agree with Olise, or is there other things you really want Eric Chell to do?
Olise is spot on, because I rightly said that the team was Osimhen FC prior to the competition, and I'm seeing something different now. And kudos to Eric Chell. And let's not forget, the last time we saw the team win their first 3 games, that was in 2019. They went on to lose to Tunisia
in the next round.
In the next round. And I was worried about the syndrome of complacency.
Yeah.
But I didn't see any bit of complacency in the team. I saw a team that was ready to correct the errors they made in the first 3 games in the group stage in terms of conceding goals. Did you know that Mozambique did not have 1 shot on target? No shot off target, no shot on target. They were just watching. They came there to enjoy the football that the Super Eagles was playing. That should be the major talk.
Total dominance.
They dominated Mozambique. Mozambique was just there to make sure they made an appearance. They collect appearance fee. That's what they call it in football games. They came to collect appearance fee. Let it not be as if we did not play this match. That was what happened. The Mozambique coach did all he could, brought all the ideas. He stood on the rain. There was rain was falling. He stood on the rain, tried to do everything he knew in the book. At a point, I think he was frustrated because he knew that there were no match for the team. And with all due respect, when somebody does something well, you say it. And I must give it to Eric Chell. He has done excellently well. He has managed this team. He has brought the best out of these players. And I think what I'm saying is that Eric Chell is even learning. He's improving as a coach.
Yeah.
I think he's also listening to what people are saying about his errors.
Yeah.
and he's taking correction, he's taking note. It shows that he's someone who wants to improve, who wants to be better, who is challenging himself, and also managing the talents in the team, which the likes of Fini the Ball, Mayowa's friend, could not do. And he's doing excellently well with that. We must give it to him. Eric Chell is doing well.
We also Mali Mali under Eric Chell, and what I saw last night was exactly what the Super Eagles, the Malian team actually played under Eric Chell. It was a free flowing football. They were scoring a lot of goals, and of course, unfortunately, they got knocked out. In the quarterfinals against the Ivorians, who eventually won the championship. But then, still talking about the coach Eric Chell. But before I talk about Eric Chell, it's important to know that Algeria and DR Congo are still very much in the heat of it, and of course, still very much 0-0 at 30 minutes on the clock. And it's going to be a very, very interesting game because the winner of both sides definitely going to be who the Super Eagles will be playing against. And the Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell has expressed uncertainty about which opponent he would prefer to actually face in the quarterfinals of the AFCON, as his team prepares to encounter either DR Congo or Algeria. The Super Eagles secured their spot in the last 8 after commanding 4-0 victory over Mozambique in the round of 16, highlighted by a brace from Victor Osimhen alongside Akko Adams and Ademola Lookman. In the upcoming quarterfinal, Nigeria will take on the winner of DR Congo and Algeria. The match 30 minutes on the clock and it's still very much 0-0. And the Congolese squad previously eliminated the Super Eagles on penalty during the 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifying playoff. Conversely, Algeria edged out Nigeria in the semi-finals of the 2019 AFCON with Riyad Mahrez scoring a last-minute goal to secure a 2-1 victory. When asked about his preference, when journalists asked Eric Chell about his preference of who he would like to actually play on Saturday in Marrakesh, Chell remarked during the post-match conference between the both teams, and he said, DR Congo is tactically, technically, and physically strong, while Algeria excels in technique and movement. Honestly, I don't want to actually choose either way. It will be an exciting match, and a team that comes at us definitely will provide a tough challenge. Mayowa, this is a game that's definitely filled with history. Whoever the Super Eagles actually come up against is going to be filled with history. We just got knocked out of the World Cup, courtesy of DR Congo that's actually playing Algeria, and not forgetting that in Maroc 88, the Super Eagles en route to the final played against Algeria, where the likes of Belloumi and of course Rabamaja actually took the stage to almost eliminate the Super Eagles, but the Super Eagles found a way to actually eliminate them. Who will you prefer the Super Eagles to actually play in this particular championship, and why?
Well, I think I'll prefer the DR Congo, and the reason for that is this. If you look at our record in especially in the Nations Cup, Algeria, they've always had one over us. Yes, Maroc we're able to scale through, but after then we've met them over 3 times, and all the 3 times we've ended up in defeat. Algiers 90, they defeated us 5-1 in the in the group stage, defeated us 1-0 in the final. Robert Manda scoring that with the winning goal. 2019 again, Riyad Mahrez 90 minutes strike, got that particular match away from us. So I think I want us to play DR Congo. I think if not the way we set up against DR Congo, I think we have enough quality. If we are set up the way we set up, in the last 3 games in this Nations Cup, we'll probably have been able to overcome the DR Congo side. For the Algerians, because of the history and because they always have one over us, I think I'm a bit skeptical of them. And our record against North Africans, has not been that fantastic. So I would prefer we play DR Congo. We still carry the heart of DR Congo kicking us out, and that might probably be a motivation for us to be able to spark them. If you look at the 2 teams playing, Algeria and DR Congo, Algeria have actually struggled to actually get where they are, to be honest with you. Yes, they've just been clinical in front of goal. They get the one chance, they take it, and they probably lock shop, and that's what they've been able to do. So I think the DR Congo side, they are much more expressive, and I think if they can put their acts together, they should be able to go past the Algerians today. So I'm really hoping we get to face the DR Congo side.
Jerry, Mayowa, we saw the Super Eagles against Zimbabwe. We saw the Super Eagles against Rwanda in the World Cup qualifiers. 2 things in those particular games actually cost us. These guys were tactically very good. And one of the highlights of the DR Congo team that Eric Chell talked about is the fact that they are tactically very good. I mean, if you say you prefer DR Congo, the Super Eagles have huge techniques, and I want to believe that with the quality that we have, we really can match Algeria in terms of technique. But you seem to want to believe that Algeria's technique would definitely be more difficult for the Super Eagles to handle than DR Congo's tactical approach to the game, and of course that's exactly where the Super Eagles has always suffered.
Well, the thing is, if you look at our game, see, the game against Zimbabwe, we messed up in that particular game. We should have probably won that particular game. Against Rwanda, we were talking about the Amavubi Stadium and the rest of that. We went there, we were able to dispatch Rwanda. So for me, it was because we failed to manage those games, and that was the reason why we ended up not getting the required points. For example, the game against Zimbabwe, you played an injured Trustekong. And when the game, the pressure was on, the substitution he made was not more of a defensive substitution. It was more of an attacking substitution, and that cost us in that particular game, allowing Zimbabwe to equalize in the 93rd minute. The game against Rwanda, the game against DR Congo, the reason why we lost in that particular game was because our midfield, the way we set up right now, the 4-3-3 formation we are playing right now, that gave and it will be a free role in the midfield, and for Iwobi to be much more expressive was not the way we line up against DR Congo when we face them, at the World Cup qualifying, not perfect. Also, the reason why our strikers are even scoring more freely is because of how our midfield is set up. The reason for that is, Iwobi is giving the free role. He's able to run ragged in the midfield, while we have two people, who are able to sit down in front of defenders and cut off the play. That was not the case when we faced DR Congo early round. If we play DR Congo, which at the moment,
Jerry, I mean, you saw, you listened to what Eric Charles said. The Super Eagles against DR Congo, who you prefer to play?
Yeah, I prefer Algeria, because the Algeria have seen so far. They're looking like they're waiting for a team that they will lose to, and they'll say, at least this team was better than me. That's why they lost it. I saw them against the Burkina Faso national team. It had to require a penalty for them to win that game. And the balls about Zinedine Zidane's son being the goalkeeper of the team is also one bit of distraction in that team. And everybody wants to show face. That Algerian team has a lot of weaknesses. And even Riyad Mahrez is not the Riyad Mahrez we used to know back in the day, Riyad Mahrez is just one opportunity kind of player. He's dangerous, definitely, but if he gets the opportunity, a pen also, that they're a team, if you allow them drag you to penalties, they can use that as an escape route to win the game. Yeah, but with our attack, I don't think the Algerian defense is going to survive it. Yeah, but DR Congo, I think I disagree, because that defense alone, the likes of the former Man United, Mario, please help me, your players. Twanzembe and Wan-Bissaka. That one doesn't have joy. So, and the fact that there's already bad blood that Nigeria wants to take their sport through the back door is already there. So there's bad blood between Nigeria and DR Congo, and there's also the case of voodoo. Eric Chell may be having voodoo issues, and he might be having cold feet to go and face the other voodoo team. So he might be worried about voodoo and forget to work on his tactics. And if you're already going with fear into that game, that's already 50% defeat going into that game. So I will be safe with Algeria. But will Algeria be able to beat DR Congo? I think not. With those frailties I've already spoken about. The only way that Algeria will beat DR Congo is if they come with their theatrics. Because that penalty against Burkina Faso, for instance, that was football diving. And the fact that they are pointing out that the North Africans are enjoying some bit of bias from the coach and the referees, that might be the undoing of DR Congo. And if they leave it to penalties, Algerians are going to trash them and take them out.
Well, 39 minutes on the clock, and of course, still 0-0 between DR Congo and Algeria. But let's talk about the Super Eagles going up against these two sides. Victor Osimhen's attitude, the way I see it, there are two possible outcomes if he remains in the camp. The first is that the team will want to play to him, and definitely is going to actually narrow the Super Eagles. It's going to be easy for opponents to actually capture the Super Eagles. The other is the team decides to actually go the way they are going. It's going to make Osimhen feel isolated. He doesn't want to be part of the team, and his presence is definitely not going to be contributing to the team. Now, if we go into that particular game with Osimhen's issue not sorted out, into this particular game against either of this side, how do you see the Super Eagles coming out?
For me, if I'm the coach, Eric Chell, I'm going to make sure that Osimhen starts in that game and settle this issue before that game.
How would you settle it, Jerry?
The thing is that I would have expected by now, at least he listens to people like Odion Igalo. The NFF can call the likes of Odion Igalo, can one call and say, you guys are big stars. Talk to Osimhen. At least Osimhen should know that he's not bigger than the team. Then the NFF should also make him know that there's going to be a punishment waiting for him. Maybe his bonus will be diverted. He's not going to receive bonus for that game. His bonus is going to be held on to at least serve as a deterrent. But on the long run, Eric should have it at the back of his mind. He should start planning that this team is going to get to a stage where they will make it obvious that Osimhen is not indispensable. Because whether you like it or not, you need Osimhen in that. The thing is that it's like when we are nearing our success, somehow our enemy within wants to spoil it. This team is doing well. This team is good. Eric is cooking and the food is about to get done. Someone wants to throw away the pot of soup. That's how it's looking like. Whether you like it or not, the team needs to stay together. I'm not saying that without Osimhen, they won't go ahead. But it will be obvious that something is missing. This team, they've already built a team that's working. So it's just like when you remove the spanner. You know the tire has 4 bolts. When you remove one, there will be a little bit of imbalance.
But so, Jerry, should the team play for Osimhen? Because that's the case.
They should play the way they are playing
Jerry,
already.
The way
they shouldn't change anything.
The way
I
see what happened, right? I think this incident didn't actually start yesterday. It just escalated yesterday. Go back to that game, our last game in the group stage against Uganda. You see how anxious, you see how agitated Osimhen was. There's this look of, I want to be the top scorer of this championship.
Yeah, he was not happy that in 2023, he was expecting that he was going to be top scorer. All of a sudden,
but he wasted chances in 2023. Jerry, we saw it.
You know, he's still reeling from that 2023. He wants what happened in 2023.
He has wasted a lot of chances, but now he should be top scorer, Jerry.
Yes, unfortunately. He believes that what happened in 2023 shouldn't happen this time. That he wants to take it by force. But that's not how it works. I think there are even situations where some top players talk to their teammates. I say, jokingly, I say, guy, wait out for 2023. It should happen. I want to be top scorer. Please help me. I need your help. Be humble. Yeah, even though that's somehow selfish, but be humble in asking for it. And say, please help me to be top scorer this time. Look, man, I know say you won't score goals. Help me out. Let's play as a team. Let's score goals. But the team is scoring. But he has 3 goals.
Lukman has been delivering. Lukman has been giving
Lukman gave you an assist in that same game. That's how funny it is. That's why I say the issue should not be with him and Lukman.
Maiwa, how should we actually rectify the Osimhen's issue going to one of these very big games? Eventually, any team the Super Eagles come up against in the quarterfinal is going to be huge. How do we rectify the Osimhen's issue before that particular game?
The defense is very simple. Keep him on the bench. That's it. I'll take
you just don't want him to play.
No. See, the thing is,
we need to set an example anyway. We should not tolerate youthful exuberance or bad behavior just because it's Osimhen.
Yeah, we should not reward bad behavior. I will take you back to 2010. Mido was the biggest star in the at that particular time. In that particular game, after Shiata was the coach, the game was very tough. They couldn't, they were not able to get the goals. Mido was there. He was their main striker. He has been doing so well. In that particular game, he was subbed off and he insulted the coach. And, they almost got into a fist fight. And that was the last time Mido ever played for Egypt. And Mido had carried them to that particular game. I think it was a round of 16 game. Mido had carried them to that particular game. He was subbed off. He insulted the coach because the coach subbed him off. And the person that came actually scored the win for Egypt. Mido was sent home immediately, and that was the last time we heard of Mido. And Egypt ended up winning that particular title. And this was somebody that has been part of the team, that won the title in 2008. So you don't reward bad behavior with this kind of thing. Yes, Osimhen is important. However, it's not bigger than the team. Even with Osimhen playing, if you are going to stress it. What if somebody, pinch him in that particular game and decides to punch the person in the face and in the 10th minute? So for me, I will stick him on the bench. That we lose or win, I will know that the boys on the pitch decide to go all out and do what they can to win the game. Osimhen is not bigger than the team. So for me, stick Osimhen on the bench. Find other players to replace him. Probably give Paul Onacho an opportunity. And remember, the team is scoring. Even defenders are scoring. Defenders have contributed to the number of goals we have scored. So we start we are relying on Osimhen alone to be able to start. That's kudos to Excel for being able to diversify our goals. So for me, I will stick Osimhen on the bench. It's a huge shot to the team. Let the other boys come and let's see what they. And there's a series that has not been able to have an opportunity.
Jesus has gone back home.
This is an opportunity for him.
Jesus has gone back home.
Opportunity for him.
Yeah.
Okay, Jesus has gone back. So that's an opportunity for other strikers that don't be given the opportunity. And Adam, because Osimhen is playing, shine has been taken away from him.
Okay. And then I'll be worried with Paul Onacho. Forget that he scored that accidental goal. Please, let's not. Paul Onacho, yes. No, he's a decent player.
Jerry, see, that might just be a very slow start for him in this particular challenge. Subsequent games, if you give him an opportunity, he might just score 2-3 goals, in his next game. I mean,
the quarterfinal is going to be different.
Definitely, but then Jerry, give him a chance. First game, he was a little bit, sluggish. He got a goal. I mean, he understands the stake is higher now. He's definitely going to step up.
But just about an hour ago, Ademola Lookman posted on his Instagram page saying that my brother for life, showing that he has no issue with Osimhen.
He talked about it.
Team spirit and so on. And
he talked about it in the pre-match conference, the post-match conference.
Yeah.
That Victor Osimhen is number. But the truth is, I don't want to go into the Victor Osimhen and Ademola because it's actually not about the both of them.
Yeah.
But it's just that Osimhen actually took it on Ademola Lookman. But let's move away from the whole AFCON and Osimhen issue. And let's talk about what's happening in England. And Manchester City is actually in the news. The manager is actually not sacked anyways. But Pep Guardiola has announced that Ruben Dias will be sidelined for about 6 weeks due to a hamstring injury during the match against. He sustained during the match against Chelsea, and he joins Josko Vardio on sideline. And of course, Manchester City's injury list continue to actually grow. And they're actually looking at general transfer to actually bring in a defender that will cover for these guys, knowing that John Stones is also injured. And the biggest target is Maguire. Interestingly, Jerry.
Yeah, Maguire is a top defender. He's doing well in the transfer, and I'm begging for Crystal Palace, and he's available just 6 months left on his contract. Any top club who really understands top quality will surely want to go for Maguire. He's just like honey right now. Everybody wants to have a bite. And the fact that Liverpool were the first to really show great promise, he was almost going to join Liverpool. It would be a great loss if he joins another club, most especially for Liverpool, because he's a top player, captain material, a leadership material. He can score goals, he can defend. That's a top quality defender who is close to world class if he's in the big club side. So for Man City, I think you will not fault them wanting to go for such kind of player. Even Gvardiol is out injured, according to information.
Yes.
And Ruben Dias now joining the queue.
6 weeks.
And that's a big setback for a team who wants to challenge Arsenal, who's on form, with most of the players coming back from injury at the moment. So it's quite understandable. It's now left for Maguire to make a big decision whether he wants to join up with Man City or wait for Liverpool, because I've heard he wants to wait for a big pay, talking about when he goes on a free at the end of the season. So he's going to make a lot of money if he makes a free transfer. So it's now left for him to make the decision for himself, because he has also said he wants to play in a team that can win the Champions League, and Manchester City fits that bill alongside Liverpool.
Absolutely. Maya, as we wrap up, Maguire joining, Manchester City. But is this the end for Manchester City, looking at the injury list? I mean, can we actually call it now that Arsenal obviously has actually won the league?
Well, I think Maguire going to Man City will be best for him. Liverpool does not have ambition. They've shown that this season they don't have ambition to win anything. So I think I'd rather have him go to Man City side who has an ambition. I mean, one of their spokespersons said their ambition is to finish ahead of Manchester United. So I mean, that's not a team that wants
the Champions League is still available.
Manchester United and Chelsea.
Champions League is still available. They are still in the run of Champions League.
I mean, but the thing is, I think it will be a good addition for Man City. They've been struggling lately with injuries, and the Maguire will be a good addition for them. However, the question is this: if he goes to Man City, wouldn't he regret it later when those players, can he kind of Guardiola to make him a regular in that team? That's the question he needs to answer.
That's the question he needs to answer. But
it's also going to be a very difficult decision because if the likes of Gavadio,
and
returns, would Gueye bench them? And the likes even Nathan Ake is also there. That was his worry when he wanted to make the decision to join Liverpool. But Liverpool right now, I think Gueye should be able to walk into that team. Likes of Konate is not showing seriousness. Van Dijk is busy twerking. And so far, so good. So,
but
Jerry, never going to make the decision.
Jerry, as we go, tell me, from the position you're standing, looking at the way the Premier League table is, and of course the way the team are actually playing with the injury Man City has Arsenal won the league for you?
Yes, Arsenal has the first refusal as far as winning the league title.
No, have they won the league for you?
Ordinarily, Arsenal is a marker, so I cannot say they've won the league because they know how to disappoint. If I say they've won the league and they will not win it, so it should just look like the obvious. So they have the first.
Okay,
refusal.
give me percentage.
The percentage now is 80%. But Arsenal in the next 2 games, don't forget they play Liverpool on Thursday. We might just surprise them. We play draw in that game or even lose to a team that is struggling. And at the end of the day, you're going to ask, do they really have the credentials to win the league? But they should win the league right now.
Mayowa, give me your percent.
Well, I've said it and I'll repeat it again. Until the last game of the season, and after leading with 4 points, that's when I will believe they will do it. They can mess up anytime. They've done it before, and they can still do it again.
All right, that's exactly where we'll be drawing the curtain on today's episode of The Locker Room. It's good to have you join me, guys.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure, always.
Thank you so much, Ikechukwu.
Of course, do well to actually be part of the show same time tomorrow. And of course, do not forget to also join Afis and of course Kizzy tomorrow morning on Sport Republic, where they definitely be giving us, breaking stories as regards, the world of sport. Up next is Chukwuma Okoro, and of course, the show is Political Lens. I am Ikechukwu Agu. Stay tuned.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television, Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Aisha. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Aisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television. We are broadcasting from channel 26 from Lagos, and we are on channel 264 on SLTV, in case you don't know. We are also on YouTube, and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. We can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. Well, I am Chukwuma Okoro, and on the show today, Wike APC National Secretary trade words over control of Rivers APC. And ADC says, that's African Democratic Congress says, Tinubu's silence over Maduro's capture speaks to his fear of similar consequences in Nigeria. And we are going to talk about the state of democracy in Edo State. It's over 1 year now that Monday Ogbebolo became the governor of Edo State. So we are going to interrogate the state of democracy in Edo State. And it's a full house. We've been joined in the studio from our outstation in Benin, where we have Comrade Roy Oriabo. Comrade Roy Oriabo is an activist. He's also a political affairs analyst. And good evening to have you, Comrade Roy Oriabo.
Good evening, and thank you for having me.
Beautiful. Happy New Year, my brother. How have you been?
Same here. I was expecting the Christmas hamper from you, but I'm still hoping.
I told you I sent it through your governor, so the governor is going to call you to send it across.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'll communicate to Amaka.
Okay, so we also have sitting beside him, there we have Comrade Collins Osahe Amadin. He is an APC stalwart, but he's here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Good evening to you, Collins, and Happy New Year, my brother. How have you been?
Very fine. Good evening, Chukuma. Good evening, all of you out there in Lagos studio. Happy New Year. And indeed, Merry Christmas. Okay, and thank God Roy is seated here. I'm sure I'm going to go with some bags of rice.
No, I also sent your own through your governor. So the governor is going to call you to give you all of that. Now, I want to be clear now. So if I want to extend the normal Edo greetings to you, what do I say now? Do I say Oba Itokbe or Edo Itokbe? Which one will it be?
It's Oba Itokbe. That is the only one we know.
That's the only one we know.
Oba Itokbe.
Okay, I hope I'm not trying to cause trouble in the studio this evening. Well, let's kick into it. We'll also be joined in the course of the program by Comrade Destiny Enabulele. Destiny Enabulele is a PDP stalwart, former local government chairman, former member Edo State House of Assembly. We want to discuss Nigerian and Edo politics dispassionately from different angles. From the angle of APC, we have Collins Amadin there. From the angle of the PDP, you have Destiny Enabulele. And from the position of an activist who is more like neutral, from Comrade Roy Oriabo. And I hope that we are going to have a very useful conversation this evening. Now, let's kick into it. A political crisis has erupted between FCT Minister Nyesom Wike and APC National Secretary, Senator Ajibola Basiru, over alleged interference in APC affairs in Rivers State. Well, Basiru accused Wike, a PDP chieftain, of making uncomplimentary remarks about Governor Sim Fubara and spreading unfounded allegations of financial inducement, advising him to quit as minister and face Rivers politics. Basiru rejected Wike's claims of a 600 billion naira largesse, describing them as cheap blackmail, and challenged him to provide proof, or we may meet in court. He stressed that Wike's support for President Bola Tinubu does not automatically make him a member of the All Progressives Congress, adding that Wike lacks the locals to dabble into the affairs of our party. Well, Wike fired back during a visit to Oyibo local government area, warning Basiru to leave Rivers State alone. He alleged that some APC members had benefited from state funds, declaring Rivers a no-go area and cautioning, don't take our support for Mr. President for granted. And if your hand burns, no be me burn am. That's according to Wike. Meanwhile, Renewed Hope Ambassador Desmond Akawo accused Governor Fubara of stalling development in Oyibo, saying development in Oyibo has stalled. We have not moved an inch forward.
Other local leaders echoed support for Wike, claiming progress in the area that has stagnated since Wike left office in 2023. Gentlemen, let me start with you, Collins. Collins, what's your reaction to the comment by the national chairman of your party, Professor Nentawe Yudwada, that look, Fubara having joined the All Progressive Congress becomes the leader of the party in the state. And by virtue of that, should also run an inclusive political structure where even people from outside at the national level will also have a sense of belonging. And now we have the national secretary of that same political party say, look, Yesufu Wike, despite what you have done for the president in terms of loyalty, in terms of delivering Rivers State to him, you are still not a member of the APC, and we don't want you interfering in our party. What do you make out of those statements? More like neither here nor there from both very top leaders of the APC. Where is that coming from?
Thank you very much. I felt a little bit disappointed with the National Secretary, hearing all that he started, which was quite unfortunate. Wike was very faithful at the time we needed his support, and no thinking right person should take that for granted. And two, I expect that at the time Fubara was coming, Fubara must have to stop all this his attitude of disloyalty at all times. Because even the very first day he came into our party, he displayed an attitude that was unexpected from an executive governor, where he started saying, I am 001, I have come here now, I am now in charge. What does all that mean? Those are not statements that should come from an honorable or an executive person. So when he started opening a new, coming to APC doesn't mean an opportunity to come and fight Wike. Wike over, agreeably, there is no perfect person. Even Wike needs to know when to drop the gun and know when to act with some level of, should I say, reading in between the lines. You know, like the National Secretary, for example, you will expect that now that Wike, Fubara had just come to APC, he may want to extend the oil hands to some of those leaders up there and to help him fight his leader, which was no longer necessary because reconciliation was made. I expect him to have keyed into this and be himself. Because if he can continually do this to Wike, he can also do it to Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Because you don't live life like this. You don't do things like this. No man is an island. If you had come from a suspension you went from, thank God God brought you back. Years of wisdom, listening to appeals and cries, and they say, okay, you guys should come together. Now you want to create another tension and another fight, which absolutely is not necessary. For the National Secretary, I feel very sorry for people like him who could come to the public. I'm a party man, but I am not happy with him exchanging words unnecessarily. It doesn't really call for. How can you be saying Wike should not interfere on APC matter? This thing you are saying, you know, is not from a genuine heart. I don't like when people show ingratitude. We know being a governor and being a party man, it is normal you have say, but you also have say not completely absolute. You know, you must carry all and sundry along. Major stakeholders must also be involved. Wike is a major stakeholder in the political affairs of Rivers State, whether APC or PDP, or as Fubara come to APC to come and create problem, and for not minding that some Wike First 11 are now also in the APC. Are they coming to bring the same problem they were managing in PDP into the APC? All these things are not necessary. I think Fubara needs to be called to order. If nobody to call him, I can call him to order from Benin, because it is not necessary to act in this kind of manner. Wike is a real-ally of the APC, a real-ally of Mr. President, and also a leader of the party in that state. You cannot just come because you have jumped. Oh, was the reconciliation made because you were both in PDP? Even if you was in the APC, they would have still been formed, which the president would have also made to reconcile them. Is he not telling us that Wike is no longer important to us? Or is the National Secretary not telling us Wike did not talk on APC affairs? Let's be factual here. There were languages that Fubara started using that was uncalled for, which probably was drumming for another war. I can bet you that Wike ordinarily would have not want any other issues to arise again. But Fubara, you know, they say A devil is a devil, no matter how you try to paint them or purify them.
All right.
He has just shown that his character, all from his childhood, has been an act of betrayal. Okay. And that is where he wants to start. Now he wants to create governors in the APC. Some, genuinely, you will understand that this is politics and there are a lot of envy. There are some governors within the APC who have not been happy with the familiarity and relationship that Wike had with Mr. President. They believe that Wike was not too close to Mr. President. Okay. That most times, if he aligned with Mr. President on an issue, he always have his way. So for them, how do we bring him down? How do we draw his feathers? So this is an opportunity to come in. But I think it's not
all right, Collins. I will come back to it in a bit. Let's bring in Comrade Roy into this conversation. Comrade Roy, what do you make of what is happening between the godfather, the godson, talking about Nyesom Wike and Sim Fubara, soon after the peace arrangement that brought him back to government after the state of emergency? We see a situation where the governor is again, struggling for the control of not just Rivers State, but the political party where he has jumped to, the APC in Rivers State. What do you make of the situation in Rivers State before I get into further questions? What do you see?
Once again, thank you for having me. The issue in Rivers State is an issue all Nigerians need to be bothered. Personally, I'm seriously worried. People like a personality like Wike need to be curtailed. Wike is now reminiscent of a Dangote trailer fully loaded with cement and without brick. Can crush anything crushable. I think Wike at this material time need to be regulated, need to be teleguided, need to be advised if possible. We cannot continue to have Wike every day. Wike is now coming, it's now a phenomenon. Wike is now talking as if it's now God. You know, Rivers State will not develop under this arrangement. And that's the reason why when I saw my friend here talking, it appears he's not even aware of what is obtainable in the political party he belongs to. That a governor in APC, as of today, I've done a research of that a governor in APC is the leader of the party.
So
where you are now saying,
Honorable Amandi.
Let me finish.
I don't like that.
Let me finish.
Honorable Amandi.
You always do this when we are on air. You will state your mind.
Let me finish.
I read political science at my master's level, and I read administration at my first degree. So don't make me feel I don't do research or I don't know what I'm saying. When I was making my
all right, gentlemen, let's get back to Collins. Please allow Collins. Please allow Comrade Roy Oriabo to land on his thoughts. And Comrade Oriabo, I'd like for you to address the issues in question.
No, the issues are very direct. I'm addressing the issue because Wike is turning to something else, and we must, at this particular time, the movement of Fubara to APC, and further even make some of us to be having soft mind for APC as a political party, because Fubara at the time was being compressed, he was being subjugated. He was looking for anywhere where he can get his sausage, and he's getting it from the APC. You will agree with me if you have done as a practicing journalist. If you do your homework and research, you will find with me immediately Fubara moves to APC. There are numbers of Nigerians who are beginning to identify with APC, who are beginning to have soft mind to APC. What does that show to you? That Fubara is a man that people believe on. He's a very gentleman. He's a man that you don't take his gentility for granted. As I continue, you have been in this program for long. I have never been a fan of Fubara. I've never been one of, I believe that Wike had an issue, he should be loyal to Wike. I've got it to that level. My father once told me that there is a limit to indulgence. That is where we are in this country now. And that is where Rivers State be also now. People like Wike should know that they are not God. And they cannot ever be God. Because you are a man, you have put this man to the wall. And this man finds himself in a party, naturally, he does not believe. But it's not their job for him to finish his tenure. He has never even declared for second position. He has not declared for second tenure. You are mobilizing. As of today, are you not aware that Wike have abandoned his responsibility as a minister? For the beginning of this year, I'll be busy in his home state, abandoning his job in the FCT. Although I'm not surprised, he's reminiscent to them. We don't even know where our president is at this material time. Notwithstanding, Wike as a man need to be curtailed, as I said. The president must rise up at this material time. How can you be talking to a national secretary of a party at this level? What are you talking about? Wike is just a medicine interloper in APC. He have no locus, he have no standing, he have no. What Wike did for Mr. President or what he did for APC was done through the back door. He cannot come up and be laid claim to it. Is it because we're in a country where we don't have integrity? Is it because we're in a society where transparency and accountabilities are on holiday? That's the reason why all manners of name we start taking them serious. Weekends should be curtailed. The president must at this particular time prevent a weekend. If you want to remain to go back to Rivers State, if you want to be a minister, let him move to Abuja. The kind of hatred and the kind of enemy Wike is creating for Tinubu is no longer funny. It's not funny. And all of us who are beginning to look at our son, which is Tinubu, our father who is from the South region, we are saying we are going to resist the North if they want to impose any Northern candidate on us. And now we are beginning to believe in here. Somebody is telling me somewhere that because Wike did the job for the job Wike did for presidency, he have been compensated seriously. He have been compensated. At least you allow for Fubara to breach. Wike is not God. And anybody who believes will continue to support Wike on this, what before Fubara will also before that person, so that we know that there are different opportunities that happen to them.
Okay, all right. Comrade Colin, Comrade Roy, let me stay with you. Now, the issue now is we have Yesufu Wike, who as FCT minister is still a member of the PDP. You know, but he has some of his men in the APC talk about the state chairman of the party, that is Tony Okocha, talk about the Speaker of the House of Assembly, Martin Amehule, the 17 other lawmakers, the 23 local government chairmen, as a matter of fact. So if we now say, if we have a position where the national chairman has said, look, the governor, the moment he steps into the party, going by the constitution of the APC, becomes the leader of the party automatically. So every other person has to queue behind him. So his appellation 001 is not in dispute. But if we have a leader and a situation where another person from outside is controlling the structure, the party structure in the state, who is actually in charge?
Nobody is controlling the structure from outside. He had an internal arrangement with the president that he did perfectly. Remember that if you sell your brother, the buyer will not trust you. Issue of integrity will not come into play. Is the leader of APC, are they comfortable as of today with the way Amana Wike have destroyed and mismanaged PDP? They are not comfortable. They have to curtail this man. He needs to be curtailed. And all supporters of APC, genuine lovers of APC, must stand up at this time to defend Fubara. Not those who are looking for what to benefit from political cycle. They must defend Fubara. That is what the constitution of the APC said, that the governor is the leader. Until otherwise, once the Fubara is there, Fubara must be able to do that. And the leadership of APC must come out very strongly to call their members in Rivers State to order. And tell them that when you continue to romance as an APC member, when you are romancing and hobnobbing with PDP, it's an anti-party activity, which is detrimental to the fundamentals of a political party. APC at this matter need to, at this particular time, stand up very clearly to tell their members in Rivers State that anti-party activities will not be entertained.
All right, then.
Because
All right, then. Thank you very much, Comrade Roy Uria. But before we get to Comrade Destiny Enabulele, who joins us from Abuja, let me ask you this question, Collins. Now, Collins, we have a situation where Yesufu Wike is in the PDP, and we have a governor who has just joined your party, and by the constitution of your party, by the letters of your constitution, the moment a governor joins a political party, he becomes automatically the leader of that party in that state. In the situation in Rivers State, I'll look at the instance, the example I played out. We have the Speaker of the House of Assembly, very strategic, member of the LPC, loyal to Yesufu Wike. We have the state party chairman, very important person in the party, loyal to FCT minister, Yesufu Wike. We have 23 chairmen, 20 of them in the APC, and 3 in the PDP, loyal to Yesufu Wike. And we have a situation where the 11 other members of the PDP in the House of Assembly are still loyal to Yesufu Wike. Who is in control of the party structure? Who is in control of the party in Rivers State? Is it the governor or Yesufu Wike?
Thank you very much. Fubara just joined us a few days ago. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Fubara just joined us a few days ago. And before he came, the party had functioned. Even before he became governor, we got votes from Rivers that delivered as Iwaju. And that collaboration was done by Wike. I am not saying Wike should be fighting everybody at all times. I am only disappointed that even our national secretary should have applied a very high intelligence and high level of decorum in managing the situation. Now here come the issue. Pure crisis we want to flag off in the governor was coming. Destiny, mute your listening. The governor was coming into a party, and you started from the very day, in short, the very seconds, saying, I am not 001. I am not the leader of APC. Every other person here, come and queue behind me. Nobody is disputing that. That means you are coming with a different agenda. Even those who have been with the party thus far, do you think they are very convinced and happy with those statements you have made? We have many old party members in the APC, those who have held for the party when you were never there, when you were romancing with Atiku. Now let me tell you, even those today, the same Fubara went to join Amechi at the time to destroy the APC because they didn't like Asiwaju at the time. Have we forgotten all this? Politics is a thing of history. So this is a politics, you plan it, you work it, and you get the gains. You don't just jump into party because this one has said, oh, I'm not APC, everybody must crucify Wike. Why should the national leadership or national secretary bring himself so low to the level that he did? Quite very unfortunate to allow this thing to degenerate. I expect that when Fubara made those statements, they would have called him to order immediately because those statements Fubara made was intentional. Were calculated statement. That means the reconciliation that was made was not accepted in genuity by him. If he wants to take leadership of APC in Rivers State, he cannot take it in isolation.
Okay,
that is what I'm saying. He must work in collaboration.
Apparently, your position presently is that Wike is still in control of APC in Rivers State.
I have not said Wike is in control. Wike is not.
So my direct question. I'm sorry, Collins. Excuse me,
Wike
Collins.
is a major stakeholder in Rivers State.
Excuse me, Collins. My direct question is: who do you think is in control of Rivers APC at the moment?
Yes, we agree. The governor is heading the administrative section of government in Rivers State. And in the party, we have party structure, which work in collaboration with the governor.
Who is in charge of that? We know how we run politics.
The governor is the leader of the party now.
Collins,
he
you are tiptoeing the issue.
How many offices APC have in his state? And he's already grandstanding. You cannot grandstand just like that. No, nobody's an island.
All right, because someone, like you said,
so that the old APC
Collins, like you said, before the governor came, APC was already functioning.
Very well.
Before the governor came, APC and some people were in control of that structure. Now I get you. Now let's bring in Comrade Destin Enabulele into this conversation. Comrade, I don't know how far you have followed us. We are discussing Rivers State, and the issue here is this altercation from Rivers to Rivers, from Rivers to Abuja. We heard the National Secretary of the APC, Ajibola Basiru, say, look, Minister Nyesom Wike, please mind their business and leave the APC alone. How come someone from your party is the person causing problem for another political party? How does that make you feel?
Ogachukuma, Happy New Year. Let me wish my brothers in the studio there Happy New Year.
Excuse my manners. Happy New Year. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
You see, we must call a spade a spade. It's never a garden fork. For me, I will not blame my brother Osaga this evening. I understand where he's talking from as a party man. But at any rate, even the Vice President Shetima, when he went to Enugu, he stated it categorically at the platform, at the podium, that the governor who just decamped a few minutes or few seconds ago is now the leader of APC in Enugu State. I don't know why my brother Collins is trying to. I don't know. I don't know his motive this evening. But I should let him know that this is another year. This is 2026. This don't.
You were not listening. You were not listening.
This man, I like to finish.
If you were listening, did I ever say a governor is not a leader of the party?
Collins, point noted. Let's allow Destiny to.
You see, this evening. What did you?
Collins, you have your turn. You have your time. Collins, you have your time to react to whatever he has said. Please allow him.
No, you don't use those words on me.
Destiny, you see, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Ogachukuma. See, we must learn to call a spade a spade. We must be very frank. I have listened. I listened to Wiki. I think he's crying more than the bereaved. Just as stated by the national, is it the national secretary of APC or publicity? I don't know. I think he has nailed it, properly. That you are not a member of APC. And to further buttress what my elder brother, the governor of Oyo, Seyi Makinde, stated, that Wike promised the president, that President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, that he will strangulate the PDP for him for 2027. If you listen to Wike, in his intro, he said that now, here at the podium, we have the PDP state party chairman, we have the APC state party chairman, that he challenged any other state in the federation who can have this kind of, arrangement. That's to tell you that he's further, buttressing what Seyi Makinde has said. Abu said that what Wike is doing now, if we were to be Wike at the seat of power in Rivers State, can I challenge anybody in Rivers? Try this with Wike. You see, today is Fubara. Before now, it was Godwin Obaseki. And today is Fubara. We don't know who will be tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow it might be Collins Osaga. Or my brother Roy. We don't know. Or it might be me. So we must learn to speak out. Because injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere.
Okay.
All right. I'm coming, sir. Let me learn with this talk.
Our time here is very short.
Let me learn with this talk, sir. Let me learn with this talk. Let me learn with this talk. Let me learn with this talk, sir. Please. If you listen to Wike, he has said that there is no APC, no PDP Rivers. What they have in Rivers is a renewed hope family. That is Arrow. There's how they call it in Rivers now. ROHF. That's in Rivers. You can see. It is quite laughable and disheartening.
Now, I want to ask you this question. Destiny Nambulele. Okay, sir. We are trying to differentiate between principles and practice. Like you cited the Enugu State instance, where the vice president went to Enugu and said, "Look, the moment Peter Mba defected from the PDP to the APC, he automatically became the leader of the party in the state." Now we are talking about leadership, and we are saying that is in principle the principles of the party, but in practice, that is what we are trying to establish in Rivers State. A situation where you have a governor, more like the people that are behind him don't have the structures. I talk about the local government chairman, talk about the House of Assembly members, talk about the party state working committee, talk about the party's NEC. Under the key of one man called Yesufu. In actuality, in actual sense, who is in control of Rivers State APC? That is the fact that we are trying to establish here. Who do you think is in control? Who do you think is in charge?
Mr. Chokuma, let me quickly say this. If you go back to at the very beginning of 1999, I've said this in this platform, in another topic, that with utmost humility and simplicity, I respect the offices. It is likened to errand boys or errand men and women at the saddle across board of subnational governments. I understand the point of my brother Collins Osaga, because he's of that school of thought, like what is happening in Rivers. It's virtually happening in Edo State as we speak very just now. The class monitor that they have given us in Edo State, with utmost humility to his office and his person, is my senior.
Okay, comrade, we are going to talk about Edo State in a minute. That's our last topic of discussion. Now, I would like for us to round off now. I would like for you to round off on your thoughts so that we get into the second topic of discussion. At the end of the show, we have our concluding thoughts. It's like 2 minutes each. So land on your thoughts now on this issue.
Okay, sir.
What is going on in Rivers State? Who do you think is in control? Who do you think is in charge? And I would like for you to project into 2027. What do you see coming?
You see, Mr. Chukuma, if you go back to during the time of NCNC and Action Group, when you had the likes of Professor Ambrose Ali, then it was a party that owned the leadership. A governor or any appointee or elected officials are just members They are not giving leadership in the party hierarchy. But with this dispensation, because there's a saying that he who holds the yam holds the knife. Governors in states, chairmen in local government, presidents in the national, are across board. They are now leaders of, according to various party constitution. Even in PDP, that's the way it is. Even in this ADC, that is the way it is. So for one man to now arrogate himself to be that he's not becoming a demigod, that now decide who sneeze or who get oxygen when he is not God, it is quite laughable. I'm happy that the Nigerian people, they now know who Wike truly is, his character and his person. The same character that he exhibited while he exhibited the PDP is what he's not taking to APC. In the coming days, he must start throwing tantrums at President Ahmed Bola Tinubu. I think they better watch their back very carefully, because they have started with the party, leadership. Very soon will gravitate towards the various, the president and the vice president and the likes.
All right, thank you very much, Comrade Destiny Nabulele. We'll come back to you in a bit. I'd like for us to talk about what is happening at the national level. Before we now round off with Edo State. Talking about the national level, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has faulted the federal government's silence over the arrest and trial of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro by United States of America, describing it as a national embarrassment. Well, the party said the development is a warning to governments that lack legitimacy and reflects growing global rejection of flawed electoral processes. ADC spokesperson Bolaji Abdullahi argued that while sovereignty and non-interference are important, they should not be used to shield tyranny, electoral fraud, or the denial of people's right to freely choose their leaders. He noted that Venezuela's 2024 election was widely condemned as fraudulent, adding that public celebrations following Maduro's arrest exposed the regime's crisis of legitimacy. While the party said Nigeria's failure to respond shows a loss of moral authority and global relevance under President Bola Tinubu. According to the ADC, the silence reflects a government that lacks confidence because it lacks warning that the Venezuelan situation is a cautionary tale to dictators, including supposedly elected ones, and election riggers everywhere. I'll come to you straight, Comrade Roy Oriaba. Comrade Roy Oriaba, why is ADC pushing this in? I mean, Maduro, Venezuela is in faraway South America, faraway Latin America. So why should it be Tinubu's concern that one president was picked up from Venezuela and is on a going trial currently in the United States? Why should he be his business? And why is it that ADC is bothered that, look, the president has not made any comment? What should he say?
You know now, where we find ourselves, this is a political era and political season.
Okay.
Election, we're preparing for election in this part of the world. Therefore, the ADC are looking for any angle to try to see how they can drug. They want Tinubu to intervene in what's happening in far away Venezuela. When people can no longer go to farm in Okwado and my community, they are not bothered by that. They are bothered by Mount far away Venezuela. It's very unfortunate. The kind of politics we play in this part of the world. What is the business of Bola Ahmed Tinubu to what is happening in Venezuela? You agree with me that the present leadership of the world, in the name of the man who went to another man's country to go and kidnap and adopt another president, also have the capacity to come to this part of the world to come and demonstrate that, and we cannot resist you. Therefore, you want to call our president into those kind of... I'm one of those who believe that the president, since all this is happening, that the president have not made a statement and the presidents have not reacted. To me, that is the high level of diplomacy and solidarity, for we to position ourselves as a nation. All of us will be bothered about the sovereignty of Nigeria, so that by the time anything happens to our president, it's happening to us. Anything happens to another Nigeria, I am bothered. Why are the ADC dragging president into this? What is going on in Venezuela?
Now, Comrade Roy, a lot of Nigerians are bothered that, look, when Israel and the US hit Iran, and during the debacle between Hamas and Israel in Gaza, the Nigerian government was quick to condemn and take sides. So Nigerians are asking, why is it difficult for Nigerian government to say, oh, what is going on in Venezuela is right or it is wrong? Why are they neutral in this case? And they are saying maybe because Nigeria shared some similarities with Venezuela in terms of electoral problems, in terms of economy tanking, and in terms of the drug issues around Nigeria and Venezuela. Do you think that those people are out of sync with what is happening or what is the reality?
Look, those positions you just listed and enumerated are not fast-fed. These are reality. Okay. Therefore, our president, this is the time for all Nigerians to even show solidarity and love to our very dear country. This is the time for we to demonstrate that patriotism in us. Okay. But we are already talking about economic crisis. We are talking about insecurity. Then you are telling our president and presidency to be reacting to what happened.
Exactly the point. We were passing through all of those issues when the presidency and the Nigerian government was reacting to what happened in faraway Iran and in faraway Gaza. So what's the difference now? What difference does it make?
It's not compulsory and necessary that Nigerian president must react to all matters across the globe. It's not necessary that Nigerian president and presidency must react to all matters across the globe.
Okay, so as far as they are concerned, ADC has misfired. Now let's bring in Comrade Collins or Amadin into this conversation. Collins, they are dragging your party, you are dragging the president. Why is he silent? What's your reaction to that? What words you have for the ADC?
You know, Atiku and the ADC can win election. So
no, I don't know. No, I don't know. You know. I don't know. You know.
That's what I'm telling you. They can't win election. Okay. The only hope and the trust they are hoping is to blackmail this government, to incite this government against another government. And they know first Trump is one man that can misfire at any given time. Because if Trump can invade the capital in the United States just for justice not to take place, then when his term finishes, I'm sure the same US law that he has been using presidential order to misrule will also come.
Okay, so apparently your position is that Trump misfired by going to take out Maduro from Venezuela, and that after his tenure, that he's going to answer questions. This is not the first time.
I don't have any business with Trump today.
No, Bush one did the same thing to Manuel Noriega. Excuse me, Collins. We are out of time. Bush one did the same thing to Manuel Noriega. So what was the outcome? Did he face any consequence?
Because my brother is kind of fun.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you, when the issue happening in Sahel were happening, the same opposition were pushing the president, fight them, so that at the end, the president will intervene in the Sahel overthrowing system. Then they will start throwing bombs, or will start throwing bombs. They will distract him from this developmental agenda. Because the man is very smart and very intelligent. Okay. He decided to let go. And he will say, ECOWAS, manage yourself. Let me concentrate in governance so that I can put economy together, which he's doing, so I can work with international bodies who can assist me on security matter, which today we have had the best festive period ever for the past 25 years in Nigeria.
All right, Collins,
no kidnapping. You can see things are improving. The market is not favorable to everybody. Beautiful. There is no fuel scarcity. The market is falling, and everyone is beginning to happy.
Okay, beautiful. Let's bring in Comrade. Let's bring in Comrade Destiny. Excuse me, Collins. Let's bring in Comrade Destiny Enabulele. Comrade Enabulele, what's your reaction to what the ADC has said? That look, Nigeria is silent. The president is silent. Should the president actually react to what is happening in faraway Venezuela? What do you think? What are your thoughts?
2 seconds. 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Comrade Destiny, can you hear me?
Yeah, I said, you can hear me now?
I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, let me quickly say this. That a madman is never embarrassed by his mental condition as his family. That is the gospel truth. A madman is never embarrassed by his mental condition and his family. So for me, you and I know that there is no way President Ahmed Bola Tinubu will utter a word as it relates to the invasion or the capture of the Venezuela president. You and I know. Because
no, excuse me. You know. I don't know. I'm asking the question. So
yes,
tell me why.
I'm going there because you know.
No, I don't know. I'm saying I don't know. You
okay,
know.
Okay, I know. One of the reasons that it was being alleged that he was being captured is as a result of drug-related issue.
So,
and it has been said it was drug-related issue. It has been said. that even our dear president, even Daniel Boala and the Reign of Mockery said it, that our president was one time involved in drug-related crime in the United States of America.
But they were not able to prove it.
So for me, there is no way. There is no way the president.
Excuse me, Collins. Collins, you have your time. You have your time. Please allow him to land on his thoughts.
You see, Mr. Chukuma, let me quickly say this to Collins.
You just go ahead. Leave Collins.
No, let me quickly say this.
Go ahead. Just go ahead. Comrade, just go ahead.
If elders don't talk, the children will eat butcher, thinking that they are eating chicken.
Who is the elder here? You?
If elders don't.
Who is the elder? You? Are you the elder?
Gentlemen, we are out of time and we have another topic. Another topic that should be of interest to the three of you in the studio. So can we just moderate ourselves? Nabulele, I would like for you to land on your thoughts.
The point I'm saying is this, which is clear. Okay. It is audible to the deaf and visible to the blind. That it was at every lips of every Nigerian. Even some quarters speak very just now. Some Nigerians are even saying that Trump should come and assist Nigerians in prosecuting our dear president. Okay. I've read it in some of the platforms.
Okay, all right.
So for us, let's call it spade a spade.
Okay, now let's call it spade a spade. Let's go to Edo State. Let's go to Edo State. Edo State in South Nigeria is one of the states with a global election year that works differently from the normal 4-year federal elections. Well, in November 2024, 12 November to be precise, current Governor Monday Ogbebolo assumed office after an election some believed was not very fair, free, and credible, but that's by the way. And in the last 1 year, some elements in the states have come under severe assault. We have analysts from different perspectives who will help us make sense of the state of democracy in Edo State. I'd like to start with you, the activists amongst us. Comrade Uriah, but what is the state of democracy in Edo State? You have 3 minutes, to interrogate what has happened in terms of building up democracy, in terms of freedom of speech, in terms of building the economy, in terms of, fighting insecurity and all of that in Edo State. Can you capture all of that in 3 minutes and tell us how you think the governor has performed and how the people of Edo State have been carried along in building up democracy in the state? Quickly.
Well, the carried, I'm not aware of that. I don't have anything to say about that. I just came back from my village and I saw him making some attempt. That's the record, And this Christmas is one of the best Christmas in recent years where there was no court killing. I must give it to him. Okay. He have able to reduce it. If not, there was no court killings, Night business, night economic activities at the night in Edo State was relatively peaceful. I can give you that. Therefore, in terms of democratic principles, elections have not been conducted so that we know how we are taking by the local government election will be conducted.
No, when I talk about the democratic principles or credentials, I'm talking about how is opposition? Is there a more like a shrink of the opposition space, the freedom of speech? Are people freely expressing themselves? Because we have instances here and there where people have been harassed on the orders of one person and the other person. How does that come to you?
Personally, I've not received any issue of harassment from the government. I've been I've been very critical about him, especially what he's not doing right. Therefore, personally, on the strength of this, within within us who are critical about this government, we have not been so harassed. I must give it to him to the best of my knowledge. I'll give that to him.
Beautiful.
But in terms of reaching out, I think Collins is in good position to tell you, he belongs to the party with him. We want to. But I don't think he's doing well in terms of the reaching because some persons were, especially in this festive period, most persons were they were complaining that the man is not reaching out.
All right.
They were complaining.
Thank you very much.
Therefore, his reaching out mechanism is very poor.
Okay, thank you very much, Comrade. Now, let's bring in Collins. Collins Amadin, how has the democracy fared in Edo State in terms of the parameters, the rule of law, freedom of speech, freedom of movement and association, free press and all of that, harassment of critics, opponents and all of that. How does it come to you in Edo State in the past 1 year or so?
Yes, I'm happy my brother have acknowledged the fact that the governor has shown leadership. We have had this kind of intimidation over the time, and where you see courtesan, people using the name of courtesan to molest others, intimidate others. The governor had to nip nearly the board. And haven't done that, every other area we're being treated. Even at party level, you can see the relationship across party lines. Even though oppositions try to, raise issue where there are none, but not on the ground that they are being molested or being intimidated by the governor. The governor has always been a peaceful man. He is very concentrated in delivering developmental programs to the people, and that he has been doing infrastructurally, way of employment, and what have you. I think it's been overwhelming the way he has been spending, the state funds. And I am sure even the opposition are more shocked, and they wish he can make mistakes so they'll have something to leverage on. But unfortunately, the man is not ready to make any mistake because he's reaching out across board. And we hope that in this 2026, there will be more gains for our people, especially as the sun, the weather gets fairer, and areas where roads need to be really dwelt upon. We believe that the governor having submitted budget about a few weeks ago, that will help capture the 2026. The redevelopment the people want, we begin to come, and consolidation will also come. So he's doing very
much. Thank you very much.
We are very proud of it.
Thank you very much, Collins. You are very proud of your governor. Now, to you, Destiny Anabulele, I'd like for you to capture Edo State in the past 1 year in terms of democratic parameters that I mentioned: rule of law, freedom of speech, freedom of movement, building up the economy, and every other thing. How does it come to you?
Mr. Chukuma,
yes, sir.
It is laughable. It is quite laughable. I listened to Collins saying that the governor cannot make mistake because he's the omnipotent and the omniscience. I want to appeal to Collins that this is 2026. You see. Let us endeavor to see how we can play because of our party inclination, our cognitive reason, or perhaps our fair judgment is being altered. It is quite it is not very right. It is before us that a crippled, the physically challenged was molested, and his car was seized and taken to DSS office in Edo State, close to Ring Road. And you are saying that there's freedom of this, freedom of that. It was in Edo State, in Government House, that a journalist a married lady was molested. Well, I'm a little bit. I respect my brothers there at the studio. You see, an injury to one is an injury to all. As 2027 election is approaching, we must endeavor to speak truth to power. It was equally in Edo State. The man who is now becoming the governor's nightmare, that's his deputy. Sent trucks over 30 to attack me at a voting center in my village in Igobasowa, in Edo State. And you are saying that there is freedom of this, freedom of that. You see, today, it was equally in Edo State that Peter, what's his name? Don Pedro Obaseki was adopted in our primary school. And they now use the name of our very revered Oba, which with utmost humility, it was never the monarch. You see, we must see, today is Don Pedro. Tomorrow we don't know whose door they might knock. So we must learn to speak to power. And we must condemn whenever there is need for us to condemn. So please, as 2027 is gradually drawing near, the tension is going to be very high.
Okay.
The stake is going to be very high. And we must endeavor to speak to power. Even if it be between I and colleagues, Roy must endeavor to speak to both of us, because we are his close friend. Because it is a friend that will tell you that, look, my friend, the smell from your mouth is not very pleasant. It's your friend. But your enemy will go at your back and mock you. So for us that are telling the governor what to do now, is for the governor to watch his back, because there are blocks. There are blocks. I wouldn't want to mention names. Blocks in the Edo North, blocks in Edo South. They're trying to say that he will not come back the second tenure.
All right.
Perhaps to see how they can frustrate him come 2027. Our prayer is that they frustrate him. Our prayer is that they frustrate him.
So unfortunately,
we should watch his back.
We are out of time. So this is what we have to draw the curtains. We've been speaking with. It's been a very, very interesting discussion, and I hope that we can do this some other time. We've been speaking with Comrade Roy Oria, activist and political affairs analyst. We also, from our Benin House station, we also had Comrade Collins Amadin, APC stalwart and a political affairs analyst. And we also had Comrade Destiny Enabulele, PDP stalwart, who joined us from Abuja virtually. Gentlemen, I must say a very big thank you to the three of you. Like I said, I hope that we can do some other time. I appreciate your presence. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director and the Angels manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndim Duto. Stay with us and don't go away. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpayon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not continuing talk, please discuss.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Aisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosarete is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
My name is Yesufu. They call me the Oga Patapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey, the voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Voice of the People TV. Live here, Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me.
A very good evening to you and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nenna Ndomdioto. Today on the Issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from reactions trailing United States actions on Venezuelan president, to Israel envoy disclosing intervention to protect Christians will be on intelligence sharing. Also, APC chieftain discloses Wike has no right to interfere. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The crisis in Venezuela has continued to elicit reactions from different quarters. The United Nations says the reported U.S. operation in Venezuela undermines international law and risks further destabilizing of the region. The United Nations cautioned that unilateral military actions without multilateral approval could erode global norms and escalate tensions beyond Venezuela's borders. Reacting to the development, former Nigerian Foreign Affairs Bolaji Akinyemi warned that U.S. President Donald Trump was playing with the possibility of World War III, describing the situation as dangerously volatile. Meanwhile, African Democratic Congress says the Venezuela crisis should serve as a cautionary tale for dictators and election riggers, warning that democratic breakdown often attracts foreign intervention. The developments continue to raise concerns over sovereignty, global security, and the limits of international intervention. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
It's your smile today. This is your smile. It looks like there's so much you want to say today, and you can't wait to pour them out because this is your smile, you know. Well, okay. And we have joining us virtually, who will get to join us later on in the show, Andrew Ajayi, a public affairs commentator, a peace and development expert, and lead advocate, Qatar Reformation, Nigeria. Let me come to you first, Dr. Anosike. Of course, you're the one present at the moment. You know, we talked about this Venezuela issue yesterday. I look like we didn't really dig deep into it. And now the UN is coming out to say that this operation in Venezuela undermines international law. Do you align with this?
For me, we are one word, one people, one God. Understand? And an injustice for one should be seen as injustice for all, not for them. Understand? So, if we are talking of a sovereignty, is being broken on a daily basis. An instance, Tinubu sent military to Benin to foil that coup attempt. Understand me? So And as we speak, Russia is in Ukraine. China is in Taiwan. Understand me?
Yes.
So the issue is this: what Donald Trump did. One is a way of sanitizing the world in several areas. One, he came in through a disputed election. He never won the election of July 2020. That's 2024. Understand? He just used the power of incumbency and remained in power. That's not number one. Number two, he is involved in distribution of hard drugs. Number three, he is involved in funding of terrorist organizations. So such people are not supposed to be allowed to stay in power. So if countries like America is not there, these people can do anything that's in the name of sovereignty. So there should be countries that should be calling them to order. And that's why I'm 100% in support of what Donald Trump did. Okay, imagine what Iran has been doing, sponsoring terrorists everywhere. So without America, it means that Iran will continue with what it is doing. And then the message that the world will know is that you are on your own. Nobody protects you. And before Maduro was abducted, he was talking with Russia, with the Chinese prime minister. No, with the Russian Chinese oil minister. Understand? So, but when he was abducted, China only condemned. They cannot attack America. So this is what we all know. Understand? Russia can only condemn. They cannot attack America because they know what will happen. So a strong message has been sent to election riggers everywhere in the world. Strong message has been sent to people who are involved in sponsoring of terrorism, serving as a conduit pipe for distribution of hard drugs and so forth. So for those saying that it's going to lead that to Third World War, no, the world is becoming safer with what Donald Trump did.
Well, you're actually okay. You said the war is becoming safer.
The world is becoming safer.
But the UN spokeswoman, or spokesman, of course, she's a woman anyways, she actually said using human rights, I'm trying to quote her verbatim now. She said using human rights arguments as a justification for this kind of intervention is unacceptable. So irrespective of, irrespective of Donald Trump might say that what he did, there's justification for what he did. But the UN is saying, you doing this, even if there's a basis, we understand that there's a reason for this. But the manner in which it happened is actually not justifiable. What do you make of this?
Does he need to go and call a World Press Conference? Does Donald Trump need to go to call a World Press Conference? I'm going to abduct the Venezuelan president. No, he doesn't. After all, when Obama sent people to go and kill the leader of Al Qaeda, Congress was not put in the know. So this is how it's been done. And okay, this is not that the first time that this is being done. General Noriega of Panama was kidnapped as a sitting head of state. He was kidnapped and brought to America. There's already one foreign president that is serving jail term in America. So Maduro is going to join him. Understand? Maduro is going to, because he's not getting anything less than 20 years imprisonment.
Why are you so certain about the way the judgment will go? Don't you think there could be any there could be a
There
twist?
could be no drama. There could be no drama. One, I said, on the 10th of January 2025, the Biden administration indicted him, not Donald Trump. The Biden administration, and declared him wanted, dead and alive, and now put a $25 million bounty. Whoever will give information that will lead to his arrest. So his file is already in the United States. His file is already in the United States. And these people, they don't just do like Nigeria police. First of all, arrest you, then begin to ask you, what did you do? They will do their investigation before now going to. So he has already been indicted by the United States government. He has already been indicted as far back as January 2025. So what happened there is just is what we know will happen. And if he has stepped down when people were protesting over the manipulated election, this thing would not have happened.
Okay, so you're saying that Joe Biden actually put a bounty on him. I was going to ask you this question yesterday, but because of time, I couldn't ask you. Joe, just me thinking, Joe Biden was put a bounty on him. Why didn't he go and just get him rather than putting a bounty on him?
He was a weak leader.
So Donald Trump is now the one that is.
He was a very weak leader, understand me. So, but they checked what he was doing. They knew that he was the one that was leading the distribution of narcotics into the United States. Understand? So and they did that before Donald Trump come on board. So what Donald Trump was just doing is the file on his table. Understand? Because when somebody succeeds you hand over. So Maduro's file was one of those that was handed over to Donald Trump. Understand? He now picked it up and tells him, you came through a fraudulent election, step down. He refused. Because the woman that won the election was the woman that won the Nobel Prize for Peace.
Okay.
So, and because of the way Donald Trump was fighting, that's to ensure that the right thing is done, the woman dedicated that Peace Prize to Donald Trump.
Okay, sir. Well, looking at what Bolaji Akinyemi is saying, Bolaji Akinyemi is warning about a possible World War III. And he's even saying that Donald Trump is playing double standard. Because Donald Trump, at one time, told the Ukrainian president of instigating a third world war at the start of this crisis between Russia and Ukraine. And now it looks like Donald Trump is doing the same. And he's saying that that this action by Donald Trump is he also playing with the World War III. And this is actually quite frightening in the words of Bolaji Akinyemi. What do you make of this?
I have been one of those that have followed that's Akinyemi and for some time. Akinyemi knew Donald Trump because he was our foreign affairs minister at a point. So he knew Donald Trump very well. Understand? It was Akinyemi that first of all warned Bola Tinubu, don't try that to get into a fight with Donald Trump. And that's why Tinubu has been running away from Donald Trump. So the issue is this: what is happening today cannot lead to any third world war. As I said, Russia cannot attack United States. China cannot attack United States. All they do, they will stop us issuing statements understand, condemning. What can lead to a third world war, assuming American soldiers move into Ukraine? Then Russia soldiers attack American soldiers. This is now a war between America and Russia. Understand? Russia cannot go that Donald Trump invaded Nigeria. Russia will not attack Nigeria. China will not attack. All they do is to issue statements.
Okay, I know you still have a lot to say about this, and I'll come back to you, but we have our guest joining us all the way from Port Harcourt. Glad to have you join us, Andrew Ajayi. He is a public affairs commentator, a peace and development expert, and a lead advocate, Character Reformation Nigeria. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, my dear Nina. Good evening to you.
Good evening, sir.
To my colleague in the studio.
Yes, sir. Okay, so let me bring you up to speed on our discussion. So we're talking about the capture or the abduction or the kidnap, whichever word you want to use it, of the Venezuelan president by the U.S. And of course, we've had reactions to this particular incident. And the United Nations is saying that there's no justification for such a thing. And then, of course, we have Bolaji Akinyemi, who is saying that this is warning about a possible World War III as a result of this. What do you make of the statement by the UN? The UN saying that this is wrong. What do you even make of the entire incident about this, the abduction of the Venezuelan president?
Well, thank you very much. I want to say that the American nation led by Donald Trump has specific reasons for which Maduro, the president of Venezuela, has been kidnapped. He talked about Maduro making sure that hard drugs are continually supplied to the American nation, that has seen to the death and misplacement of youth priority, our people's priority in America. That is a president who wants to protect his citizens. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have a problem with that, because if you are a leader, you must ensure that anything that has to do with the security, welfare, protection of those who voted for you, you put it as a priority and takes care of it. Now, coming to how the United Nations feels, I know the United Nations came into being as a result of, the First World War, where the World War that started in 1914 and ended in 1918 or 1919, where we used to have the League of Nations, and later metamorphosed into, the United Nations that it is today, comprising of all countries of the world trying to cooperate with, themselves to ensuring global peace and security. So the United Nations has various principles and policies that, surrounds this association of nation states or committee of nations in the world. So maybe the comment that they are making is in line with, what the United Nations is actually all about. But I think in trying to, continue to talk about this, the people of the world must begin to determine what is right from what is wrong. Can we begin to think that if the world leaders or countries of the world think that America as a country should not or does not have the right or is breaching the sovereignty, of Venezuela by going into that country to capture its president? If the United Nations is saying it is wrong, in my own opinion, the United Nations should also be correct to other nations or allowing its country to be a major source root provider of hard drugs. Because if we didn't clarify this, and it is happening, billions of dollars are being made. Young people and citizens of countries who are using these drugs, because of course they always smuggle it, because hard drugs is banned all over the world, but still it is still smuggled to enter people's country, and they continue to use it. The human lives, the young lives of youth that goes mentally deranged, that even under the influence of these drugs, after taking them, will go mad, will kill people, will shoot people, will stab people, will become social misfits in the society. Is the United Nations saying that that is also good enough? For me, as a peace expert, I think we must look for a balance, where to draw the balance. Because there is a way we could look at it. We could say, oh, Trump is overstepping its bound. But Trump has a serious commitment to the people of America to say, look, we vote for me, I'm going to stop all these drugs that is coming into the United States. And if you ask me, I think I agree with him on that. Now, when you talk about Akinyemi, our former foreign affairs ministers or maybe ambassadors as he then was, talking about the fact that all these things that are happening now could herald the Third World War. Maybe, maybe not. It is neither here nor there. Are we saying, or the people of the world will open its eyes to say that because of the misbehavior of a particular country against the rest of the world, or a particular president of a particular nation not keeping to the rules of international engagement, with the UN now say, or is Akinyemi saying that that is enough to throw the world into great conflagration of yet another round of military men, arms and ammunition, destruction of lives and properties in the world? If you ask me, the answer is no. No one man should be greater than the people of the world. No one country should be greater than the rest of the countries of the world. That is why the United Nations and the countries that are inherent in it should, as a matter of world exigencies, okay, come together and begin to think aright. Are we going to say that China and Russia will join against America, or Britain, America, Italy, Israel will join and start the world war against Russia, China, who may be, trying to, start the world war? I think if there is a particular problem, look at the problem without religious or sectional or regional bias, and now begin to tackle this country that is involved. Where has United Nations been when Venezuela engaged in massive production and, making money from consumption of heroin, cocaine, and all manner of stupendous hard drugs? Are we saying that that is okay? Because that is actually what Donald Trump is saying, that America would not tolerate any longer.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. I'll come back to you, but let me get back to our guest in the studio before I come back to you. Dr. Anosike, it's been said that we know Nigeria has not responded to this, there has not been any statement from the federal government over this particular issue, and ADC has actually...
Please to make a statement.
Our president, ADC has actually said, ADC has kind of condemned the fact that Nigeria has been silent. But I want to ask you, does Nigeria's muted response, or not even saying anything, does it reflect diplomatic caution?
Okay, that's a good question. One, starting, who defines what is morality in the world? Whose business it is to define what is right and what is wrong? Understand? What the world pursues is interest, not morality. And And what Donald Trump, what took him to Venezuela is the interest of Americans. I have listened to interviews from that's CNN interviewing Venezuelans, and 99% of them are happy that this bad guy was taken out. Do you know the number of refugees from Venezuela to the United States because of this man? So then coming back home, for me, the way the human brain is wired, we tend to look a lot more outward and a lot less inward. There's no difference between what Donald Trump did in Venezuela and what happened in River State in 18th of March 2025. There's no much difference. Understand? So we can say that Nigeria is on a small scale. Understand? What happened in River State on March 18th when the state of emergency was declared and an elected governor was thrown out? It's exactly what happened in Venezuela. So you need to, first of all, remove the wood in your own eyes to see or the speck in another man's eyes. That's what Nigeria cannot condemn what Donald Trump did, because we have done it here in our own country, and they are shying away from talking about it. Understand? Tinubu invaded River State and removed a sitting governor, an elected governor, and put his own person who ran River State for some time. The same way Donald Trump said that he's going to run Venezuela for some time. Understand? So, this is it. It has happened in Nigeria. We should be objective. The issue, what ADC is saying is this. We have not condemned it because we have a guilty conscience. We have not condemned it because we have guilty conscience. And the issue of what happened in July of 2024, where Maduro entered office through a manipulated election. The same thing happened in Nigeria. Tinubu became president through a highly controversial election. So you can see that Nigeria has a kind of a mirror of Venezuela. So for that, you don't need to throw stone if you are living in a glass house.
Okay, while you were talking, you made mention of U.S. President saying he was going to take over Venezuela, and of course the oil resources here for some time. And you seem to have applauded his this capture or this abduction
because Maduro is
Maduro. But do you also applaud this is proposal or this is statement of wanting to take over Venezuela for some time? Because some people have actually frowned against that or frowned about that.
But they have a Venezuelan has been sworn in as the president of the country. So somebody from there has taken over. The person was not imposed by Donald Trump. Understand? The person was not imposed by Donald Trump. So, but there should be people watching that that the reason why Maduro was removed did not reoccur in the country. And that's what Pete Hex said. Understand? And Marco Rubio, that Donald Trump said that they should do a kind of an oversight. Understand? Because when you do something and you go back without keeping people to watch over it, it can be abused.
Okay, and before I move to the next conversation, let me go back to our guest, our virtual guest. The ADC, of course, and I think Dr. Anosike has spoken a bit about this. The ADC, in their words, says the situation in Venezuela is a cautionary tale to all dictators, including the supposedly elected ones and election riggers everywhere. Are they throwing shades at Nigeria? And then what do you make of this statement by ADC?
What is ADC in this context now? What is ADC?
ADC, African Democratic Congress. Sorry, I didn't mention that. African Democratic Congress.
The one that is trying to organize itself as opposition now in the country? Yes. Is that it? Yes.
Of course, okay. That's the political party, ADC, African Democratic Congress.
The matter is that I'm asking this question because that is how what is happening in my country has become so disinteresting to me, because we couldn't have entered into democracy since 1999, and yet we continue to grapple with the type of difficult things that we do in this country, ranging from insecurity and welfare of people, from People's Democratic Party to APC, to ADC, to Labour, all those things, as far as I'm concerned, they don't have the proper orientation as to what it means to come to leadership and make the lives of the people better. Okay? That is even why I'm supporting Trump's behavior, because a president should know what the people want and do it for the people, and the people will be happy. So if African Democratic Congress is, talking the way it is talking, as far as I'm concerned, sincerely speaking, I don't think they have any reason to either speak for or against whatever is really, happening. Because the same politicians that we saw in 1999 that were in PDP are still the same politicians who are in APC today, and are still the same politicians who have divided themselves and are now talking of ADC and African. So all these people, in most cases, they speak from the two sides of their mouth as to how when it favors them, they speak. If it didn't favor them, they will not speak. So, but for Nigeria, our nation, not being able to speak in terms of making bold statements as it used to be in those days, when it comes to world issues or regional issues, it shows that the leadership of Nigeria over the years has waned, depreciated, reduced, so that I don't now know the value that we Nigerians have anymore in the Committee of Nations. So, if the president says one thing or another, it is not an issue. Does it really carry weight? But I also know that nations can be in the sit-down look, what you call the non-alliance. Anything that is happening, you are neither here nor there. If that is what our Nigerian nation has decided to do, maybe it is okay. But while they are doing that, let them also know, as Nigerian leaders, that they must organize themselves in such a way that they will begin to bring about the greatest happiness of the greatest number of the people in this country. Because my colleague in your studio there actually was trying to make reference to what Trump is doing and what has actually happened in Nigeria here vis-a-vis the reverse politics, the removal of Fubara and bringing him back and what have you. All these things could be said to be similar indeed. But I think that for our nation, Nigeria, to do well, we must go and take effective study of what the issue of governance, the essence of governance, and the meaning of governance as it relates to governing a nation so that the nation will be peaceful. So for me, whatever ADC has actually said, I am taking it with a pinch of salt.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Let's move on to our next conversation. Israel has outlined a strategy aimed at helping Nigeria address targeted attacks on Christian communities. Israel says its plan to support the protection of Christians in Nigeria will focus on intelligence sharing rather than direct military involvement. According to Israel's envoy, Michael Freeman, cooperation will center on intelligence exchange, early warning systems, and counterterrorism expertise to help Nigerian authorities prevent attacks on vulnerable communities. The envoy stressed respect for Nigeria's sovereignty, noting that Israel's role is advisory and supportive, not operational. Nigeria has repeatedly stated that insecurity affects all communities regardless of religion and welcomes international cooperation within its legal framework. Let me come first to Dr. Anosike. Dr. Anosike, what do you make of this? You know, we heard when the the Israeli president Netanyahu talked about this particular
protection of Christians.
Yes, and then I knew in the studio. I think the day he talked about that was the day before Christmas. That's the day before the strikes. Was the first time we talked about it, and then someone in the studio said, one of our guests was like, if he's talking about this at this time, it means there's more to come. And then just the next day, we saw the airstrikes by United States. And now he's coming out to say, or the envoy, of course, talking on behalf of his president, is saying that it's just about, they're not coming to, usurp Nigeria's sovereignty. They're only coming based on intelligence sharing.
In your paper. You cannot put I'm coming to disrupt in your paper. You have that to put a fantastic proposal. Understand? So that's how it. Let me first go back to what ADC said. For you to put up a strong condemnation of any country, you must make sure that you don't have any skeleton in your cupboard. You should make sure that you don't have any skeleton in your cupboard. But as we speak, it is like Venezuela, like Nigeria. Understand? It is like Venezuela, like Nigeria. So we don't have any moral right to condemn. Nigeria as a country has no moral right to complain of what Donald Trump did, because it has happened here. It has happened in Nigeria. So condemning it simply means living in denial. So the truth is that Bibi, as he's popularly called, said that they're going to protect the kingdom of Christians in Nigeria. So he was very specific. Understand? And Bibi is also like Donald Trump. They walk their talk. Whatever they say that they will do, they will make sure that they do it. So it's not up to 2 weeks after that statement. His envoy in Nigeria has repeated it. So one, it is that's a proposal. This is how we want to carry out our mission. It's going to be intelligence sharing. That is the same thing that our own government told us with America, that they are cooperating in the area of intelligence sharing until Sokoto was hit. So that's the thing, and I believe that he is going to, that Israel will help in the protection. But the truth is that Nigerians are being killed, and that atheists are being killed, Muslims are being killed, Christians are being killed. Understand? So even those of us who don't belong to anywhere, we are not safe. Understand? So the issue is, what we want is protection of life and properties of Nigerians. Understand? Target the bad guys, eliminate them. Let Nigeria be free. And if there's safety of life and property in Nigeria, business can start growing in Nigeria. So, as I was among those that was championing for Donald Trump that to come, I also want Israel to come.
When you say you want Israel to come, in what area? In intelligence sharing or in airstrikes like United States came? And then what exactly does intelligence sharing mean? For you, what do you think intelligence sharing might mean in practical security terms for Nigeria?
I know that Mossad, even though they are telling you that they will come, Mossad are everywhere in the world. That's Israel intelligence agency are everywhere in the world. They are here in the country. They are gathering information. Understand? So intelligence sharing, these people are likely that to strike on so and so area. Understand? Deter them. Understand? So that's what it means by intelligence sharing. This is their process of recruitment. These are their sponsors. This is how they are getting their ammunition and so on and so forth. So that is what intelligence sharing means. But when intelligence is being shared and you are told that these bad guys are there, you refuse that to go there and take them out, they might be forced to go and do it by themselves. Just as Donald Trump said, if you cannot take these bad guys out, I'll come and do it. So, and I've seen Benjamin Netanyahu doing that in Nigeria.
Okay, let's get back to our virtual guest. Does Israel's involvement strengthen Nigeria's counter-terrorism capacity or complicate it diplomatically? What do you think?
Thank you very much. It is true that I had Benjamin Netanyahu when he had I don't know whether it is Trump who went to visit him or he came to visit Trump on the issue of Nigeria. The truth of the matter is this: as a country of over 250 ethnic groups, 374 languages, different tribes and religion, and one particular religion is now clamoring, especially through this Islamic jihadistic calculated attempts by the Brotherhood, Islamic Brotherhood, that says they want to take over and destroy the world and take over America, England, Europe, and what is it called now? To now Islamize the whole world and to now destroy democracy and bring it under one caliphate or whatever they are doing. It is only natural that upon the exposition of all these secret agendas over the years, and people are now talking about it this time, any nation that is standing against that, including Israel and America, whether Germany or Russia, supporting Nigeria, in my own opinion, as I sit here with you, I want to say it is God Almighty himself that is working. It is God Almighty himself that is working, because God couldn't have created the world. He created us in our black and white, in our Caucasian, in our tallness and shortness, in our female and malehood, in our different tribes of religion. And for one religion to now be saying that it wants to conquer the rest religion, I think all countries of the world who are lovers of freedom should arise and destroy this monster. That is what I am saying. I am not missing any words, because it is really difficult to sit in Nigeria, the northern part of Nigeria, of Benue Plateau, Nasarawa, which other part again, Adamawa, all those tribal area. You see the so-called ISWA, ISIS, Boko Haram are catching people in their villages, okay? Taking a major general, a brigadier general, shooting him in a live camera, killing the man, making his family to become, fatherless. And several people have been kidnapped, dealt with, and you say that Israel is coming. Israel should even give us more than intelligence that they are talking about. Oh. Like the way America woke up one night and bombarded the place they said they bombarded. Me, I'm still waiting for that bombardment too. The bombardment is not enough because we cannot be in fear in this country. Do you know that if you travel in this country now, except you travel by aeroplane, that is even the only way that you can say you have 50% or 60% security. But if you are traveling on the land in this country to any part of this country, your heart will be in your mouth because of some jihadistic, Islamic-oriented people. And look at the way they have been playing hanky-panky with us. When anything happens, they will say it is farmers' headers. Farmers is fighting headers. It is not true. It is a calculated attempt to clear some people away, take their land, and do whatever they like with it. So I want Mr. Netanyahu, Israeli Prime Minister, to not only share intelligence with us, let him also share arms and ammunition. Enter aeroplane and helicopter, let them come and help us. Okay. Because, wait, please. Because all the intelligence that has been shared with government when Buhari was in power, what did they do with the intelligence? They will tell them today that Boko Haram, ISIS, wants to enter this village. That is when they will tell army people to evacuate the roadblocks. And they will just enter inside that place and do whatever they like. So the people that they are killing, is it not worth it? When you give this info intelligence out, they will go and give these people these secrets. They will leak the secrets to them. And at the end of the day, the people will go in there and do whatever they are doing. Is it because they have not come to Lagos? Is it because they are, or they are majorly restricted because Abuja is the city, is the capital? Look at what is happening in Niger State, Borno, Zamfara, and whatever. So we need more than intelligence from the well-wishers of Nigeria. We need more of the type of action that Donald Trump came to carry. If they do them, target wherever they are and wipe them out, we will begin to have peace. Nigeria used to have peace before. Okay. It is in recent times that we begin to have all these challenges. So sharing intelligence with us is good, but let them come and help us. Let them use the strategy Donald Trump used in going to thief Maduro, because Donald Trump went to steal Maduro. Let them come and use the same thing to help us to steal all the terrorist leaders, all the terrorist financiers in Nigeria here, so that we can have peace again, so that Christians and Muslims can do whatever they want to do. Because any particular religion that says they want to overtake the other one, me, I am not in support, because I'm a philosopher and I did philosophy of religion. We agree that in philosophy of religion, all religious people should do their religion peacefully. Okay,
because of time, I'll have to cut you here. Because of time, we've really run out of time, and of course, wow, I'll have to say thank you. I know Dr. Peter wants to say something, but Dr. Peter, we don't have time again. Would you just round up just in one? Yes,
sure.
Please.
The truth is that these guys need to be stopped. I mean, this is not because they have 100 years agenda to take over the whole world. They have 100 years agenda which started in 1991, and this is their about 34th year. Understand? And the idea is just migrate, populate, don't get assimilated. Understand? Then introduce your religion, and from there you take over. Before Muammar Gaddafi died, he said that Israel will want that Islam will one day take over the world without firing a single shot.
Wow. Okay, and that's where we have to draw the curtains on today's episode. Thank you very much, Dr. Peter, for being here as always. And thank you very much, Mr. Andrew Jai, for being on the issues. I really appreciate. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria, and of course its governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto, and of course this has been the issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Ike by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen.